When you hear the term self-discipline, it probably calls to mind grueling effort, long struggles, and doing things you don't really want to do. Get ready to think about self-discipline in a different way. The way we're going to look at self-discipline involves no struggle, strain, or sweat. It will help you tap your inner power to be more effective than ever, without real pain or consistent denial. The science of self-discipline is based on proven techniques to help you get more of what you want more easily than you've ever dreamed possible.
The science of self-discipline doesn't mean you have to try harder or work longer to reach your goals. The science of self-discipline means there are specific steps and actions you can take to build consistent behavior to get what you want in your life. Steps and actions that will give new meaning to the term self-discipline. With this revolutionary approach, you'll learn a series of small changes that will have an enormous impact on your life. You'll learn techniques that will help you determine first whether what you're working on is something worth your time. Then, you'll learn how to use the power of your mind to make working toward your objective pleasurable, not painful. And finally, you'll discover the way to really enjoy every goal you seek. Your behavior is obviously the key to self-discipline, so you'll hear how to implement the 6 steps to reframing behavior and the importance of using a behavioral contract. These behavioral techniques will also include using outcome generalization to reach a goal, the 5 steps to creating outcomes, and the processes of anchoring, modeling, and much more. You'll learn to replace self-sabotaging behaviors with self-enforcing behaviors, putting yourself in a direct line to get what you want. And it won't be long before you practice these techniques effortlessly. You'll do this by tapping into the power of your unconscious mind, and it will become your strongest ally in your quest to become truly self-disciplined and self-directed. You'll learn how to control your life instead of letting life control you. And you'll be invigorated and enriched by the results. Kerry Johnson is an expert himself in the field of behavior modification, with years of experience in training people to reach their success potential. He makes regular contributions to more than a dozen national sales and management magazines, and his work has earned him the title the nation's sales psychologist. Thousands of people read his quarterly newsletter about sales psychology, and thousands more hear him speak on self-development techniques in presentations around the world. Kerry's the author of 4 books, including Peak Performance Selling and Mastering the Game, and he's recorded the Nightingale Conant audio program Sales Magic. As you'll gather from his stories, he's also been a professional tennis player, competing on the International Grand Prix Tennis Tour. Kerry played and won against some of the world's top tennis players. Kerry Johnson is here with another winner for you in Nightingale Conant. If you've tried and failed to be self-disciplined before, this is your chance to try and succeed with the science of self-discipline.
What is this thing called self-discipline? Philosophers have called it the power within that solves problems. Others have called it the ability to stick with an objective even when motivation wanes. I think self-discipline is the ability to be strategic and consistent in achieving the goals you want. And that strategy and consistency is what we'll be concentrating on in this program. You're about to learn how to commit yourself to the goals at hand, change your behavior to be able to reach those goals, and control your actions to gain desired outcomes. You'll learn how to do this through techniques that come from some of the newest research in applied psychology. When you develop self-discipline, you develop mastery over your life. Don't mistake me. Self-discipline isn't a straitjacket that binds you like iron to a to-do list and a schedule. It's a map for your personal goals and desires that include everything from that project you'd like to put off forever to that vacation you can't wait to take. It's the strength and ability to accomplish anything you wish for. From now on, you'll be the master of your activities, instead of letting them master you. All peak performers, whether they're in sales, management, athletics, or any other career, have a high degree of self-discipline. It rarely comes naturally, Most of us have to learn it. With self-discipline, you'll become a legend. Without self-discipline, you'll live a life of mediocrity. Nolan Ryan has been one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball. His retirement was due when he was scheduled to face the best team in baseball, the Oakland A's. Not only did this decrepit senior citizen finish the game, he pitched a no-hitter. His achievement was the first by a man of his age in baseball history, and it was probably the biggest no-hitter among the 6 in his career. Is this ability due to an innate power that nobody else possesses? Hardly. Ryan himself is quick to admit that without developing his ability, he would have gone quickly from who's who to who's he. His self-disciplined training regimen includes a vigorous weight training schedule that would leave a younger player huffing and puffing. He also works out with a stationary bike and a water jogging program. This kind of work has given Nolan Ryan health and the ability to throw 100-mile-per-hour fastballs. Swimmer Mark Spitz is another so-called aged athlete who's using self-discipline to succeed where others have failed. Remember him? He's a swimmer who won 7 gold medals in the 1972 Olympics. And he was made famous in a poster posing with his prizes. He wants to win again at the 1992 Olympics in Barcelona, Spain. He's using self-discipline to focus only on the 100-meter butterfly event. And he thinks if he can hit his 1972 time, he'll make the team going to Spain, and he'll be going on to yet another medal. And he's doing this through intense training combined with strong self-discipline. But at 40 years old and 175 pounds, is it talent alone that Kerry Spitz? After 18 years of not competing, to say that talent will carry him to a win is like saying that the Detroit Pistons win because they're all nice guys. Each of these champions wins because of self-discipline. George Foreman has battled his way back to the top 10 in boxing. Baseball player Carlton Fisk had a batting average of .293 in 1989. Hockey player Gary LaFleur at 38 gives heaps of abuse to 20-year-olds on the ice. In short, they've learned to practice self-discipline. The foundation of that self-discipline is their ability to see themselves in the future, already achieving the goal they've set. They're about to hear what others say and do to them as a result of the hard work they put in. They can hear the roar of the crowd, feel the crack of the bat, and see the ball flying out of the stadium. Their ability to experience success mentally is what separates superachievers from those who are simply struggling. And you can do the same thing. You can actually practice this same skill by trying to imagine what your desired activities will be like this next weekend. Maybe gardening or a sport like golf. If you're driving, please wait to do this until you can give it your complete attention. See yourself teeing off on a beautiful green fairway. Hear the club connect perfectly with the ball. Listen to the birds chirping in the trees as you walk to your next shot. Feel the satisfaction of seeing the placement of the ball. This is the same technique superstars in all areas use to reach short and long-term goals. Virtually every business leader either uses and develops self-discipline or completely and utterly fails. You may not have heard of him before, but Donald Bren is among the top 10 richest people in America, and he's among the most wealthy in the world. Bren built his first house at the age of 25 with a $10,000 loan from the bank in Newport Beach, California. He went on to become the single largest landowner in Southern California, one of America's richest real estate markets. And even Bren has a unique vision of the future that helps him reach his goals. In 1983, he purchased prime Southern California real estate. His goal is to build it out in his lifetime. In his office, he has a model of each raw land parcel with buildings sitting on each as if it were already developed. Well, he's 58 years old now, and close to seeing his scale model become reality in life size. These self-made superstars also have an ability to look at objectives and break them down into step-by-step plans. They're able to plan out what they want, much like an architect is able to lay plans for contractors to follow in building a high-rise office building. Another technique you can use is to determine how you personally cope with the pleasure and pain of life, and how you respond to both emotions. These two emotions dictate whether you'll be able to sustain self-discipline. How you perceive each will have an impact on whether you'll be able to bypass discomfort and persevere to the pleasure of completing a task. Here's a quick quiz to determine whether you're pleasure or pain focused. Number 1, if you're in the middle of a project, will you spontaneously take time off to spend with a friend? Or will you reschedule time with your friend so that you can complete at least part of the project before you'll stop? Pleasure-focused people are easily distracted from less enjoyable activities in deference to more immediate enjoyment. Number 2, do you eat the most liked foods on your plate at dinner first? Or do you eat at least a little of everything without regard to what you like best? Pleasure-focused people are the eat the dessert first type of people who want immediate gratification. Number 3, do you work on a project only when you feel intensely guilty for waiting so long to start it? Pain-focused people wait to do things until the pain becomes too great to bear. They do a project or an activity only when the pain of procrastination is worse than the activity itself. Number 4, when you wake up in the morning, do you get up only when you hear a voice inside your head threatening you if you stay in bed another minute? Pain-focused people seem to be motivated by the fear of what may happen to them if they don't do something. They may go to work on time because they fear a reprimand if they're late. They don't see the pleasure of getting an early start on the day. Number 5, on the other hand, are you the type of person who goes to work at 7 a.m. so that you'll be able to get home to enjoy relaxing with your family, even if you're not a morning person? Many pleasure-focused people are mature enough to allow themselves to struggle a little with short-term discomfort so that they can experience much greater joy later. Number 6, have you ever done a mediocre job on something you didn't like so you could get to the fun parts more quickly? Some pleasure-focused people have trouble coping with the discomfort of pain, even for a little while, if it means postponing pleasure. If you find you're focused on both pleasure and pain, you're like everybody else. How you deal with pleasure and pain has a great bearing on whether you'll be able to implement self-discipline in your life. The success of self-discipline comes from not avoiding pleasure or constantly feeling pain, but from learning to organize your life so that you can control when you allow yourself to experience each of them. You can make pleasure and pain work for you to maintain self-discipline, and we'll talk more about each in depth. But first, here's a couple of simplistic exercises to help you organize both of these emotions in your life. Tomorrow morning, try doing the most distasteful job first. This should be the activity you've been postponing because it's uncomfortable, or it just plain isn't fun. Next, try eating the food you like least first at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What you're doing here is learning to avoid postponing pain in a practical way. Are there any other mundane activities that will help you practice this technique? Think about it. One of the ways you can deal with the pain that comes with changing to a more disciplined lifestyle is to see the pain in perspective. Many of us tend to think of self-discipline as a constant struggle in which we try to achieve and accomplish our objectives. The opposite is true. Those people with the greatest amounts of self-discipline possess the greatest enjoyment in life. They don't try harder. They try and succeed in ways that tend to reduce and even eliminate the painful feelings. The answer to this change avoidance dilemma is to reframe your perception of what self-discipline is. Reframing works much like a frame around a picture. A poor frame can make any painting look worse, just as a beautiful frame can make even a mediocre painting look substantially better. In some cases, the frame can look better than the picture itself. Reframing is built on the concept that there's no inherent good or bad in life. There's only your perception of it. The term reframe refers to your ability to take a frame of reference or perspective and reframe it into something that can support you. I once developed a friendship with an airline pilot. His frame was centered on his career path of flying. He connected everything he thought of to flying or something related to it. If he saw a news report about Paris, France, he'd talk about a recent trip there. If we discussed food, he'd bring up airline cuisine. Most people don't structure their thoughts to that extent, but we all see life in a way that limits or empowers us. My friend was limited in his frame, but has certainly served his objective of being a successful airline pilot. The way he framed the world made even the drudgery of his work enjoyable, because he saw the entire world as if it were made for flying. You can use this concept in developing a self-disciplined life. The key to reframing is to see the things and the experiences of your life that support your goals and objectives. Disregard the factors in these experiences that seem to be obstacles, or see them as opportunities to learn and cope. If you can do this, you'll have much more control over your life. This kind of approach is common to successful people. Their frame of reference is that virtually everything empowers them and brings them closer to their goals. Unsuccessful people are distracted and discouraged by negatives, and this frame is destructive to their lives. Two types of reframing, which will change your attitude towards the negative aspects of self-discipline, are content and context. Context reframing actually refers to your ability to take a negative situation and make it positive in another context. Sand in your shoes is annoying, but when it's turned into silicon, it's part of what makes up the microchip memory of a computer. Think of at least 3 challenges or problems currently facing you that might relate to your level of self-discipline. Write these dilemmas down and relate them to how they'd be beneficial if you had an objective they'd support. Here's what I mean. The 3M Corporation had trouble with the durability of one of their adhesive products. The company's goal was to sell more of it, but the durability problem made for a dwindling market. So one researcher used a reframe, putting just a little bit of adhesive on the back of a piece of paper. You guessed it, Post-its were born. Content reframing is a second type of reframing. This is changing what a situation means to you. A Christian looks at death not as the end of life, but the beginning of life in the kingdom of heaven. For a more down-to-earth example, take an entrepreneur who recently went bankrupt selling commodities in Chicago. He now has a successful business that consists of several busy hot dog shops. He describes his first business failure as getting an intense education in running a business. He won't be making those mistakes again. Think of the last time you had an important project to do. Maybe it was something like cleaning out the garage. It certainly takes a lot of discipline to do housework on Saturday. But here's how you can use your perceptions and your thought processes to make your mind work for you instead of against you. If you're driving, please wait until you're able to give it your complete attention before trying it. Try to get an image in your mind of what it would be like to clean out the garage. Do you see the messy garage as a large, imposing place that seems to intimidate you? Is the image dark? Is it depressing? Do you see yourself slogging through the job? Do you see it taking forever? What do you think would happen if you changed that image and saw yourself cleaning out the garage in a different light? What if you made the background of that image in your favorite color? What if you repainted that image to see your whole family helping and telling jokes as you cleaned? Would your attitude toward that experience change? You don't hate your house looking clean. You just hate the perceived pain it takes you to get it that way. If you could reframe cleaning the garage into something more enjoyable, you'd probably be more willing to do it. Does this frame seem unbelievably simplistic? Think of the last time you did gardening or another household chore. Didn't you avoid it for a long time, only to feel after you'd done it that it wasn't that bad? Maybe you even enjoyed it. So isn't the image of cleaning the garage worse than the actual reality of it? The difference between reframing and just being positive is the permanence with which the new thought lasts in reframing. If you use the visualized restructure that we discussed and replace your old negative memory with a new positive perspective, you'll be able to keep past events from limiting your future success. There's a way to reframe even your emotions and habits. The technique I'm about to share with you is based on neurolinguistic programming techniques first communicated by Grinder and Bandler. The theory goes that your unconscious is the real control of how you experience and perceive past memories and current events. And your unconscious also controls all sorts of habitual behaviors, so you can think about other things. For instance, you don't consciously think about braking when you come to a stop sign, so that you can think consciously about the scenery or people or conversation about you. Your unconscious protects your habits. even the habits that might not be completely good for you, the habits that sabotage your self-discipline. So you need to get in touch with your unconscious to get it to cooperate with your self-discipline goals. To do that, you first need to know what your predominant thought process is. This NLP system holds that people think and perceive things in 3 different ways, either visual, auditory, or kinesthetic. Visuals make sense of words by constructing or recalling images in their minds. If they can't make a mental picture of what you're saying, they may have trouble understanding your ideas. Auditories make decisions largely on the basis of how things sound. They often talk to themselves in order to understand a message. Kinesthetics, on the other hand, tend to react through a feeling mode. They get a gut emotion talking to you. They may feel hot or cold about you after just a few minutes. If you knew what systems you were using to perceive, could you be more self-disciplined? You bet you could. Here's a 6-step approach that focuses on your unconscious. It will help you reframe emotions, behaviors, and memories so they're more supportive of your goal to be self-disciplined. I'll go through them briefly, and then we'll go through them in depth. Number 1, identify the pattern of behavior or thought that you'd like to change. Number 2, since most of our habitual behaviors and thoughts are unconscious, the next step is to get a signal from your unconscious to help change the pattern. The way to do this is to make your mind go blank and then pose a question to which you're looking for a yes or no answer. Number 3, separate the difference between the background reason for the behavior and the behavior itself. Do this by using unconscious signals that come in answer to your yes-no questions. Number 4, create a new behavior more in line with your self-discipline goals. Use your unconscious to help. Number 5, determine whether the new behaviors are in line with the unconscious mechanisms guiding most of your emotions. Number 6, determine whether the new behavior fits in with who you are without inner conflict. Again, using the yes-no questions as a guideline in both cases. Let's go through the steps one by one, using the example of a woman who wanted to lose weight. In step 1, she identified eating habits as the behavior she wanted to change. Being thinner was the goal she consciously committed to. The second step in this process is to get a signal from your unconscious about this goal. It's possible to communicate with your unconscious if you know what to be alert to. The key to tapping into the unconscious is to think of questions with yes-no answers, and then pose those questions to your unconscious after first clearing your mind. The answer, negative or positive, won't come in a word, but you'll be able to understand if you know what to look for and if you know your predominant thought process. Here's where we plug in that information about the 3 thought processes. Some of the most common signals your unconscious will send you will be based in your strongest thought mode. If your most powerful mode is visual, then be passively aware of signals like images in your mind. Are those images dark, light, or small? The way your unconscious may signal you is in changing those images. It may make an image smaller or brighter, signaling yes. Some people even see a flashing yes in the mental picture as a response to a question. Auditory signals will likely be in the form of sounds. Beware of sounds like ringing or another background sound that becomes louder in support of something or quieter when there's opposition. A feeling signal would come in the form of a physical sensation. You might become aware that your fingers are tingling or your legs are warmer. You also might get a feeling in your gut about the question you're posing. All of these signals are common, but you may feel others. Just stay aware to any signals that your unconscious wants to use as you ask for yes or no answers to questions. The woman who wanted to lose weight might ask her unconscious if it supported her in losing weight. And then she needs to heed the answer. The way to get your unconscious to buy into this behavior will be discussed in a later step. First, we'll look at step 3, determining the background reason for the unwanted behavior. Again, tapping into your unconscious is essential when you're making this determination. Ask the question, and then be alert for the answers that come from the way your body is reacting. The conscious desire may be for a person to be thinner, but there may be a secondary gain to being overweight. When this woman asked her unconscious whether she had secondary gains from being overweight, She determined that her unconscious resisted losing weight because being overweight saved her from perceived pressure of dating. All of us have secondary gains for not being able to stay self-disciplined. The difference is the gains we get from being undisciplined. A way to ask your unconscious for help is to be sensitive to the subtle changes in your perception. Think of possible secondary gains that your undisciplined behavior might be producing, and then present the list in yes-no question form to your unconscious. The answers will be enlightening and very helpful in changing your behavior. Again, be sensitive to unconscious signals. Signals like warm or cold feelings, changes in the way you see pictures in your mind, or changes in the way you hear sounds. To get your unconscious to stop protecting you through this secondary behavior, you need to acknowledge what it was doing and thank it for that protection. Then you need to ask if there are other ways to protect yourself from the perceived threat besides the undesired behavior. Again, use a series of yes-no questions to learn these alternatives. In the case of being overweight, the woman might have asked her unconscious if she could protect herself from the pressures of dating by deciding not to date for a certain amount of time. Another question she could have asked is whether dating was really all that threatening. You see how it goes. It's sort of like a stream of consciousness list of questions in which one thing leads to another. But it will help you to get your unconscious on your side. And this is a powerful ally in your quest to become self-disciplined. In step 4 of reframing emotions, you must create a new behavior in line with your goals. Let's use the example of the woman who wanted to lose weight, but she found through her unconscious she had a secondary gain of doing just the opposite. A solution for her would be to eat less in general, but change her goal to losing less weight at first, say 10 pounds instead of 25. This way, her behavior still changes. Her goals are still met, and her unconscious has time to adjust to the new goal and behavior, supporting it more readily in the future, if she'd want to lose more weight then. Another way to do this is to ask your unconscious to create 3 new behaviors in line with your goal. Again, we'll go back to the woman who wanted to lose weight. Since her unconscious may have had a background reason for the unwanted behavior of overeating, she asked it to come up with new behaviors to help her slim down, while dealing with the secondary gains that prohibited this behavior in the first place. Be alert for any ideas that come floating through your conscious mind. In step 5, you need to make sure the new behavior is in line with your unconscious goals. The woman who desired a new body weight next tried to get a sense of the new discipline of losing weight in the context of, is this really what I want consciously and unconsciously? As she checked her unconscious by using the techniques we discussed, she also made a commitment to uncover new ways and techniques to take the weight off and keep it off. She then used the unconscious signals she previously accessed to try to get her unconscious to embrace the behaviors of losing weight. She asked her unconscious to generate the behaviors automatically when she needed them, protecting her this time from being overweight. Lastly, in step 6, she did a check to see if there were any other conscious or unconscious blocks to her self-disciplined goals. She asked her unconscious if the new objective of losing just a little weight to start was acceptable to her unconscious secondary gain requirement of having to cope with more attention from men. Once she'd done all these things, she was ready to work toward achieving her objective of becoming thinner. As an assignment, try to think of a goal you'd like to work toward in this program. First, make sure you reframe your attitudes about what self-discipline is and how it can help you. Next, use the 6-step process in committing yourself to working toward that goal. Only by working through these steps will you be able to successfully start toward a more self-disciplined life. Self-discipline is like Aladdin's lamp. It will grant you just about anything you wish for. All you have to do is know how to use the lamp, and we're going to show you how in this program. In this segment, we're going to look at the emotions of pain and pleasure more deeply and see what bearing they have on your ability to stay self-disciplined. Examining what you link pain and pleasure to can help you gain control of your life. If you can change those connections, you can change your life. You'll be living in a state of control rather than a state of reaction to pain and pleasure that developed in your senses with no conscious direction from you. Remember, self-discipline isn't self-punishment. It's self-conditioning. In this segment, we'll look at ways to change your associations so that you can use the two most basic human motivators, pleasure and pain. If your associations of pleasure and pain are out of line with what you want, you'll never reach your goal. But there are specific strategies to change those associations and help you achieve total self-mastery. We'll start by using it to deal with procrastination. Procrastination is so debilitating that it could sabotage virtually every rich reward life holds for you. Most of us procrastinate from time to time. Most of us also feel very guilty about it due to our perceived lack of personal self-control. There are many reasons for procrastination. The most salient is avoiding discomfort. This is a feeling of insecurity that you don't have the information to do the task and the illusion that the task will be a lot of pain or hard work. Or you might feel that there's no rush to get started since you have so much time to finish. Unfortunately, you also feel guilty about your procrastination. You probably heard in the past that procrastination isn't really a problem. You just need to do it. So if overcoming procrastination is that easy, why do we have this nagging feeling that there's something wrong with us if we can't control ourselves? Well, there's much more to procrastination than just doing it. The bottom line is, you need help in controlling the problem. Help you can get with the techniques in this program. Since procrastination is really a focus on the pain of a task instead of the benefits, why not simply restructure how you perceive the pain and the benefits? You heard earlier that the world's top athletes and business people use a technique to maintain their self-discipline in the face of discomfort. They can actually see, hear, and feel the result of a project before it is done. Here's a 3-step simple process for you to develop this skill. If you're driving, please wait until you're able to give it your complete attention before trying it. Number 1, make a visual, auditory, or feeling representation of your objective. Try to experience the result of the task at hand before you even start it. For example, try to visualize a clean garage. How much easier it would be to find things you need, park the car, or just get in and out of the garage. Or imagine your client's praise when you finish a thorough and well-researched report. Think about the pride you'll feel, or picture in your mind what you'll do with the money you make from completing the project. If a prospect's been avoiding you, try to see him welcoming you, happy to see you, smiling when you walk into his office. Does this put a new perspective on the future pleasure you will receive by starting and completing the activity? Here's a second step in concentrating on the pleasure over the pain. Try to intensify your perception of the good experience until you start to smile about the prospect of completion. If this doesn't have the impact you'd like, simply intensify what you see, hear, and feel. For example, if you're more visually based and you're making a picture of the completed activity of a clean garage, make it cleaner than ever. In fact, make the garage so bright that it's blindingly clean. That should make you smile, especially if you haven't touched it in years. The third step in concentrating on the pleasure over pain is to drop everything and start the activity immediately. You don't have to complete it, just do enough to get a good feeling about it. Straighten up one corner of the garage, then congratulate yourself for that. Write a cover letter or opening statement for that report, or look up the first bit of research you need, or call that client you've been putting off seeing. Practice these 3 steps to associate pleasure over pain with a goal, and eventually they'll become automatic. These associations are especially subject to your mood swings. So remember to take advantage of the pleasurable feelings you generate to carry you through the rough times. Remind yourself of how good you felt at completing even one stage of something when the don't want tos rear their ugly and often convincing head. This is just one of many of what's called cognitive restructuring techniques. With this, you can literally restructure your associations, moving a given activity from pain to pleasure. It may follow eventually that the activity itself will become less painful as well, if you remember to practice these techniques. Pain isn't the only thing that keeps us from being self-disciplined enough to avoid procrastination. Another obstacle we face in conquering procrastination is self-doubt. Maybe you think you might not have what it takes to do something. For example, a salesperson I knew doubted his ability to complete an advanced sales course. The program in question would have helped him increase his ability to sell to prospects in more affluent markets. He felt that if he wasn't able to enter and complete it successfully, he wouldn't be able to handle the rejections from his associates. He already doubted his abilities, and he wasn't willing to risk his self-confidence further if he didn't complete the sales course. His procrastination in taking this course significantly decreased his sales, since his home market was being eroded little by little. He admitted that if he'd done the training, he would have increased his income by $100,000 per year. So, as it often does, procrastination cost him money. You can use the cognitive restructuring technique we've already covered, or you can follow 4 basic steps to overcome the self-doubt that leads to procrastination. These steps will put you on the road to getting things done. These steps are plan, learn, observe, and engage. One of the most important ways that you block success is your failure to start a project. You've likely heard the saying, inch by inch, anything's a cinch. But the hardest part's the first inch. You can make that first inch easier if you sit down and make a game plan of the project you wish to complete. Suppose you had a presentation to give 2 weeks from today. Obviously, you wouldn't wait until the last day to start, or would you? In the most desirable situations, you'd first plan the major area of your talk. Think about the purpose and who you'll be speaking to next. Then plug in points that address each concern. Next, put in some humorous stories to illustrate your concepts. You'd write some notes about where you might need to look for additional information, as well as the amount of time needed to do that and when you'll accomplish that research. And you'd also schedule some practice time to actually give your presentation to someone as a sort of a dry run. This is easy in the context of a speech. But can you also see the benefits of planning and coping with procrastination? Once you start the process rolling by engaging in an activity as simple as making a plan, you'll find it much easier to complete the project. So start by making a plan of what you have to do, no matter how big and imposing the project, during your own downtime. Or if the project is important enough, you may want to schedule planning time for it. The next step is to learn. Write down what you'll have to learn in order to complete the project. In many ways, we're paralyzed by inaction because we don't know what to do to start a project. Recently, I was assigned the task of writing a series of articles for a major magazine. I wasn't as familiar with the topic as I would have liked, so I planned out the project. I highlighted the areas in which I needed more information. During the next few weeks, I found myself talking to many people about the topic, and even talking out loud to myself about it on my way to work in the morning. I spent time researching the issues I was confused about. In the process, I noticed that most of my fears about not knowing what to do had simply evaporated. This is a side benefit of planning early. If you wait to start any part of your project until the day that is due, your mind won't be able to automatically solve problems for you. For example, if your objective is to repair some plumbing in your house, you may be procrastinating because of a lack of knowledge about how to start the job. A good source could be nearby. You might go down to your neighborhood hardware store to ask questions. It's amazing what people in hardware stores know. The next step in dealing with the self-doubt you face in completing a task is to observe. The next time you think about a project, observe how you feel about doing it. If you feel a lot of fear or discomfort about a project, use the restructuring technique I discussed earlier. Look at your feelings and emotions as if they were under a microscope. Take a step back, and you'll be more in control of those feelings and emotions. Observation and planning are great for working on projects like a new marketing technique or painting the house. But what about the feelings that keep you from arriving on time to appointments and cause you to avoid balancing your checkbook? Get a sheet of paper and list diversions you're using to justify your procrastination. You may be giving yourself mental diversions that add credibility to your procrastination. For example, you may put off making an appointment with your dentist, justifying it by saying that you have too much to do right now. Your mental diversion might be that making that appointment would be too much of a hassle. The truth might be that you're uncomfortable making the appointment because you think it might be painful. But the benefits of taking the action are just as clear, and they're also much more beneficial in the long run. That brings us to step 4 in overcoming procrastination caused by self-doubt, and that's engaging in your goal. The most productive achievers work a little each day on important projects, even if it's just opening the folder to review what they've done so far. If you mentally engage yourself in doing something with a high degree of frequency, there's absolutely no way you'll be able to put it off for long. Engaging in an activity means that you're just trying to start the activity, knowing that once you start a small part, it'll be easier to continue. Have you ever put off doing yard work? You might say to yourself, I don't have time to do the whole yard, but I'll just sweep the driveway since it's halftime and I've got 10 minutes before the second half of the game starts. As it turns out, once you're engaged in the activity, it's not so bad. And the next thing you know, you've got half the yard cleaned up, and you're thinking about bringing the TV outside so you can finish up while you watch the second half of the game. You see, you get swept along by the power of completion. Your mind carries you along to what you see as most favorable. You just need to get over the gate and open it up so that the good feelings flow. Even if you don't really want to do the activity, spending just a few minutes isn't as uncomfortable as spending an hour or more. When we start an activity, it's natural to try to complete it. This week, write down at least 2 projects you've been procrastinating on. Apply the plan, learn, observe, engage strategies to deal with them. Then secretly thank me for the extra money you'll make as a result of using them. Besides procrastination, another way that we sabotage ourselves in leading a self-disciplined life is through what's called avoidance behaviors. Avoidance behaviors are all the things we do to avoid feeling discomfort. Some of this discomfort shows up when we have to do certain tasks. For example, a salesman might avoid making cold calls, or a secretary will avoid asking for time off if she believes the boss will say no. Here are a couple of questions to determine if you're using avoidance behaviors. In the last couple of weeks, have you shuffled paper around your desk instead of making an important phone call? Have you had long coffee breaks in your office knowing that you had an important project to do? Have you spent time in the middle of your business day reading mail, knowing that it would be much more efficient and effective to read it in the late afternoon or even during lunch? If you said yes to any of these questions, you're probably using avoidance behaviors. These avoidance behaviors are actually symptoms that you may be experiencing a number of fears. They include the fear of rejection, the fear of looking foolish, the fear of failure, or the fear of success. By the way, all of these fears are learned behaviors, learned from your parents or peers. All of these fears are instilled after birth. You're actually born with only 3 fears: the fear of loud noises, the fear of falling, and the fear of the IRS. It's also important to realize that you've spent a lifetime learning other fears and that they're truly irrational. An irrational fear would be going to a very good client's office who asks to meet with you. Your immediate thought is that he wants to book some business. As you walk into his office, he's visibly upset over bad service and says, I'm going to give you 2 orders, get out and stay out. Since he's your biggest client, would you feel psychological panic over losing this business? If so, you're suffering from psychological fear at its irrational worst. Yes, it might be rough to lose his business, but it's not the end of your life or the world. You can recover from this kind of setback. On the other hand, a very rational fear is if the good client reaches for an axe or a gun and says, get out and stay out. This fear is what psychologists call the fight-flight syndrome, which means if you don't make tracks quickly, you'll very likely suffer not only psychological, but physical pain. Unfortunately, irrational fears are one of the things that keep people from starting a project in the first place. And as you might guess, this totally destroys self-discipline. For example, people with a very high degree of irrational fear probably would never take the risk of actually becoming a salesperson. They wouldn't want to risk being rejected. They think if they were rejected, it would be worse than never trying at all. For some people, rejection is risky. But once you learn to risk rejection, you learn it's not as devastating as you might first believe. We did a study years ago and discovered that out of 100 people tested, 95 experienced rejection at least once a week. The other 5% lied. So the first irrational fear we'll examine is that of fear of rejection. Think back on the times you've experienced rejection. Yes, it might have been embarrassing. Yes, it might have put you in a bad spot with someone or some project you were working on. But when you think about it, wasn't there a lesson to learn in almost every case of rejection? And remember, not everyone who rejects your idea or action is rejecting you. Many of them simply want to help you to learn a better or more effective way to do something. Write down 3 experiences in which you've experienced rejection. Then list the good things that come from these experiences. Every time you find yourself acting to avoid rejection, pull this list out and remind yourself of the benefits of learning from these experiences. Another technique which will work well to decrease the negative power of these fears is to access how these fears are represented in your mind. Then change them. In most cases, these fears conjure up pictures or sounds or feelings of negative events and consequences. For example, a salesman recently told me that he doesn't like face-to-face prospecting with professional business people because of the intense fear of rejection he feels. It's so debilitating for him that he totally freezes up when he's in front of this kind of prospect. When he first called me, he told me he felt panic at even the thought of entering the building of one of these prospects. I taught him to picture himself in a movie theater, seated in the chairs. He was the only one in the theater. I told him to see himself on the screen in a movie, acting out the troubling experience. After he watched the experience unfold, he then played it backward, as if he were rewinding his video player. Then he played it forward again, but this time he put music to it. This background music was his favorite relaxation music. This time, he also increased the speed of the movie. When he got to the end, he again played it backwards, making it appear to be a comical slapstick routine. Try this technique. Fear is only as powerful as its representations in your mind. If your representations and memories of the feared experiences carry no imagined consequences, they lose their impact. Fear of rejection hurts self-discipline because it hinders behavior that will take us toward a desired goal. If we're worried about a prospect telling us no, we don't make the call in the first place. If we think our product proposal will be rejected, we don't present it. If we're concerned that our spouse won't go for our plan of redoing the living room, we coast along saying nothing. Have you ever been in an argument with your spouse or anybody else and reached an impasse? Sometimes a walk outside dissipates the tension to break the impasse. The reason this works is that you're changing the physiology with which you allow yourself to experience the emotion. This is a classic pattern interrupt. Try this exercise. Think of a time when you were last rejected by someone. What did that feel like? It could have been a pretty woman you wanted to ask out, or maybe your boss turned down your request for a raise. Do you feel the anxiety? Now immediately stand up out of your chair and walk around for a few steps, maybe down the hall or around your house. If you're listening to this in your car, you might turn your car radio on for 1 minute to a heavy metal station. How's that for an intense interrupt in emotions? Anxiety takes a lot of concentration to maintain. If you can't be attentive to your fear, it goes away. The obvious suggestion is that if you feel that one of your fear patterns is interfering with the discipline you need to control your emotions and accomplish something, interrupt it. Do something different that throws the pattern off. Let's look at the fear of looking foolish. We human beings have a very great desire to look sharp, competent, and capable in almost every situation. It seems as though the older we get, the greater our desire to look competent at any cost. Often, when I speak to groups, I ask how many have no fear of looking foolish and thereby don't suffer this as a roadblock against a successful lifestyle. There are always a few who raise their hands and say it's not one of their fears. I ask those people to picture themselves in this situation. They're taking some clients to a very expensive swank restaurant. In the middle of that wonderful, sumptuous dinner, the person with no fear of failure goes to the restroom. As he leans up against the counter in that restroom to wash his hands, he accidentally spills some water on his trousers about waist level. I then look at the audience attending and ask if he has no fear of looking foolish. Then why would he pull his pants up to the air dryer for 30 minutes until it dries? Then he walks back through a 5-star restaurant to his clients. To make matters worse, he's been trailing tissue on his foot since he left the restroom. Would he feel foolish then? This usually generates a roar from the audience. Yet the fear of looking foolish is such a debilitating fear that it truly blocks virtually everybody from even starting a goal. A way to deal with this fear is to first prepare yourself for it. If you recognize that it may be occurring in your life, it won't have quite the impact causing you to avoid it. You might use the movie theater exercise to reduce the strength of this fear in your life. Another self-sabotaging fear is your fear of failure. It's one of the most common fears you'll ever experience. It's also one that will stop you from ever really adopting a self-disciplined life. Fear of failure sufferers have the greatest difficulty pushing themselves to achieve even goals they're sure they can attain. But first, here's a couple of questions to determine if this is one of your fears. Will you work harder to keep from failing than you will to win? If so, you could be suffering from the fear of failure. If you work harder to keep what you've got than you will to get something better, you also may be facing self-sabotage from fear of failure. Fear of failure, more than any other fear, causes people to become mediocre. This fear prevents people from ever starting to work toward a goal because they know that the risk of failing is worse than the victory of success. It's a worse degree of pain than the wonderful pleasure of success. Their attitude is, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Someone who's learned to control his fear of failure has an attitude that says, you don't have to be sick to get better. There are several characteristics of fear of failure people, and some of those involve money. People who have learned to control their fear of failure look at money as being a resource with which to achieve objectives. But fear of failure victims look at money as a security blanket. They look at cash as protection that they should never lose, rather than a resource they should invest to acquire what they want. Fear of failure people are constantly running scared. They look at failure as complete devastation. These are also people who usually won't take a risk. Fear of failure people often have the attitude, I don't want to set goals. The idea is that if you don't set a goal, you won't fail. If you don't declare to anybody what you're working toward, you'll never lose. A great way to deal with the fear of failure is to use a technique called progressive collapse. This is a technique in which you imagine yourself going through the steps of a total and complete collapse. For example, if you finally decide you're going to enroll in a diet therapy program and decide it would be difficult to risk failure, you think of all the bad things that could happen. You would first say to yourself, if I didn't lose the weight, then I'd feel upset. You'd then hear a voice inside your head say, what then? Well, then I'd be depressed. What then? Then I'd probably be irritated with myself. What then? Then I'd probably eat more. What then? Then I guess I'd eventually try another weight loss program. It's a lot to think about, but by carrying this to the extreme, you're suddenly faced with the reality that the worst that could happen isn't all that bad. In fact, it's not as frightening as you thought. Usually, the fear of failure is based on the horrible stories you've heard from other people and then have exaggerated out of proportion in your mind. You've generalized a nightmare that's not based on reality. Progressive collapse forces you to put your future into a reality perspective instead of a nightmarish past illusion. While there are many, many self-sabotaging fears, one of the most insidious and confusing is the fear of success. Have you in the last couple of months felt that you have been complacent? Do you think that you may have plateaued in your career or personal life? Here's an example of the fear of success. You're on the 18th hole, the last one to putt. If you can sink this 1-foot putt, you may just win that Michelob Light. But as you position your golf club, you suddenly realize that if you can sink this one, you'll win. You've never won before. You start wondering, why am I ahead? They're better golfers. I wonder what's happening. If you have no fear of success, then as you tap the ball, why does it go past the hole, rolling all the way down to the clubhouse? This is a very good example of self-sabotage due to the fear of what success might be like. Speaking of golf, Yogi Berra once humorously said that 90% of the putts that are too short don't go in. Another roadblock to self-discipline is a psychological no man's land called the comfort zone. Many speakers and authors have discussed this, because it certainly indicates whether you'll be able to change your life and grow. Recently, psychologists have discovered that many people make within 10% of the income of their best friends. Think about the friends you had 10 years ago versus today. Even though you've retained friends from a decade ago, do you tend to do more with the friends that have resources and socioeconomic status more in line with yours? This isn't to say that you're an elitist, but you do tend to pick friends more in line with the kind of person you'd like to be. The reason for a fear of success is usually a result of the way you were brought up. Your socioeconomic status as a child has a great degree of influence on how you behave as an adult. I often come in contact with people who tell me they don't really enjoy formal dinners. Men don't like to wear tuxedos because the clothes make them so uncomfortable. They refuse to be that pretentious. What they're very likely saying is that they're uncomfortable being associated with that type of people, not necessarily dressing up in a tuxedo. A salesman recently told me that he seemed to be limiting himself to making about $40,000 a year. When I asked why he wasn't growing in his career, he mentioned that his father was a teacher with a master's degree, but was making only about $25,000 a year as an instructor. This salesperson had no college degree, and in fact only had a high school graduation certificate. Yet he felt so guilty about making more money than his father that he sabotaged his income potential. As in all these fears, the symptoms can cause you to destroy your self-discipline habit. The fears of rejection, failure, and success are sand traps in the self-discipline golf game, keeping you from achieving and realizing the gifts of self-discipline. The fears that I have discussed have an impact on you through the avoidance behaviors they lead to. These avoidance behaviors have very little impact on you if the fears have no meaning in your life. You can accomplish this by linking more pleasure to the activities about which you feel the greatest fear. For example, if you fear speaking in front of a group, that fear wouldn't have as much impact in your life if you had the expectation that you were going to have fun. The fear only has impact on you if you have an expectation of a painful consequence. You see yourself stuttering, freezing up in the middle of a speech, or getting rejected by the audience. But by changing your picture of a bad speech into an image of an audience laughing and taking notes when you make your presentation, the fear has no meaning. Take a few moments now and write down things that you know you should do but haven't. This could be anything from pruning trees to doing a performance review. Next to these items, write down the expectation of discomfort and pain that's contributed to your procrastination. If you really think about the activity, this should be an image you might have of hours of drudgery or time spent away from your family or anything else that you see as painful. Next to that, jot down the pleasure you'll receive as a result of completing the task. This could be financial rewards, praise, or even a sense of pride from having done something that you were very proud of. Linking pleasure to self-discipline will pay off richly for you in helping to achieve great things. Linking pain to anything ensures that you will try to avoid it like a contagious disease. So you need to find the pleasure in the task at hand and concentrate on that, not the pain. You can't talk about self-discipline in a vacuum. It has to be related to a specific goal. And your ability to be self-disciplined depends on the pleasure or pain you associate with certain activities. In this section, we'll learn specific techniques to change your associations and use positive, pleasurable associations to develop self-discipline, no matter what your goal or task. Back in the late 1970s, I worked with an insurance company in an effort to help managers select and recruit salespeople. It quickly became apparent that many of the managers I worked with had great difficulty developing their salespeople into superstars. To combat this problem, I discovered a very unique and interesting technique to help the salespeople dramatically increase their production. Unfortunately, it took 3 weeks of very intense effort, more effort than some of the salespeople were used to. Out of the 100 people with whom I worked, only 25 increased their sales. The rest left the company to go on to other careers. I was startled by this development. One by one, I interviewed the sales producers, making sure they were willing to buy into the program. I also let them know that the initial hard work was only for a couple of weeks, and after the first 3 weeks, their job would actually get easier than before they started the program. In interviews afterwards, I discovered that many thought that the extra effort, frankly, just wasn't worth it. They not only lost interest in the company, but decided selling its product was no longer motivating. This is a very good example of the difficulties many people have in changing themselves to become the people they want to be. Most marriage counselors and psychotherapists understand that about 60% of all marriages will end in divorce within 10 years. What they don't tell you is that the divorce rate in second marriages increases to 75%. It's only during the third marriage that divorce rates decrease to 38%. But a lot of this dilemma entails self-deception. The attitude is, I don't need to change, it was her fault. He needs to change, not me. How you perceive yourself is very likely the most important part of self-discipline. That belief in who you are or what you want from your life usually has a bearing on the level of motivation you'll feel. Many behaviorists believe in the unifying definition of human behavior. All behavior is defined by motivation. Everything we do in life is to receive a reward or to avoid punishment. I said this to an audience once. A woman raised her hand and said, "That's not true. I'm a United Way volunteer." I replied that she was a United Way volunteer because she found it personally rewarding. Another husband jokingly mentioned that he doesn't get upset with his wife anymore because he wants to avoid punishment. That runs very closely to what psychological researcher Rollo May finds as parallel to this definition. The more anguish you feel in your life, the more motivated you are to avoid that anguish. Dr. May believes that anxiety is actually good because anxiety makes you do things. If you have enough anxiety, then you'll be much more motivated. The problem is that when people feel too much anxiety, they become paralyzed. The anxiety prevents them from accomplishing anything. One reason why many people have a great deal of difficulty staying disciplined once they've set a goal for themselves is that they initially get excited and then become demotivated. For example, they may start graduate school after years of being out of college. Then they see themselves working on weekends, not being able to watch their favorite soap opera, staying up until midnight studying, and missing bridge parties with friends. That in turn makes them feel anxiety. And then they sit at home not wanting to move, simply to avoid that anxiety. So on the one hand, the anxiety helps motivate us to start, but then the anxiety starts to set in and pushes us away. This is a classic pleasure-pain association, which very often keeps you from achieving. I once scheduled a Saturday computer class for myself at a local junior college. I knew months earlier that my marketing director scheduled me to do a speaking engagement in Hawaii on a Thursday. I could have left for home on the following Friday, easily making it in time for the class. The anxiety of needing a certain computer system in my office pushed me into actually signing up. As the time grew closer for me to go to Hawaii, I realized I didn't want to leave to come home on Saturday. So the anxiety of cutting short a tropical trip paralyzed me from acting on the goal of the computer class. So in this case, self-discipline was thwarted by this pleasure-pain problem. In a way, pushing yourself to feel pleasure causes you to overcome a painful experience. For example, if you're like me, mornings aren't exactly an energetic time. I wish I could jump out of bed as soon as the alarm clock rings, but I often lay there for 5 to 10 minutes listening to music. On the days where something exciting is about to happen, like playing tennis, speaking at a conference, or going someplace with my daughter, I usually bound out of bed as soon as the alarm clock goes off. In this case, I use pleasant feelings to help me accomplish an unpleasant task, getting up. One of the reasons we lose self-discipline is because we focus too much on the pain that's inherent in staying with a game plan. Yet by thinking more about the results of the pleasure of accomplishment, that pain's diminished. We can even eliminate it and replace it with pleasure. People who have problems with self-discipline are those who struggle to move away from bad feelings. Psychologists call this aversive conditioning. This is a type of habit or behavior that's formed by experiencing pain or fear. It leads people to want to avoid another experience of that sort. For example, if you've ever been thrown off a horse, there's a chance that you've been conditioned never to ride that or any other horse again. You've learned that pain comes from being thrown and generalized that all horses could potentially do the same thing to you. The same thing is true of objectives you set for yourself and used self-discipline in trying to achieve. If you've ever been on a diet and failed, you may have been aversively conditioned never to try again. If someone's ever ridiculed you about not being able to stay on a diet, the pain of that experience may preclude you from at least telling anyone about the diet in the future, including your spouse. On the other hand, a few people use pleasant emotions to maintain self-discipline and tend to feel better about themselves in the process. This is the classic push-pull of pleasure and pain in achievement. We think of how bad things will be if we don't do them. And when we're in the middle of a project, we think how nice things will be when it's completed. A manager recently told me that if he could just motivate his salespeople, profits would skyrocket. You have to realize that everyone is motivated. People are either motivated to sit at home in the evenings watching soap operas or sitcoms, or they're motivated to read a book or work on painting the living room or a myriad of other objectives. Being motivated is not the issue. Restructuring objectives and working towards them with self-discipline is what motivation is all about. A friend of mine had a goal of making 10 sales by the end of the month. He put off acting on that goal until the 15th of the month because of his anxiety inherent in avoiding it. When he finally started, he immediately thought of the money he'd receive in commissions and worked even harder. His self-discipline increased as well as his enjoyment while he was working. This is an example of the approach avoidance struggle which can potentially choke self-discipline. But there are ways of maintaining self-discipline permanently. You remember I earlier mentioned that people act in response to either reward or punishment. Yet, many people simply become frustrated because they aren't able to achieve and stay with plans they set for themselves. Have you ever set a New Year's resolution of losing 5 pounds within 2 months? On one hand, this doesn't seem like an extremely difficult goal. Yet without the motivation to stay with a plan, self-discipline simply falls by the wayside. You become disappointed and frustrated with yourself, and if you fail, you'll very likely lose self-esteem. If you start concentrating on all the projects you haven't accomplished in the last couple of years, you'll become very disappointed with yourself very quickly. Yet think of how easy it would be to maintain self-discipline if you made those efforts more enjoyable. Is there a way of coping with the pain of self-discipline? You now know that there's a great likelihood you'll try to avoid a certain activity in the future if past pain has aversively conditioned you to it. Dieting is one of these painful activities for many people. Nutritionists say that the average overweight person goes on 1.5 diets yearly and tries more than 15 times to lose weight between the ages of 21 and 50. Most fail. Stanford researchers report that most overweight people don't seek professional help, and those who do often drop out without losing much weight. The reason for this is simple. They're unable to continue the program because of the pain involved in trying to stay on a plan, especially if the plans failed before for them. And Stanford researchers have added a new twist to an already sad story. Surveying a 10-year period of medical treatment for obesity, they calculated the percentage of patients who lost significant amounts of weight. No more than 25% of the patients lost as much as 20 pounds, and no more than 5% lost as much as 40 pounds. The researchers said that those who lost the weight often gained most of it back within a short period of time. The reason, again, is the pain of staying committed. If dieting was easy, lots of people would overeat during the winter, then diet for the summer every year. Losing weight is tough for most people, but it doesn't have to be. The answer lies in self-discipline, and learning to change the way we perceive the pain and pleasure of dieting or any other challenge we accept. The first step is learning how to measure your own discomfort and pain. The way to do this is called SUDS. SUDS means Subjective Unit of Discomfort Scale. This scale measures the amount of discomfort you feel during the pain you may experience when you try to be disciplined. If you look at the SUDS performance sheet included in your album, you'll see that it's broken down in numbers grouped by 10. These numbers at the bottom of the sheet measure the psychological discomfort or pain you might feel given a certain activity. You can use any number between 1 and 100. A 1 means the level of discomfort you might feel lying on the couch on a Saturday night, listening to classical music, drinking tea, or a glass of great California wine, talking with your spouse or significant other about what a wonderful day it's been. On the other hand, 100 might be the discomfort you might feel when a group of 99 Hells Angels passes your car just as your horn gets stuck. Get the message? Was that 100 for you? If you felt your anxiety go up with the chuckles, your SUDS scale went up as well. The problem is that if your SUDS level goes up, you'll feel the effects of anxiety, discomfort, and psychological pain. Contained in this program is a discomfort reactive dot that will tell you your SUDS anxiety level right now. This dot reacts to the changes in temperature that your body makes in relation to the relaxation or discomfort you feel. Obviously, since this dot reacts to body temperature, the outside temperature needs to be between 70 and 80 degrees. If your SUDS level gets to 45 or above, or if your dot color is higher than green such as brown, yellow, or black, you'll start feeling the effects of discomfort and psychological pain. You might feel forgetful, get clammy hands, experience shortness of breath, or get sluggish. So it follows that you'll avoid the events that bring on these emotions. Events like putting down that cigarette, eating only a few low-calorie vegetables for dinner, or making that phone call to an irate customer. If your SUDS level is below 30, you're experiencing too much pleasure to actually push yourself. But if your SUDS level is above 45, you'll experience too much pain. If your SUDS level or dot is 30 to 45, or deep green, your SUDS level is actually aiding you in giving you just the right mixture of pleasure and pain, helping you to perform at your peak, using self-discipline in getting things done. The question is, how do you get your SUDS level to a level which helps instead of hurts you? And how do you find the answer to the question, especially when you're trying to do something that makes you feel uncomfortable? The answer lies in 3 techniques which I'm going to show you right now. The first technique is creative association, and it's something you should do when you're able to concentrate on it fully. If you're driving, wait to do this one until later. Look at your dot color right now and remember it, because you're going to change it in a matter of minutes. Discomfort and emotional pain tense you up and create anxiety when you think about events that have been negative for you in the past. By utilizing this technique, you can literally bring your level of discomfort down at will. Think of yourself right now on the top of a staircase with 10 steps leading down. As you take each step down the staircase, you'll inhale and exhale each time you move to a lower step. While you do this, you'll feel yourself relaxing more and more. Your hands and legs will even start to tingle. When you get to the bottom of the staircase, I want you to put yourself in a different scene. This time, think of yourself sitting under a beautiful tree, lush with leaves. Imagine yourself so relaxed that you actually fall asleep for a short time. You might stay there for a few minutes. When you're really relaxed, you'll feel a slight feeling of floating and muscle relaxation. To come out of this state, see yourself at the bottom of the staircase again, this time going up only 3 steps. With every step, take a breath in and a breath out. With every breath, you'll become more aware of the things around you. After the 3rd step, open your eyes. You should be very alert and very aware. Now look immediately at your dot. The color should have changed from one that indicated pain and discomfort, like brown, yellow, or black, to a color that indicates relaxation or comfort, like green, blue, or a combination of the two. You can use this exercise anytime you feel your SUDS levels going up. You might wear your dot for a day or two and see how your work and activities affects your SUDS level. Then you'll know when you need to be prepared to relax, using exercises like this to be more effective in tackling any task. This whole exercise should take you no more than 5 minutes, and probably even less time. But after you do this, check your dot. Did it go to a color like green, blue, or purple? A color that indicates lower discomfort? If so, you've just learned how to condition yourself to become immune to discomfort. Whenever you feel the discomfort of pain associated with trying to achieve self-disciplined goals, use this technique and you'll feel decreased discomfort. One of the easiest ways to bring down psychological discomfort is something called progressive massage. The best place to do this is at the base of the neck, in the tops of the shoulders, and where the spine meets the head. That's typically an area where stress shows up, and when you eliminate stress here, you eliminate stress in your mind. You might ask your spouse or a friend to give you a massage, or you might even give yourself a little shoulder rub. It doesn't have to take a long time, just long enough to help you relax. This too will reduce the discomfort level you feel associated with a given task. Another one of the techniques you can use to achieve pleasant emotions is called a resource circle. It's an invaluable technique which will allow you to concentrate on using the most powerful part of your mind. Simply concentrate on a time or an event in which you are completely successful. It could have been winning in a sport, or giving a brilliant speech, or even receiving an award. In your mind, draw an imaginary circle on the floor or ground next to you. Next, try to access that past event in all three of the sight, sound, and feeling modes we discussed earlier. Try to see the event, hear the sounds around you as if you were there, and get the same feeling as if it were happening right now. When you believe you're as close to reliving it as possible, take a step into that imaginary circle. Then step out and repeat the exercise, recalling the event as it sounded, looked, and felt. Okay, do it again without recalling the three senses. Just step right into the circle. You should be able to immediately access that winning experience just by stepping into the circle. After you do this, you'll also find that your discomfort dot will go down to a more relaxed color. This occurs because you can't feel confidence and anxiety at the same time. When you concentrate so hard on the discomfort of what you have to do, anxiety and discomfort block you from your inner resources. But this technique will put you at your highest level of resourceful power. Use it whenever your SUDS discomfort level is above 45. That's where you'll experience discomfort and pain that lead to anxiety. If these emotions are too high, they'll work against your self-disciplined efforts to be confident and resourceful. This is an extremely powerful technique. The next time you feel yourself focusing too much on the pain of an activity, draw that circle next to you and step into it. I spoke to a lady recently who told me she felt horrible that she was overweight. Her patience and self-discipline had come to an end. She was trying to stay self-disciplined, but she felt weak. She looked at her dot and noticed her discomfort level was at 65. She remembered the resource circle technique. She previously established the circle by remembering an award she received in school for having the best attendance record in her class. She'd also previously associated that circle with her award. She mentally drew her circle on the ground and stepped into it. Not only did her SUDS level go down to a peak performing level, but she was able to reach inside herself and pull out strength she didn't know she had. Here's a 3-step technique that will help you develop your own resource circle. If you're driving, please wait to do this until you can give it your complete attention. Number 1, think of a past experience in which you were very successful. Number 2, try to experience it again, representing it in your mind by remembering the same sights, sounds, and feelings you had when it happened. Number 3, mentally draw a circle on the ground. As soon as you re-experience the winning event, step into the circle. Try this a few times to make sure that the associations are strong. If you don't feel the same powerful emotions again just by stepping into the circle, go back through the 3 steps. This technique will help you to get past the pain and focus on the best mixture of pleasure and pain and helping to keep self-discipline intact and strong in your life. I use this technique to win a difficult match when I played on the Grand Prix tennis tour. In tennis, there's a term called being match tough. This refers to an attitude that winners have that they're good enough to win. And it's important because tennis is 25% ability and 75% mental toughness. Most of the greats win because other people beat themselves. This is true especially at the club level. In Munich, Germany, I played a phenomenal opponent who was able to take me out of my game. He made me play a backcourt rally game instead of my favorite serve and volley game. The reason he was successful was because the clay court slowed me down. I wasn't able to get to the net in time to volley his returns off my serve. I was in great shape, but for some reason, I wasn't moving and playing as well as I knew I could. After losing a set, I applied the resource circle technique. I remembered a match I played my first year in college. I was at a private club in La Jolla, California, playing a professional fresh off the tennis tour. He was ranked in the top 100 in the world, and I was scared to death. I wound up winning that match, and I realized for the first time I could beat the best. I really was match tough. Just before my next serve against the difficult opponent in Munich, I remembered the ecstasy of that win years earlier. I heard the people around the court cheering and applauding me when I won a big point. I remembered how invincible I felt during the match. I remembered seeing my shots go where they were supposed to, and the club pro saying I'd be a great player one day. When I got to the height of that memory, I stepped into my own circle in my mind and into an imaginary circle next to the service line. Then I stepped out and back in to make sure the association was intact. When I served hard and accurately, I knew it had worked. I found new strength and agility in my body. I launched myself into the net just as my opponent made contact with the ball, and I easily took a shot and volleyed it away from him for an easy winner. I was able to change my game because I changed my inner attitude. You can do the same to be a winner in anything if you use these 3 techniques. These techniques will help you deal with the push-pull of pleasure and pain in staying disciplined. Take a few seconds now and concentrate on the things you learned in this section. Pay special attention to the aspects of the pain that keeps you from maintaining self-discipline and the pleasure that keeps it going. You should stay acutely aware of your SUDS level as a way to measure especially the degree of discomfort and pain you're feeling right now. Also, use the resource circle that can help you pull up more power from within to maintain self-discipline. To see how effectively this technique will work, think of 3 things you'd like to be more self-disciplined about. Try applying the resource circle techniques and changing your level of personal power in maintaining self-discipline. With the information we've covered in this section, you'll be able to go beyond the pain of self-discipline. You'll be able to use the techniques you now know to discover the pleasure of setting out to do something and doing it. And the saying, success breeds success, is especially true where your self-discipline is concerned. Everything we think, do, or say is learned. We learned how to behave as children by receiving meaningful rewards for exhibiting particular behaviors. To make the changes we want to help maintain self-discipline, it's important to understand the structure of habits and how they can be formed and modified. It's also important to understand the way pleasure and pain influence the way we form habits. Our tendency to avoid punishment and seek rewards is the prime psychological motivation for everything we do. Every habit we have was formed as a result of our desire for reward or avoidance of pain. We work for rewards that include such things as money, recognition, or status. We jog because it feels good or because it gives us firmer bodies and more endurance. We're polite to people because we want them to be polite to us or like us. We try to avoid things that punish us or leave us with negative feelings. In short, we usually try to avoid pain, whether it's parking tickets or an argument with our spouse. We follow traffic codes to avoid tickets. We make right turns only when we're supposed to. We park only in designated parking areas. We drive carefully and obey state laws and rules of the road because we don't want to be fined if a policeman happens to catch us breaking the rules. Using rewards is the most effective way to develop new habits or modify old ones. But ironically, most people use punishment to get themselves and others to do what they want. Punishment can be effective, but it also causes resentment and ill feelings. So in this segment, we'll look at rewards and punishment and how you can use them to develop your self-discipline. You can see the drawbacks of using punishment when you look at the way children with extremely harsh parents turn out. This kind of treatment can lead children to grow up to be social dropouts, seeing everyone older than them as the establishment, people to be challenged and contradicted, not people from whom to learn new information for living. Children from punishment-oriented homes end up resenting and distrusting not only their parents' authority, but authority of other adults in society. The value of rewards shows up early in our lives. First, it was in small things. For instance, your parents might have thanked you for making your bed or picking up some toys. They may have expressed pride in your grammar school achievements or showed up at your athletic events. They may have set up regular playtimes for you, provided homework was done by a certain time. And your parents helped you develop these habits by giving you these rewards only after you'd performed a certain task, like making the bed, picking up your room, or doing the dishes. Your parents probably didn't think of it, but what they were doing was using a technique called behavior shaping. It worked for us as children, and it can work for us as adults. To stay self-disciplined, we can use behavior shaping on ourselves. And why not? Others use it on us all the time, consciously or unconsciously. I'm even open to a little behavior shaping. After I give a seminar presentation, the attendees might line up to thank me. Their response rewards and reinforces whatever I've said during that program. If I told a story during my presentation that they compliment me on, the chances of my telling the story again are very high. My attendees are shaping my speaking behavior by complimenting me and thus rewarding me with praise for the things they like. I shape it myself by repeating comments that they responded to favorably. They might also decide to punish me by telling me they didn't like a certain part of my presentation. Their punishment serves to make me analyze that portion of the program and make changes, or perhaps decide not to tell a particular story at all. Here are 4 ways to shape your own behavior. We'll go over them briefly, then in detail. The first behavior shaping technique is to apply a reward to a specific behavior. Second, you can withhold a reward linked to a certain behavior. Third, you can apply punishment to a specific behavior. And fourth, you can consistently use the process of rewards. Here's an example of how to apply these techniques. First, using the reward. Let's say you're trying to avoid eating between meals. It's hard to be self-disciplined about this because the food itself is rewarding. You have a lot of trouble resisting, so you make a deal. If you stop snacking for a week, you'll reward yourself with a new dress or sports coat. Withholding the reward would work along the same lines, except you withhold the reward. Let's say you know the bills have to be paid by the first of the month, but you never make it. Your utilities have been shut off because you've been late so often. And it's not because you haven't got the money. It's that you haven't got the discipline to pay them on time. So you make a deal with yourself that if you don't pay the bills on a regular schedule throughout the month, you don't get to watch the news on TV, which you really enjoy. Of course, if you don't pay the bills and your electricity gets turned off, you won't be able to watch the TV anyway. Punishment is the third way to develop self-discipline, despite its obvious drawbacks. Suppose you need to study for a class an hour each night, but you never get to it. You might punish yourself by making yourself do an hour of yard work for every hour of studying you have to make up. It's sort of a double whammy. Remember, this is not the most effective way to develop self-discipline. The fourth and most effective way to develop self-discipline through rewards is to consistently apply and withhold them. Doing a self-disciplined activity once isn't enough to establish self-discipline. You must be consistent for several weeks to make behavior-shaping work. And even if you apply these options and you're on the way to conquering inner challenges, there are outer challenges to deal with as well. Society has a definite impact on all of us and the way we seek rewards. We're all being slowly conditioned and manipulated by society every day. And our response to these controls is manifested in habit patterns and processes that we all act out. It's true. Now, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Please complete the following sentences. Try it, if you said like it, you've been conditioned. Here's another one. Ask and you shall. If you thought receive, you've been conditioned to respond with the rest of a particular phrase after you hear a few words. 2 and 2 equals. Even though your response to this simple equation may appear to be from memory, it's on the tip of your tongue, and you've been conditioned to have an immediate response of 4. Here's another one. 7-Up is the un. If you said cola, you've been conditioned by television and other factors in the outside environment. All your responses are examples of habit patterns. In most cases, you've learned these habit patterns subliminally. You're not consciously aware that you're even learning them, and they've become reflex, like the way your knee jerks when the doctor hits it in the right spot. You might resent this development or be a bit surprised by it, but it's not all bad. Without habit patterns, life itself would be very complicated and challenging. Habit patterns help you make routine decisions easily. When you get home after a hard day's work, you don't stand in the doorway trying to decide what you should do first. Your habits help you walk in, take your jacket off, sit down, and read the newspaper without having to think about it. Habit patterns are important because they help keep us productive. Without habit patterns, we'd be confused much of the time. Just consider the time we'd lose if we had to stop and decide what to do first, second, and so on in the morning routine, whether to go to the bathroom first or put on our slippers. Think about your own morning habits. Consider how awkward and confusing it would be to do them out of the sequence you've established over the years. Try this for fun tomorrow morning. Put your socks on first instead of last. Bun your shirt or blouse from the top first or bottom first, opposite of normal. And feel the discomfort of going against your normal habits. Habits help us function smoothly in our lives. They help us lead productive, predictable lives. Habits tend to prevent confusion. But we can also have bad habits. And that's the unfortunate part, because habits, good or bad, are extremely tough to break. The whole process of changing or modifying habits is one of the most difficult things you'll ever do. The process of change causes stress and thereby causes discomfort, either in the form of anxiety or depression. One of the reasons most of us don't stick to our New Year's resolutions is basically because of the anxiety we feel when we try to change our habits. But hang in there, because developing good habits to take the place of less effective habits is the key to maintaining self-discipline. And we now know how to deal with the pain of change, so we're a big step ahead in the game of changing habits. When I played professional tennis, for example, I had a very smooth, very accurate backhand. But it wasn't always that way. When I was learning how to play tennis at the age of 5, I had an enormous problem learning both the forehand and backhand. And at the ages of 8 and 9, I remember hitting with my backhand, sometimes as long as 2 or 3 hours a day. At a young age, that's a lot of practice. But after about 2 to 3 months of hitting my backhand and practicing hard, I found that something called muscle memory came into play. I didn't have to concentrate on getting my racket low, leading with my shoulder, moving into the ball. All those things came very naturally without my having to even so much as think about them. In time, just like muscle memory, habits tend to become entrenched. How are habit patterns formed? To answer this, you need to know a little about human behavior. As we said earlier, human behavior results from rewards or punishments we receive. All of us tend to seek rewards and flee from punishment. If you had a girlfriend or a boyfriend who was very appreciative of you, very complimentary and affectionate, you'd want to be around that person often. You may buy her or him things to indicate you like her or him. You may be as nice as you can be to that special person. If this person told you what a jerk you were whenever you made a mistake, or was constantly criticizing you, you'd probably try to replace the person within a very short period of time. When the person was complimentary or rewarded you, she or he caused you to feel more accepted and closer in the relationship because you seek rewards, just as you seek to avoid punishment or people who punish you. Rewards can be non-existent, consistent, or intermittent, deferred, or immediate. Non-existent rewards are fairly self-explanatory. Consistent rewards are rewards that come on a regular basis. Intermittent rewards are random. You never know for sure when they'll come. Deferred rewards come at some time in the future. And immediate rewards happen as soon as you perform a desired action or task. Rewards that you give yourself on a regular basis are best in helping you develop self-discipline. This means that every time you do something, if it's rewarded, it will increase the chance of you doing that thing again. Just think how wonderful it would be if every time you did a good job in your office, someone recognized it and told you how much they appreciated you and your work. Would that make a difference in how you felt about your job? But more importantly, wouldn't it increase the chances that you go the extra mile and try harder to do excellent work in the future? If you use consistent rewards in maintaining self-discipline, it'll work the same way. In real-life applications, intermittent rewards are prevalent in places like casinos. Slot machines are one of the most addictive vices around. One reason for this is that when we use a slot machine, we're rewarded when 3 oranges or 3 lemons come up on the slot machine window. The machine gives us 10 times the amount of money we put in the machine. The slot machine doesn't reward us every time we put another quarter in, but perhaps every 10th, 20th, or even 100th time. This intermittent reward is enough to keep us playing that slot machine. You always feel the next time will be your next big win. Receiving what's called an intermittent reward keeps us gambling. In fact, in many cases, it leads to a habit. If you see a slot machine and think you'll try it just once, chances are you'll keep feeding coins in the slot. You can test the power of intermittent rewards on your family or business associates. Try to pinpoint a behavior that occurs in a certain person several times a day. This could be your secretary typing a letter, or your spouse talking to you after work. Randomly reward these people when you see this certain behavior, but don't do it every time you see it. You might reward them with smiles or attention. If you do this every 3rd, 4th, or 5th time you see the behavior, you'll see these people acting to get your attention again. You'll be a human slot machine of sorts, and they'll want to put the money in to get the good feeling of winning. Some people even enlist helpers here. One woman was developing a walking program where she'd walk a mile every morning. Once in a while, her husband would meet her at the door when she came in with flowers, or a kiss, or a special breakfast. She never knew for sure when it would happen, but the possibility of it happening was strong enough to keep her going. Immediate rewards are the most common way of changing behavior. They're like behavior magnets, as we try again and again to gain a reward consistently. I'm sure you've worked with someone who acted like he or she didn't believe in rewards. He didn't ever praise you for your work, and in fact only approached you with feedback when something went wrong. But honey works better than bitters. Here's a twist for you. The quicker you receive the reward, the greater the effect it will have over your behavior. Think about the games you play at the carnival or the county fair. They cost $1 a shot, and you have a chance of walking away with a prize. But how likely would you be to take your chances if your prize was to be mailed to you in a few days? We do things to get immediate rewards, like getting a point every time we win in a tennis game. We also work for deferred rewards, such as the revenue yielded by a financial investment after a year or two. We usually get deferred rewards in our society, but by themselves they have the least impact of all the rewards in helping us develop self-discipline. To be most effective, You need to use deferred rewards in conjunction with more regular rewards, say to reinforce something like a paycheck. These deferred rewards could come in the form of a bonus at the end of a year or a plaque recognizing your work on a certain project. The way you can use deferred rewards is to give yourself a dinner with your spouse, a movie, a show, or a weekend in a nice resort after you've reached certain goals for a week. If any of the rewards are a cake, then deferred rewards are the frosting on the cake. And you need to determine what rewards hold the most pleasure for you. What rewards will be the most motivating? To do this, look at the worksheet included in your album labeled Rewards and Reinforcers. This includes a list of all the things you might feel are treats, rewards for your self-disciplined actions. Take a moment now and check which ones appeal to you. Also, fill in on the blank spaces on the bottom any activities you want to add to this list. There's a psychological rule called the Premack principle that says the things you see as current rewards will have the greatest influence over shaping your future behavior. So think about what you enjoy most right now, and write it down on the sheet if it's not already there. Next, go to the column labeled Importance. On a scale of 1 to 10, rate the importance of the activity to you. 1 would not be as important, and 10 would be very important. This rating is critical in effectively using rewards to develop self-discipline. Only those activities that you rate at 5 or above are really useful in compelling you to do things. The next column is that of measurement. This is the amount of time you spend doing an activity. This is important because the time it will take you to do an activity will help you chart whether you'll use it as an immediate or deferred reward. Obviously, you wouldn't take a trip every weekend to reward yourself for doing something that week. But you might do something like take a long walk as an immediate reward for a certain activity. Finally, there's the frequency column. How often do you do this certain activity? Again, this has a bearing on whether you'll plug in a reward as deferred or immediate, and it will help you decide what reward will be the most effective in reinforcing desired behavior. Take a few moments now to fill this sheet out. You'll find it very useful in developing your own personal motivation plan. You can use this knowledge to develop your own self-discipline. First, make sure your rewards are consistent and immediate. If your reward is to read part of a book after you've picked up the house, then do it. Don't go on working around the house. If my daughter cleans up her room because I promised her 25 cents, she'd be more motivated to do it in the future if she got the reward right away. The more timely a reward for a given activity, the more likely we are to repeat the activity, and the more likely it is that the activity will become a habit. That's because we basically tend to do activities which give us the most immediate rewards. For example, if you bought your spouse roses, and as soon as you presented them, you received a kiss, you'd probably do it again. But if you presented the roses, and it was a week or two before you heard how nice they were, you probably wouldn't buy roses anymore, or at least you wouldn't do it very frequently. A lot of us avoid doing things which give us deferred rewards, like starting a new business. Businesses usually have an initial startup period of about 2 years. One of the reasons most people don't make it in business is because they don't maintain enough self-discipline to wait for rewards like high income, freedom, and less work, because it takes so long to get these things. They've made the mistake of only setting the goal, establishing a business, without planning the steps to get there, the work they must do to get the goal, and the appropriate rewards they might receive along the way. Salespeople usually intensely dislike prospecting or digging up new business on the telephone. If the salesperson receives an immediate reward, however, such as eating a piece of his or her favorite candy or fruit or some other treat after each phone call, these calls become less of a chore. They also are much closer to becoming a habit, because making the phone call is rewarded by receiving a piece of candy or fruit. A salesperson I worked with a short time ago at a major stock brokerage company hated prospecting. In fact, he disliked it to the point that even though his business was close to failing, he still would make either referral calls or cold calls. I asked him what he liked to eat. He told me he enjoyed bananas. So I got the idea of linking the reward of one small piece of banana to every phone call he made. He told me that about a month later, after using the banana as a reward, his cold calls and referral calls increased 150%. Every time he made a cold call, he'd give himself a small piece of banana. So he was really working for the bit of fruit. Nonetheless, he still was able to associate a pleasurable experience, such as eating the fruit, with a non-pleasurable experience like the phone call. Making the phone calls began to be much more enjoyable. If you want to cause a behavior to become a habit, reward yourself for the behavior after you do it. Figure out something that would be a small treat, maybe a phone call to a friend, a piece of candy, or a sip of juice. Then use it, no matter what the activity you're seeking to establish might be. If we can do or promote a certain behavior, such as arriving on time consistently for 3 to 4 weeks, it will become a habit. But new behaviors must be done on a regular basis. This is what will make self-discipline a habit. Habits will help make self-discipline automatic. Bad habits are much easier to start than they are to break. In fact, some very prestigious psychological researchers say that habits are never really broken, that we just put new habits in their place. Doing anything repeatedly for 21 to 30 days is really all it takes to put a new habit in place. For example, I enjoy reading very much. It's also crucial to my business. But I usually find it difficult to take the time to read. To encourage myself to read, I reward myself usually in the evening with small sips of root beer, which I enjoy very much. This root beer acts as a reinforcer or a reward. I give myself this root beer for every page I turn. After a 21-day period, I expect to develop a habit of reading nightly, and I expect to continue to read nightly even without the root beer. The best way to change or modify our habit patterns is to use a reward-based conditioning technique such as the one I've been describing. A habit is eliminated if you receive punishment for it. If you received an electric shock when you put your key in the front door of your home, it wouldn't be long before you'd use the back door. It's very difficult for a behavior to become a habit or stay a habit if you receive no enjoyment when you do it, or if you're embarrassed or reprimanded when you take part in it. Punishment doesn't help form habits, but it helps break them. For example, think of speeding down the highway in your car. This is extremely dangerous and not very fuel efficient. But many people enjoy driving very fast. In time, this behavior of speeding becomes a habit. In fact, you soon would probably feel that driving slow is boring and not at all enjoyable. You find the habit of speeding to be enjoyable, exciting, and just a lot of fun. Fortunately, the habit of speeding is dealt with very effectively by highway patrol officers. They punish you by using techniques like giving you traffic tickets and sometimes being very demeaning and condescending when they talk to you. Eventually, when you go see a traffic court judge, you're punished with a fine. If you find it especially fun to speed and ignore the fine, the punishment you get, then if you're caught again by a highway patrol officer, you're what's called a repeat offender. What authorities really mean by this is that you're not responding well to punishment, and they deal with you by imposing more punishment, that is more money, perhaps even jail. They give you tougher and tougher punishments, hoping that your habit of speeding will be eliminated. But punishment is really the least effective of all the behavior shapers. It's a much better idea to use rewards to elicit new behavior. Consider two things. Number one, are you spending too much time punishing others, your family and friends, for inappropriate behavior instead of rewarding them for appropriate behavior? Number two, are you punishing or rewarding yourself? Punishing yourself can be as devastating as having somebody else punish you. In 1978, when I was on the Grand Prix tennis tour, I frequently, in the middle of a tennis match, would berate myself because of bad shots I was hitting. I was punishing myself because I didn't like the way I was playing. But when I was in Monte Carlo in Europe, I was able to play the number 3 rated tennis player from Argentina. We were playing on a clay court surface which I wasn't used to. Being from California, I was used to a fast serve and volley on a hard court surface. Every time I missed a ball, I'd say to myself, "You idiot, can't you do anything right?" And every time I'd miss, I'd berate myself more and get more angry and more upset. But as you might have guessed, the more angry I became at myself, the more upset I became, and the worse I did. There tends to be a snowball effect until you finally do exactly what you predicted. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It worked for me. I was losing. But then I decided to change tactics. In the middle of the second set of a 3-set match, I stopped punishing myself for my bad shots. I began by giving myself a sip of water every time I hit a winner. I'd go to the sidelines very briefly and take a sip of water and then go right back onto the court. While this was a bit irregular because it slowed down the tennis match, I found that by giving myself rewards or reinforcements, my confidence was built up. But I also played better. I started congratulating myself. I started giving myself encouragement for the good shots that I made, while just ignoring the bad ones. And in the end, I won. You can do the same thing when you find yourself punishing yourself, which also causes self-esteem and effectiveness to plummet. Catch yourself when you're berating yourself. Stop yourself. Put a rubber band around your wrist, and every time you criticize yourself, snap the rubber band. That's not to say you should avoid changing the way you do things, or that you'll always be right. But what you need to realize is that you'll get a lot farther if you talk to yourself positively than if you talk to yourself negatively. For instance, if you miss a deadline at work, a tendency may be to berate yourself and tell yourself how bad you are. Snap the rubber band, which is a very useful pattern interrupt. This stops the self-punishment. Then replace the negative talk by saying, I know I can turn things in on time, and I will the next time. What can I learn from this situation that will help me to do this? I have the ability and the desire to do it. You can also learn a good lesson here about how to utilize self-discipline. After this tennis episode, I learned the power of verbal rewards, even if I was the one giving them to myself. I began congratulating myself for good shots, even in my practice sessions, and it worked wonders in helping me stay on a self-disciplined game plan. And you can do the same thing in whatever you're trying to accomplish. You can increase your performance and productivity if you take the very simple action of rewarding rather than punishing yourself. You can do this to build confidence in yourself instead of telling yourself how bad you are at doing what you want to do. The foundation of self-discipline really rests on strong self-esteem and self-confidence. It's important to understand basic human behavior, habits, and habit patterns before you can ever attempt to make any changes in yourself. But once you understand them, you're holding one of the keys to lock into strong, unwavering self-discipline. In this section, you'll learn how to gain goals and a purpose that will help you develop self-discipline. You'll also learn how to take the things you believe in and make them tangible objectives you'll be able to work toward. From this, you'll be able to structure a self-discipline program for yourself to achieve anything you want. Since you're listening to this, you're probably a peak performer. You've likely also set goals for yourself, goals that were especially evident when you started out in business. But over time, you may have slipped a little. You let the daily demands of living and doing business move you off your mark, subtly, unconsciously, but it happens. You slowly forget about the basics that everyone needs to be successful. Goals are the reason many people succeed initially. I'm sure you've heard of the studies that involved Yale University graduates years ago. The research showed that the 3% of students who set goals for their careers achieved more financial success than the remaining 97% of the class who failed to plan. What can we do specifically to achieve goals? The answer lies in being smart when you set them. Most people fail to consider the 4 keys in getting goals. Number 1, be specific. Think of tangible or intangible specific goals you can work toward. These must be things that are measurable. Another test of a good goal is whether you will know when you have reached it. If it meets these criteria, then it's a goal you can work toward instead of frustrate you. Number 2, be willing to sacrifice to achieve them. As with every goal, you must work hard to achieve it. If your goal is to read a book each week, you're going to have to reduce activities in other areas to reach that goal. It might be to watch less TV or take public transportation, but you have to make changes to accommodate your goal. The real question is, are you willing to work for it? Number 3, schedule for the medium and long term. This basically means that you should know what you want 1 to 3 years out and after 3 years. Having a long-term plan will help you get a better sense of what you want your short-term goals to be. And number 4, work toward the short-term objectives. Put your effort into achieving those short-term objectives. Let's go over them more in depth. The first step in setting your goals is to be specific when you write them down. When I consulted in the late 1970s with the New York Life Insurance Company, I asked a salesman for one goal that would motivate him. He said, to be happy. I told him to write down 3 specific achievements that would make a contribution to his sense of happiness. He said a 560 SEL Mercedes, $100,000 in liquid investments, and to be home at 5 p.m. daily so he could play with his kids. You need to identify your most important goals and be specific. To be successful is a goal that lots of people identify, but success is different to everyone. You need to take some time to think about what's most important to you and then find specific words and phrases to describe it. The second step in successful goal setting is to be willing to make changes to get what you want. You don't have to see them as sacrifices if you use the reframing technique we've already discussed. If you want to save to buy a sailboat, you'll either have to work more effectively to make more money, or you'll have to change your spending habits in other areas. It's all a matter of choices. Think about your goals and realistically think about the impact working towards those goals will have on other areas of your life. If you face the trade-offs now, it will be easier to follow through and maintain your self-discipline later. The third step in successful goal setting is to schedule medium and long-term goals. First, make your goals long-term and big. A long-term goal is one that you plan to reach from 1 to 5 years away. You might write down, I want to complete my college education in 5 years, or you could write down, I want to be a top-level manager in my current company in 5 years. These are the specific, tangible dreams. The fourth step in goal setting will help you maintain the self-discipline to meet your long-term goals. This step is working backwards and setting short-term goals. Those who are best at setting objectives work their goals by the day, if not by the hour. In the late 1970s, I played one of the best tennis players in the world. His name was Guillermo Vilas. At his prime, he won an unprecedented 39 matches in a row. When I played him, he used one effective tennis court strategy on me. It was called clean my clock. Vilas was a clay court baseliner in those days and seemed virtually unbeatable. He told me his game had greatly improved. When he first started on the pro tour, he set objectives for tournaments he'd enter, and these objectives might cover a 3-year period. He then set a 1-year schedule of matches he'd have to be victorious in to win those tournaments. Next, he would work his plan down to his training schedule for that month, week, and even by the day. He knew the weaknesses and strengths of every major player on the tour. He trained hard to strengthen his own game, and he also worked to capitalize on his opponent's weaknesses. Goals are attainable if you apply self-discipline to achieve them, and they can help you reach things you've never dreamed possible. The bigger the goal, the better. There are no unrealistic goals, only unrealistic time frames. Big goals bring out the best in you. And even if you don't successfully achieve every goal, you'll go farther than if you'd set a goal that was too easy for you. You perform best when you stretch a little. One way to maintain your self-discipline with your goals is to carry them with you and look at them every day. You might set aside a few minutes every day to review your goals to keep them constantly in your mind. In this way, you can evaluate your behavior and make corrections to ensure that you're acting to meet your goals. You're also consistently reminding your unconscious of what you're working toward. You may be thinking, if I only had a goal or purpose, I could use these ideas. But since I don't know what I want, it's impossible for me to focus on achieving goals. Your dilemma possibly could lie in the area of the things you value in your life. The degree of belief we have in our values has a great influence on whether we achieve goals or even whether we use self-discipline in that quest. You've heard before that goals are critical and necessary to keep us disciplined. But in setting goals for yourself, you need to get in touch with the life values that you hold. Here is a partial list of values that I'd like you to review. Listen to this list, then pick 3 or more of these and write them down on a piece of paper. As you do so, remember that you'll be creating a purpose or goal for yourself in which you'll utilize self-discipline. You may even wish to rank them in terms of importance. Number 1, reputation. How important is it, and what will you do to create a good reputation for yourself? Number 2, success. Success is important, but at what cost will you pursue it? How far will you go to become successful? Will you do anything? And does success to you have to do with business, finance, or personal relationships? Number 3, honesty. Think about your daily interactions and the part honesty plays in your dealings with yourself and others. Number 4, physical fitness. Do you think this is important? Do you do something every day to be fit? It could be walking, running, or taking a bike ride. Number 5, personal beauty. To you, is beauty just looking pretty, or is it personality also? Number 6, professionalism. Do you work at being professional in your work or personal life activities? Professionalism isn't just being good at something. It is also growing and learning as much as you can. Number 7, intelligence. Do you have book smarts or street smarts? A combination of the two make up intelligence. What will you do to gain intelligence? It's not simply a matter of books or school learning. There are lessons all around us if we simply open our eyes and ears to them. Value number 8 is power. There is personal power and position power. Do you work to achieve this? Many wealthy people care less about the dollars and more about the power that wealth brings. Think about it. What kind of power is the most important to you? Number 9, money. If there ever was a value that seems to drive people, it's money. But how much does it mean to you? Look at what you're willing to do to get money. Number 10, status. Do you care about your place on the social ladder? Or doesn't it matter all that much to you? What if you could use status to help others? Would that make a difference in the way you feel about status? Value number 11 is that of honor. This has often meant a great deal to military men throughout time. But how much does it mean to you? Do you work to gain the respect of others? Do you act on your values no matter what? Number 12, generosity. People who are generous give not just of their possessions, but of their time. Is this important to you? Number 13, ability to nurture. Is taking care of somebody important to you? Many people act out their nurturing emotions on animals, treating them much as they would another human. How do you feel about this? How does it exhibit itself in your life? Number 14, personal honor. Not everyone would know if you were honorable. But if this is important to you, you would conduct yourself honorably, whether others were aware of it or not. Even though this is a very short list, rank these values or others that you can really hang your hat on. You can do this by looking at how you behave every day. And you can also examine your daily behavior to see where it strays from your values. Once you've ranked these values in order of importance, you'll learn to structure a life purpose and goals for yourself. But first, remember that your values should take the highest priority in your life. The values that you live by are, to a large extent, directing your behavior, thoughts, and activities. Once you have a handle on your values, you're ready for the next step of discussing a purpose for which you'll be able to assign goals in living the self-disciplined life. The technique of gaining purpose is called chunking. Basically, chunking is a computer term that means to break concepts into smaller sections or bits of information. For example, breaking the category animal into a smaller section might be to chunk it down into marsupials or fowl or even rodents. Chunking down from a machine might be to make it into a car or an airplane or even a computer. A chunk up means the reverse. It basically means to take something from a specific category to a general one. To chunk up tape, we might think of it as plastic or petroleum-based goods. To chunk up anxiety might mean that it would be generalized into psychological discomfort. Chunking is a very good way of gaining insight into what goals can be gained from your specific values, even if they seem a bit intangible. For instance, take the value of generosity. It sounds like something rather intangible, doesn't it? But a man named William Lyon has made it a value that is definitely something you can reach out and touch. And you can touch it in the form of the Orangewood Children's Home. Lyon is a successful developer in Southern California. So you might think one of his values is to acquire land and money to build more and more properties. Yet one of William Lyon's highly ranked values is generosity and philanthropy. In fact, he gives individually more than $250,000 a year to one single charity, and that's the Orangewood Children's Home, a home for molested and abused children based in Santa Ana, California. His value is generosity, and he's chunked it down to a very tangible action of making huge contributions of money, and then chunked it down again to make the recipient the Orangewood Children's Foundation. If a key value for you is attractiveness and beauty, and you were to chunk down that value, it might be translated into becoming a beautician. And translating it even further, you might chunk down to enrolling into a 2-year cosmetology program in which you'd learn how to design hair and learn beauty secrets. I recall years and years ago, one of my very important values was fame and status. When I was 14 years old, I went with a friend of mine to a Herb Alpert concert in the San Diego Sports Arena. In the late 60s, this trumpet player and the Tijuana Brass were among the most popular musical groups in the nation. When I stepped into the sports arena, I was shocked to see at least 1,000 fans packing the seats. As I sat there, I became obsessed with the thought that I never again wanted to be just an unrecognized face in the crowd. I wanted to walk into a huge group of people like that and have everyone recognize me, or at least be recognized as a VIP. It's interesting that many years later, many of my goals of writing books and speaking around the world have been focused towards gaining more recognition. Even though, if you asked me face-to-face now if that was an important value to me, I'd probably tell you it was ranked very low on my list of priorities. You see, your values stay with you and you act on them unconsciously, even if you don't think about them every day. This is where self-discipline becomes easy. If you know your values, you'll be able to act and set goals in line with those values. The conflict and discomfort in reaching those values will be minimized because what you're working for is what you really want, your heart's desire. You can use your values to reach your goals if you follow the techniques I'm about to share with you. First, take a moment now and think of at least 3 of your values. Chunk them down into actions you can take to achieve something you'd like to accomplish in line with your values. By the way, your values don't necessarily need to be chunked down into a career path. For example, if one of your key values is to become a professional person, you may be able to make a couple of simple life adjustments to achieve that. A medical doctor who wants to become more professional may decide that he wants to take a couple more classes about small business to improve his practice. Someone who thinks that stamina and physical fitness are key values may not wish to become a fitness instructor, but may simply choose to practice 20 minutes of jogging in the morning or evening. These are certainly not career paths, but still have a very important impact on your life. Goals are important, but your values are the bedrock foundation for your goals. If your values are shaky, your goals will be unsteady as well. Any goal that's in direct conflict with your values simply won't be achieved. And the way to approach a task that you want to avoid is to see what completing it will do for your goal and your value. For example, say there's a report that you really don't want to do, but one of your values is to maintain the respect of your superiors. The report is important to your immediate supervisor. So doing the report would gain your supervisor's respect. More importantly, if you don't do it, your superior would surely think less of you. So do the report, remembering that it supports one of your values each time you get the feeling you don't want to complete it. However, don't expect this to work if your goal conflicts with your values. Many philosophers have suggested that it's very hard to keep disciplined when your goal is in direct contrast with your values. When goals or values are opposed, there's a lack of discipline. This is one of the reasons why it's so important for you to assign yourself goals that go hand in hand with your values. In setting your goals, use chunking to make sure that your values are not in opposition. For example, if your job is a mutual fund manager in charge of making lots of money for yourself and shareholders, possessing a value of generosity will be directly opposed to being a good fund manager. It would be better to decide what generosity means to you. What can you do to practice more generosity? Is there a career in which you could practice this value? Maybe you could apply your investing talents on behalf of a charitable foundation. In this way, you can see how a value like generosity can be broken down into a specific career path in order to practice it. In a recent poll, 52% of all executives said if they'd known early in their careers that they'd be doing their current job, they'd never have started the career in the first place. This is an example of those who go for a job rather than search their values for what they want, and then try to find something in line with what they think is important. I've said a lot about pleasure and pain, and how these two emotions affect discipline. There's a very interesting connection between values and goals and these pleasure-pain emotions. One of the things that may bring you the most pain is, again, when your goals are in direct conflict with values. You may, as others do, feel a deep need to get to work at 7 or 7:30 a.m. Yet if you constantly arrive later, you may be underscoring the fact that you don't really enjoy the work that you do. So there's pain associated with getting up early and going to work. Or maybe you'd like to sleep more than you'd like to get to work early. If you've told somebody that you care greatly about them, yet don't listen to them when they're talking, you may be dishonest with them and yourself about your level of affection for them. The resulting conflict may cause you pain because it goes against your values of honesty, nurturing others, and sincerity. But another value might be self-centeredness. So work to identify which values are most important to you, then adjust your behavior accordingly. A company that touts its generosity, yet cuts employee benefits capriciously, may make workers distrust its values. If you're a part of a company like this, you may not work as hard as you might if you were treated with care. It may become a chore to perform at your best, and you may get uncomfortable when managers push you to achieve. The company values themselves may make you uncomfortable. The pain may even grow into resentment for working at a job which demands more hours than you want to work. Pleasure, on the other hand, may be closely related to inner values that fit hand in glove with your goals. If you do what you enjoy, it's often because you value it highly. For example, we've all heard about starving musicians. These artists are willing to do whatever it takes to hone their craft and perform their music because they enjoy it above all other things. It doesn't make starving more comfortable, but their choice is clear, and they're willing to live with their choice. So far, we've discussed values, goals, and goal setting. We've discovered why they're important in giving a purpose to your life. We've also learned about the technique of chunking, a way to turn values into behavior. Now we've come to a way of streamlining and focusing goals to allow you to achieve. This process is called outcome generalization. A goal can be defined as an objective you set for yourself to acquire by a certain date. An outcome, on the other hand, is a result that you desire defined in specific terms. These terms will outline the outcome as you'll be able to perceive and understand it when you've finally achieved it. If this sounds like motivational gobbledygook, keep listening. It will become very understandable and concrete. Outcomes are really goals that are very clear and finely tuned. I once heard the difference between goals and outcomes defined by psychotherapist Jeannie Laborde. Goals and objectives are like a pencil box that has been newly opened. Outcomes, on the other hand, are the same pencil sharpened and ready to use. Here are 5 steps in utilizing and creating outcomes for yourself. Number 1, focus yourself towards a tangible result. Number 2, be very positive in how you plan for your outcomes. Number 3, sense and perceive the way you will feel when you achieve your outcomes. Number 4, make sure your outcomes fit neatly with the outcomes of those who are important to you. Number 5, make sure that your outcomes clearly incorporate short and long-term accomplishments. Let's go over these one by one so you'll understand how to apply them in your life. First, you need to focus on a tangible result. If your goal is to become rich, your outcome is to set a very specific amount of money that will make you wealthy. If that goal is to make a six-figure income, then the outcome might be to make an annual income of $101,500. If your goal is to have a better family life, your outcome would be to spend at least 3 hours per day talking or interacting with your wife and kids. If your goal is to become educated, the outcome might be to achieve an MBA in business within 3 years. The second step in achieving outcomes is to be very positive in the things you want. I heard one divorced parent say, "My goal is to make sure that I keep my ex-husband from gaining custody of my child." Yet a very positive outcome would be to say, "My goal is to make sure my child has a consistent and stable home life. I think I'm best equipped to give my child that kind of life." I hope you see the difference. One outcome can be very destructive since it focuses on pessimistic or grim consequences. Another kind of positive outcome helps us work toward a common good, an outcome that other people will share in. When others hear about what we're working on in a positive light, they try to help us achieve our goals. This is a part of the magic of outcomes. People gravitate towards helping others if they believe in the outcome. So keep your outcomes positively framed. Thirdly, we must be able to perceive emotionally when we've achieved that outcome. Well-known researchers in language, neuroprocessing, and psycholinguistics have been instrumental in discovering the different ways people think. If you're familiar with a concept entitled neurolinguistic programming, you probably already understand some of these differences. Bandler and Grinder especially have postulated that people think in 3 different ways. Those differences entail sight, sound, and touch. Sight-based people may be much better at remembering visual information. They may use phrases such as, "I see what you mean," "It looks good to me," "It's clear so far," and so on. Hearing-based people may be much more interested in and concerned with how things sound. They care about the pitch, tone, pace, and rhythm of the events in life. Feeling-based people, on the other hand, live by their gut. They care more about how they feel than what they see. These are the sort of people who may buy a product in the first few minutes based on a general feeling they have that the seller is trustworthy and the deal is good. The way you could apply this information to outcomes is very simple. For example, if your goal is to be wealthy, yet your outcome is to make $101,500 in one single year, you may see approximately 101,500 neat, new, green dollar bills in a paper bag stamped by the U.S. Treasury. As you flip your fingers through these bills, you may shuffle them hearing the kind of sound playing cards may make as you shuffle them in a deck. You may feel the slightly rough edges on these bills, with the paper being a bit more porous than notebook or textbook paper. In this way, you are able to put yourself in the senses of seeing, hearing, and feeling, perceiving what an outcome is like before you actually achieve it. One cannot do this with goals. Goals are simply things that you'd like to accomplish. Yet outcomes are a way that you can actually experience the goal without yet possessing it. The fourth step in achieving outcomes is to make sure that your desires dovetail closely with the people you hold important in your life. I recently met with one woman who decided one of her outcomes was to spend money fixing up and refurbishing her house. She wanted to spend approximately $50,000 on the project, yet her husband's goal was to move into a new house. He didn't want to spend any more money in the house they lived in, so her refurbishing goal was in direct conflict with her husband's goal. If she had asked him more about his own outcomes, she might have discovered that he was interested in the value of their home for later resale. If she'd sold the refurbishing idea as a way to build resale value, they both may have been able to achieve their outcomes. If you not only become positive, but steadily work toward goals or outcomes, people will help you achieve them. Yet if your outcomes are in direct contrast with the outcomes of your significant others, your outcomes are doomed to fail. The fifth step in utilizing outcomes is to create short and long-term goals and objectives. As I discussed earlier on this side, it's critically important to schedule medium and long-term goals. It's also important to understand what you're going to do this week or today in achieving your goals by the dates that you want them. And you also need to make them into outcomes which you will be able to use to make a specific and positive experience as you shape them to dovetail with significant others. If you were trying to stop smoking, you could use the same technique. Suppose you wanted to stop in 3 months. You would chunk your goal down to what you had to do at the end of the next month as well as the end of this month. You could also schedule for yourself a checkpoint for next week. It might be a point at which you would be down to 3 less cigarettes per day. It probably would dovetail with the objectives of others also, since non-smokers would probably be very supportive of you. In this section, you learn not only how to set goals, but also how to place values and make them give your life purpose. You learn how to chunk up and chunk down, and how to make goals into outcomes that you can achieve and experience before you actually get them. Take a few minutes now and go back over that list of values you created for yourself. Also make sure that you've appropriately chunked them down into goals that will give those values tangible meaning, which you can work with on a daily basis. But just as importantly, take a few moments now and make all of your goals into outcomes. Doing this will help you determine what it will be like to achieve an objective before it actually happens. It will help you maintain the self-discipline it takes to see any project through to the finish, whether it's a step you enjoy or one you'd rather hand off to someone else. Maintaining your resolve in the rough spots is what self-discipline is all about. And if you keep your goals in line with your values, then act on outcomes that will move you toward both. You'll find that self-discipline will become almost like second nature. You may not think of children as the most self-disciplined group of people you've ever met, but they sure have a way of setting themselves up to achieve certain goals. They do it when they plaster their bedroom walls with pictures and posters of people they admire, whether it's Superman, Wonder Woman, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or Michael Jordan, to name just a few. As adults, we can use the same kind of techniques to accomplish and achieve the objectives we want. Vivid mental representations can give us the leverage we need to maintain self-direction. Usually, however, we try to remember goals in our minds. They're quickly forgotten because we don't have the physical reminders like those posters of heroes that serve to remind us of what we want. We need to practice the same techniques we used as children. Put a picture or poster up in your office or on the bathroom mirror of the objectives you desire to have. These will help you maintain the self-discipline it takes to reach that goal. Another good method is to use a picture or an advertisement from a magazine that depicts exactly what you want. In this section, you'll hear about the power of pictures to make self-discipline work. The images you use can be roadblocks to discipline or cause it to come alive. Since motivation influences the commitment necessary to make self-discipline work, you'll also learn how to change emotions to support your self-discipline and, therefore, your objectives. Nearly every athlete who's achieved greatness has used visualization in one way or the other. From football to baseball to Olympic greats, what they could see and believe they would achieve. It's the images that we see in our minds that drive us to achieve our goals and objectives. It's these images we can call to mind when the going gets tough to maintain our self-direction and self-discipline. If it weren't for images, we wouldn't know where to go. It's the visualization, the pictures that we draw for ourselves that act much as a rudder does in a sailboat, directing it to its destination, no matter how strong the currents. In the sports world, it's the pictures that cause athletes to go from amateur to excellent. O.J. Simpson, in his heyday with the Buffalo Bills football team, was once asked by a reporter how he was able to explode so quickly out of the backfield. Simpson looked surprised at the question and said, "Why should it be so mysterious? I've run that pattern through the defensive line in my mind at least 1,000 times. I've run so often, I knew exactly where the scrimmage line hole would be. Mental rehearsal has to be one of the key factors in turning athletes into superstars. But what is it about pictures and visualizations that's so crucial and critical for living a self-disciplined life? There are two factors that make pictures so effective in helping us maintain self-discipline. Here they are. Number one, in creating pictures, we focus exactly on what we're working for. Number two, it's difficult to make the sacrifices and endure pain if we don't have a clear-cut image of what we're trying to achieve. Without a picture or mental photograph, we live from pleasure to pleasure, from moment to moment. I personally believe that one of the reasons that very few people fail to maintain the self-discipline to accomplish great things in life is because they forget to draw out images in their mind, images of what they want to achieve. This lack of direction dooms them to lives of quiet hedonism. They're constantly moving from one good feeling to the next. This may not sound terrible, but it's a real hindrance to working through pain to getting things done. The 1989 French Open tennis champion was the youngest winner ever. In fact, teenager Michael Chang nearly lost, except for an extraordinary level of self-discipline. Part of what may have contributed to his success is the pictures he had plastered on his bedroom walls for 2 years before he won the title. The pictures were of people winning a Grand Slam tournament. He then proceeded to envision every point he'd play on the slow red clay courts of Roland Garros Stadium. When he walked onto the court, he felt as if he'd been there before. He was so committed to fulfilling his envisioned destiny that he at one point served underhanded to Yvonne Lendl due to the pain of cramps. His vision of winning ignited the power that made self-discipline come alive. He fought off painful cramps to become one of the top 10 players in the world. Self-discipline helped him to continue through pain when many would have withdrawn. In the 1990 U.S. Open, golfer Hale Irwin was asked how he was able to force an extra-day playoff with his 35-foot putt on the 18th hole. How does someone make such a clutch shot? He said, "I never saw the ball when I hit it. I looked at the ball's image rolling into the hole. I guess I sort of guided it into the hole with the images I made as I hit it." These are the kind of images that make self-discipline work. When you're confronted with an enormous challenge, a self-disciplined mind not only rises to the challenge, it surpasses it. The question you're probably asking yourself right now is, how exactly do I make these vivid pictures? I'm not very creative. I don't see things in my mind very well. Earlier in this program, I mentioned there are 3 representational systems directing how people think. Those who think in terms of photographs or pictures are called visuals. They see the world as a painting or movie images. In fact, when they think, their thoughts are like a movie going from frame to frame, either speeding up or slowing down the movement depending on how bored or excited they are about a concept. The second group of people is called auditories. They're much more interested in how things sound. They mentally focus on how a person talks and listens to their vocal pace, pitch, tone, rhythm, and timbre. The third group, to refresh your memory, is called kinesthetics. These are the people who care most about how things feel. If you took calculus, you probably had difficulty understanding the bell curve. Chemistry and physics were probably extremely difficult for you, while the social sciences of psychology, English, and history might have been much more interesting. They didn't require so many pictures of symbolic relationships. Trying to visualize a picture of an equation to this day probably causes you a lot of difficulty. But don't despair. We can all learn to better use the power of our minds to visualize and then, in turn, use those visualizations to develop better self-discipline. Here's an exercise to help develop your visual side. If you're driving, you need to wait to do this when you can concentrate on it fully. On a piece of paper, write down the sign of a square root and put some numbers in it. Next to it, write down an algebraic equation, one that you can remember. If you can, write down the symbols of multiplication signs, division signs, as well as other logarithmic or geometric signs. Now concentrate on these symbols as they look on your paper. Think about the emotion you get from looking at this. If it turns you off, you're probably accessing the same experience that you had in school when you learned these subjects. So take a minute and close your eyes. Think of a wonderful experience that you had in the past, something that you were excited and motivated about, something that was enormously fun. It would be easy for you to access that experience if it was something that happened to you recently. Can you remember that? Now, open your eyes for a moment and look back at the piece of paper with the mathematical symbols. Then go back and ponder the picture of the fun experience in your mind. Next, go back to looking at the mathematical symbols. Now close your eyes and go back to the experience. Here's a test for you. Think of something emotionally very neutral. For example, a road sign or a mountain. Now again, unless you're driving, look back at the equations. If you discover that your anxiety over these numerical symbols has decreased, you've just showed yourself that mental images can change your emotions. This very quick technique is called mental substitution. We'll use this technique later in the program to change the way you make pictures and the way you feel about experiences in your life. In the meantime, there are other ways you can learn to gain more access to your visual side. Here's one technique. Right now, look at the person nearest you. This could be someone driving by in a car. It could be someone walking along the street. Or it could be someone lying around the pool in a swimsuit. Look at that person for no more than 3 to 4 seconds. Now look away. Verbally, try to recall as many specific features about that person's looks as you possibly can. What color was their clothing? What color was their hair? How tall were they? Were they wearing glasses? How thin or fat were they? Were they wearing tennis shoes, high heels, or flats? One way that you can develop your visual side is to do this several times a day. It's also extremely useful in helping you develop your memory. One of the ways that people become such great listeners isn't because they pay attention. It's because they make pictures while they listen to others talk. The better they are at making visual representations of what someone says, the easier it is to remember those ideas in the future. Since words are simply symbols of someone's mental pictures, when they speak, they're going from images into words, hoping that you'll also be able to see pictures as well as they see them. If you practice this technique several times a day, eventually you'll be able to access a special power that very successful people engage in. That power is the ability to see pleasurable results even when you're in the thick of discomfort and pain. Most people use tactics like procrastination when they experience pain, and they forget about the pleasurable results that can come from the uncomfortable activity. So self-discipline dies instead of flourishing. Many successful business people are able to use this mental visualization process to control their own emotions. I once talked to a computer company executive who was able to compete directly with IBM and Hewlett-Packard. When I asked him how his day went, he said, "Wonderful." He then told me about one of his scientists actually making a key component work more proficiently. As he discussed this, he was extremely excited. I asked him if anything else happened during his day, and he told me about at least 10 or 20 horrible things that had occurred. These included cash flow problems, staff shortages, and union negotiations. I then asked him what made the scientific benefit so wonderful. As he remembered, I noticed how elaborate he was in his description of the positive event and how nondescriptive he was of the more negative things that happened during his day. This is a mental technique called submodality change, a technique used by very successful people. It's one thing the top business people do to keep themselves positive all the time. It consists of the way they see pictures of events in their lives. It's also a very key ingredient in maintaining self-discipline. A major part of discipline is how much pain you allow yourself to experience while you're working on a project and how long you can deal with that pain, deferring gratification and instant pleasure. Think for a moment about a wonderful experience that you've had recently. It might revolve around your spouse, children, girlfriend, or boyfriend. If you're driving, please wait to do this until you can give it your complete attention. In your memory, notice as much as you possibly can about the way that person looks. Do you see color? How big is the picture of that person? Is it close? Is it bright? Now, think of someone you had an extremely big problem with recently. They should be someone who you'd never like to see again. Try to see now what that picture looks like. Is it in black and white? Is it small? Is that picture dimly lit? Is it far away? You see, very successful people have the ability to keep themselves disciplined by looking at the images in their lives, the goals that they have set for themselves as very bright, colorful, big, and close. They see these things constantly during every business day. In this way, they're able to focus on what they want in a very vivid way. Using this technique, they're able to push away the discomfort they feel in dealing with difficult people, cash flow problems, or even while fighting the urge for a banana split while they're on a diet. It's the pictures of what they want to achieve and the intensity of those pictures which helps push the pain away. They keep themselves focused on what they want. These pictures constantly remind them of the pleasure they're about to get, and in many ways are currently experiencing. Just think, if you could store your bad experiences as fuzzy, small, and colorless images, they wouldn't have the same control over your emotions. If you could store your visualized goals as bright, colorful, big, and close, they would have much more control over your behavior. You'd be looking at what you want virtually all the time. An enemy of self-discipline is discouragement and depression. An ally of discipline is commitment, joy, and enthusiasm. The way you make pictures and visually represent experiences in your life can actually control emotions. Like everyone, you probably have lots of happy experiences, but you may have a tendency to focus on the negative ones. Depression, by definition, is caused by the loss of something. The loss of a loved one, a friend, grief over the loss of money, an object, or your own self-image. It's very easy to become depressed if you do one thing. If you cause the picture of that loss to become big, bright, close, and colorful in your mind, you'll be depressed for a long time. You'll wallow in that bad memory because you've made your internal picture of it so vivid. This is how memories are structured. On the other hand, if you instead in your mind try to darken those unpleasant pictures, make them black and white, far away, dim, and fuzzy, they'll have much less impact on you now and in the future. The way to change negative feelings about an event is to replace the unpleasant picture with a very wonderful experience. Not only do you have to replace the picture, you have to make that new picture in your mind very bright and colorful, big, detailed, and vivid. If you're not driving, try this. First, get an image of a past experience that was negative, like a reprimand or a failure. Can you think of one? Now notice this image. Is it big, colorful? Now make that image in black and white. Try to decrease the size. Make it dim, floating away into the background. Think about it. Did that action lessen the image's impact on your emotions? Now in its place, install something you perceive as enjoyable. Try to make that image big, colorful, and vivid. Did that make you smile? You've just learned how to use image to change your emotions. We'll discuss this further in the program, but now you have the power to change the images that control emotions. And it's these emotions that will support your self-discipline. Let's talk more about memory and its importance in the self-discipline process. Units of memory called engrams encode and compose memory. Chemicals which carry engrams physiologically down tentacles called dendrites are what enable you to actually see a stored picture. One of the reasons this is important is because your memories are broken up into components, short-term and long-term memories. Your long-term memories can last forever. You likely have memories that stretch back to the time you were 4 years old. This is probably the age at which you first recall things. You can probably remember your first house, your first bicycle, your first car, and even your first kiss. Short-term memory, on the other hand, is like a funnel that feeds into long-term memory. Short-term memory is extremely limited, actually filtering information into long-term permanent memory. Short-term memory is so limited that it only includes between 7 and plus or minus 2 bits of information at a time. To prove this, try an experiment with a friend. Have her write down a long list of 15 or 20 numbers. As your friend writes these numbers down, ask her to repeat them to you verbally or show them to you so that you're able to see them only for a few seconds. After the last number, verbally count backwards from 30 to 1. This will prevent you from mentally rehearsing these numbers or learning them by rote. Now try to remember as many as possible of the original numbers that you heard or saw. It will very likely be 7 plus or minus 2. This is one of the reasons why AT&T made local telephone numbers 7 digits. They realized that very few people would be able to remember more than that. This is critically important when you're thinking about staying self-disciplined by seeing pictures of what you want to achieve. You can remind yourself to access pictures by using a string around your thumb or by putting a sign on your desk of what you're working for. Then see it in your mind at least 4 or 5 times a day. If you do this, you'll be much more apt to stay self-disciplined. One of the reasons why diets fall apart so quickly certainly has something to do with the dieter's hunger. But it also has something to do with the fact that the person on the diet isn't able to continue the discomfort of not eating and exercising. This is because the discomfort causes them to lose sight of what they're working for. If you're someone who set a goal of dieting, make sure that you get a picture of yourself the way you'd like to look. Then turn that picture into a big, bright, close, and colorful representation in your mind. Keep reaccessing that memory constantly to help keep yourself on track. You've already heard what mental visualization can do to increase your performance. I experienced firsthand how it increased results and success on the tennis court. Back in the late 1970s, I was in the semifinals in a tournament against Ilie Nastase in Linz, Austria. Unfortunately, on that hot clay court surface, I was having great difficulty keeping my serves in the court. I double faulted at least 2 times during every game. Nastase was making short work of me on his way to the finals. But then I remembered a very interesting book I had read the year before called The Inner Game of Tennis, written by Tim Galway. He was one of the first to discuss visualization of what you want to achieve. I used his mental representation advice during my match and picked a little irregular part of the clay on my opponent's side of the net. This piece of dirt in the clay surface was my target. As I tossed the ball into the air and held my left hand up to guide my follow-through, I made a picture as vivid as I could of what my dirt target looked like. I envisioned the red surface like the crater of a moon. I noticed that it was extremely bright, much more so than the rest of the court, almost highlighted. It was very close, up front, and magnified in my mind. As I threw the ball up, all I looked at physically was the ball, yet mentally I saw exactly the place that I wanted that ball to hit. I went from a first serve percentage of about 32% to nearly 89% using this technique. If you play tennis or golf, this is one of the best ways that you can improve your score. It's also one of the best ways that you can keep yourself disciplined and on target in achieving goals. Make those pictures bright, colorful, close, and vivid. Keep the picture of the end result in your mind's eye, and refer to it when the going gets tough. Seeing that picture will help you see your tasks through to the end. And that's not the last word on techniques to help you stay disciplined and avoid the discouragement. There's another technique that will serve you well, and it's called association-disassociation. This is a way to disassociate yourself from negative and limiting experiences, and it will help you avoid discouragement and keeping self-disciplined. Back in the early 1980s, when I was first starting my consulting business, I met a man named Tom. Tom was a very young entrepreneur in his mid-20s like I was, but Tom was into manufacturing at the time. Fashion roller skates to be exact, the current fad at the time. Despite his enthusiasm, Tom went bankrupt in 1982. He was down, but not beat. I recently saw Tom at a financial planning symposium. Tom is now a partner with a mutual fund company. While Tom and I had a cup of coffee, he described his distressing experience. He told me that he was underfinanced and ill-prepared. He didn't know how to deal with cash flow or employees. But incredibly, Tom described his experience in the third person. As Tom told me about the roller skating business, he described himself like this. Tom had a tough time. The man who loaned Tom money didn't agree with the way Tom was running his business. Unfortunately, Tom got sick and tired of dealing with this person. He and Tom had a parting of the ways. This is incredible. To hear someone talk about themselves in the third person, I don't tell someone a story and use the word Kerry in telling it. I use the word I. But this was Tom's way of separating himself from the negative experience. It was almost like he was watching a movie or television show of Tom having a bad experience. On the other hand, as he told me about his current success, he used the word I constantly. I'm successful now. I'm making a six-figure income. I'm now a partner with a large financial firm with the best products in the financial service world. Indeed, Tom was truly successful. This is one way that redirecting images allows people to control their emotions of past events. It probably should make sense to all of us that the more you relive bad events in your life, the greater the effect they'll have over your current and future emotions. But if you vividly remember a successful experience instead, you'll be encouraged and much more motivated to risk and try again. Here's a technique to help you utilize this association-disassociation concept. The next time you have a mental image of a bad experience, think of yourself watching a movie, actually experiencing it. The next time you think of a success, imagine yourself actually living it. Do you see the difference? This is one of the ways that visualization helps you. On the one hand, bad experiences are like watching a bad sitcom. You're not really attentive, and you quickly lose interest. On the other hand, a success is an image in which you're living in 3D, actually living, touching, feeling all the good things you visualize. One other way to use association-disassociation is anchoring. Recall again the wonderful experience we mentioned before, the time when you did something great with family or friends. If you're driving, please wait until you're able to give it your complete attention before trying it. Access that experience right now. Have you got that picture? Now for the time being, make it extremely bright, colorful, and close. If you can hear the laughter and feel the smile that was on your face, so much the better. At the moment when you feel the highest level of enjoyment, touch yourself on your arm. Now go back and repeat this several times. This is a stimulus response technique that's one of the most advanced in modern-day psychology. It's also one of the simplest and easy to use. This technique of anchoring is extremely useful. It comes from a concept called psychological conditioning. Here's an example of how powerful this can be. Have you ever run into a stranger or someone you've just met who wore the same fragrance as that of a loved one? It might be the scent of your mother, wife, husband, or lover. Anyway, you got a whiff of that scent and you instantly thought of your loved one. It can happen with songs, colors, touch, lots of things. And as you'll see, you can use this to get what you need in life. One of the ways you can use this anchoring technique is to get a very good picture of the goal. Try to see it, experience it, almost as if you were there. Touch yourself and make sure that the place you touch, arm, hand, elbow, anywhere, has a very strong and direct association. Now, whenever you touch yourself at that place, you'll be able to re-access that enjoyable picture of what you want for your self-discipline quest. Then whenever you get an urge to do something other than what really needs to be accomplished, you can access the good feelings your self-discipline will bring, and you'll learn to stay on track. Here are several assignments for you. If you're driving, please wait to do this until you can give it your complete attention. Do the exercise involving observing others. Look at a person and then look away. Describe to yourself verbally or in writing what they look like. Get detailed. Then, if you can, compare your list with how that person actually looked and acted. You can improve your list if you simply practice. And as this list improves, so will your ability to tap into your powers of visualization. Number 2, try to remember a very pleasurable experience. See it in your mind, and notice the vividness of the images. Now turn up the intensity of the color, proximity, and brightness. Do you feel even happier and more excited? Then imagine a bad experience and see if you can turn down the vividness. Make your picture of this experience dimmer. See it off in the distance, black and white, dull and fuzzy. See if you can do this enough to reduce the emotional bad feelings you attach to this event. Did the different image cause you to think of the event as less important and less emotional? Number 3, try to imagine the goal which you previously set for yourself in side 1. Make a mental image of that goal. Imagine it as vividly as you possibly can. When you've got the goal as bright, vivid, colorful, close, and detailed as possible, observe your level of excitement about that goal. When you're most enthused, touch yourself on the arm or your hand. Practice this several times. Whether you want to be Miss America or Doctor of the Year, you can use this anchoring technique to maintain self-discipline. In the session, we've covered several things that will help you build your self-discipline tool chest. You're now aware of the power of visualization and how you can use it to stay focused on your goals. And you've learned some sophisticated psychological techniques. Among them, association, disassociation, to help you build your self-discipline. And as you know by now, when you build self-discipline, you're building your future success. Tennis great Jimmy Connors said he was heavily influenced when he was growing up by Rod Laver, another tennis great. Arnold Palmer said that he often thought about how another tremendous golfer would have hit a particular shot. The person he remembered for guidance was Bobby Jones. These are just a couple of the great successes in life that use other people to maintain their self-discipline. They, along with millions of other people, do this because it works. And that's what this segment of the Science of Self-Discipline is about. Learning and using self-discipline techniques from the successful people all around us. Specifically, we'll deal with modeling and mentoring and how you can use them to maintain your self-direction, no matter what your goal. Remember, these techniques can be applied in any area, whether it's business, sports, or work around the house. And this application will help you get what you want more easily and quickly than you'll believe. So let's get to it. Both of these concepts are, as you probably guessed, based on duplicating the techniques and strategies others have used to become successful. Did you ever put together one of those models of a ship, car, or plane as a youngster? There are few boys who don't spend hours gluing together at least 100 little pieces to end up with a reasonable facsimile of what's on the box the pieces came in. Oh, sure, the models always come with directions, but sometimes the easiest way to assemble these things was to look at the picture on the box. You'd look at the wing to see where it attached to the fuselage, or you'd examine the picture of the decals to make sure yours were going into exactly the right place. Girls did the same thing with dollhouses or those toy kitchens with 100 parts. Of course, now, children of the 90s are likely to build both the airplane models and the kitchens, no matter what their sex. Well, on a larger, more serious scale, you can watch and model the self-discipline techniques of others in much the same way as you'd look at the picture on the box for guidance of what to do next. This is nothing new. We're simply giving it a name. After all, modeling is a very natural part of growing up. The great anthropologist and comparative psychologist Konrad Lorenz was able to show that all animals and human beings modeled simply for survival. In his research, he raised ducks from hatchlings. During this time, he discovered that the ducklings would model him when they didn't have a mother duck to teach them duck behavior. When Lorenz walked, the little ducklings would follow. When he went swimming, he had several little partners. And when he dove underwater, guess who followed? Because of this, Lorenz taught the little ducklings to do things other ducks probably wouldn't. They learned to sit at the dinner table, run in place, and do other things that normally aren't associated with ducks. children under the age of 7 are natural modelers. They duplicate virtually everything they see, feel, or hear in almost exactly the same way they perceive it. However, as adults, we lose this ability to model. That's when we try to figure things out by trial and error. We put our own spin and coloration on everything we see, hear, and feel. But we do well to remember how we did it as children. Think about how children model. They listen intently without judgment. Then they try to do exactly what they saw or heard in exactly the same way as it was done in the first place. They repeat immediately out loud what they heard. They also completely concentrate as they listen. This can be effective for you, especially if you are trying to model someone successful. Try this technique as soon as you can. Take a couple of minutes to experience for yourself how to model as masterfully as children. Pick out someone who's doing something like typing a letter or operating a computer. Ask them to describe mentally what they go through in every movement. I once asked my secretary how she was able to make the office copier work so well, when it seemed to jam every time I used it. At first, she said she didn't know. But when I pushed for an answer, she said that first she looked to see that the paper tracks were clear before she started. Then she put the paper in, nudging the door as she pushed the start button. It seemed confusing to me, but it worked for her every time. So I took notes. I did everything she did the way she did it. After I began to model her actions, I only had the machine jam once, and that's because I forgot one of her steps. By modeling her, I saved myself days, if not weeks, of reading instructions from those complicated user manuals. Modeling saved me time reading, and it can also save you time in learning how to become more self-disciplined more quickly. Here's a way to practice modeling. Take a moment now and ask someone around you how they do something. This could be a mechanical chore or an intellectual job. Don't take "I don't know" for an answer. Most people know. They just haven't thought about it enough to put it into words. So help them by asking questions. Take notes, even if it's a simple activity. After you listen to what they say, try to do the same activity in exactly the same way they did. This is what modeling is all about. When you learn from modeling others, you learn skills and techniques, as well as the thought processes and philosophies that lead to the use of those skills and techniques. The key is to model behavior very specifically. Now, you might be wondering if this just isn't copying someone else's style. Of course. But when that style is successful, this isn't all bad, as long as you adjust for the differences in your business. The techniques that work for others will work for you, especially where self-discipline is concerned. Everyone faces obstacles. Everyone gets discouraged. But there are those who know how to forge ahead through these difficulties. And that's where modeling will help you develop and maintain self-discipline. You can use it to duplicate success in developing self-discipline in everything from losing weight to building a new house. Here are 5 steps to do it. 1. Pick a person who's self-disciplined, who's accomplished what you'd like to do. If there is someone in the office who continually finishes massive reports on time and that's your goal, isolate that person. 2. Ask that person if you can spend some time with them and ask some questions. Make up a list. Ask this person how they deal with the difficulties that are holding you back. And remember, don't take "I don't know" for an answer. Ask them questions to see if they're successful. 3. Act like a fly on their wall. Stay in the background for a day and watch what they do. Take notes about how they deal with interruptions, diversions, and the pain of putting off pleasure. 4. While you're at it, pay attention to all the nonverbal actions they take that help them stay with a project. How do they react physically to interruptions? Do they move the person bringing the interruption out of their office so they can get on with the task? Or do they keep glancing at the work they're involved in, giving the message they're otherwise involved? Again, take notes. And 5th, review the notes you've made about these techniques. Make a list to put on your desk or somewhere you can keep them in mind. Then test the techniques as soon as possible to see if they'll work for you. A couple of years ago, I watched a TV program about football quarterbacks. The reporter interviewed Dan Fouts, the great San Diego Chargers quarterback. In his 10 years with the Chargers, Dan set passing records not only for his team, but also for the rest of the NFL. Fouts was successful because he knew how to throw a timing pass. The reporter knew it and was trying to learn how he did it. The reporter asked Dan what he thought about as he threw the pass. Fouts said, "I go back in the pocket to pass. Then I make a picture of the pass pattern inside my head. I throw the ball to the X in my mental map. If the receiver's there, he catches it. If he's not, he'll miss." That about says it all. The reporter, a little shocked at the simplicity, tried it. He missed a couple of times, but after a few minutes' practice, the reporter threw the ball to exactly where the pattern placed the receiver. Fouts had spent years of self-disciplined effort in learning how to pass so well. The reporter took a little practice, but the big shortcut he took was that he modeled someone else who was extremely successful. And he went through each of the steps we've already covered in doing just that. You can use these same techniques to learn self-discipline in everything, from quitting smoking to reading more. Just apply the 5 steps we're talking about. To get a real sense of how people model, try to think of how you learned to throw a baseball, catch a football, snow ski, bowl, or even play golf. Earlier in this program, you learned about the 3 thought processes people use to think. Those thought processes are visual, auditory, and feeling or kinesthetic. Knowing that people think in terms of pictures, sounds, and feelings will help you model as expertly as athletes do. If you're a visually based person, you can probably model simply by watching somebody do something. If you're auditory based, you might have to say out loud each movement as you see it. This should help you remember what you've just seen. Others, the kinesthetics, need to know how it feels to do a certain task. But most people have to actually perform a task or action to fully learn how to do it. This is a key difference between simply learning something and modeling. In learning, someone teaches you the steps. In modeling, you reach inside your mentor's mind to see how they experience the excellence that you want to replicate. Then with their help, you go through the steps yourself. Here's a 3-step approach in modeling anybody's mental process. This will help you learn not only how they do it, but also the mental process they use so you will be able to duplicate it. Number 1, as they do the activity, pay very close attention to what they're seeing. Pay very close attention to the pictures they make as they experience it. Number 2, listen to the words they use. What are they experiencing auditorily? Is that person hearing sounds of people telling him things from the past? Is she thinking of what she'll say after the current speaker is finished? Is she hearing internal voices as she is experiencing the behavior? Number 3, try to get a sense of what they feel as they're experiencing the behavior. What are they doing as they're moving? What emotions are they accessing as they're telling the story or describing the experience? In order to model, you must access the same system that the person you're modeling uses. What we are really talking about here is how to short-circuit the learning process by modeling mental strategies. Has anybody ever taught you how to shoot a bow and arrow? If they had, they would probably say, pull the string back and make sure that the point of the arrow hits the bullseye. End of story. But if you were a modeler, you'd ask, I understand how to do that, but what do you think about as you pull that string back? What do you see in your mind before you release the string? Do you hear the wind and adjust for distance? Do you feel the tension of the string and estimate how long you should hold the string before you actually release the arrow? This is what you must do in modeling someone else. Don't just learn, model their internal experiences. If you do this, you'll develop results in a fraction of the time it would take anybody else. By using this technique, you'll be able to learn in a much shorter period of time what it's taken an expert years to perfect. Actually, getting the information can be work. You need to be alert and always thinking of the next question once you've processed certain information. But with practice, modeling will become second nature to you. You can even model someone that you've never come in contact with. It's tougher than an in-person, face-to-face model, but it can work. Use biographies to get inside the heads of successful people you'd like to model, but you'll probably never meet. Say, for example, that you wanted to model someone who isn't alive anymore, like Winston Churchill. There's been so much written about him that you're sure to learn not only about his administrative techniques, but also his ethics and values, and yes, even his self-discipline. Evidence of his drive and self-discipline are clear in his speeches. You could certainly read them and listen to them to key in on this trait. If you studied Churchill, you'd find he was one of the most disciplined people in history. Because of this, he was the perfect leader for England when it faced the crisis of World War II. He'd spend weeks in his bunker under a library outside of London. He'd pore through territorial maps plastered on the walls, sleeping only for about 4 hours a night. He worked with such disciplined intensity that generals and admirals rarely questioned his grasp of strategy. As long as he had a cigar, he was willing to work and fight forever. All great people have modeled and used mentors. Babe Ruth used the great home run hitter Joe Jackson to model his superstardom. He spent time talking to Joe and watched him endlessly. Babe mirrored the way Joe swung a bat. He even used the same kind of glove Joe Jackson carried on the field. The great military legend, General George Patton, during World War II, spent much of his time reading the exploits of Alexander the Great. Patton was so consumed with the legend of Alexander that he once believed himself to be the reincarnation of a Greek character in ancient mythology. Patton was directly influenced by Alexander's battles, viewing those battles as historical events that would repeat themselves over and over again. He thought if he could mirror the character of great conquerors like Alexander, he'd be much more effective in strategically planning his own modern-day battles. Although it obviously can be abused, modeling is truly the direct, free way to success. Modeling actually means that if you see someone achieving something you want, a good start at getting it is to follow the road they've traveled. There might be different curves and obstacles, but since they've successfully navigated before you, you can bet you'll benefit from some of their experience. Remember, there's a good reason they made it where others failed. The next technique is that of hooking up with a mentor. This is someone whom you admire, someone who agrees to help you throughout your career or a certain phase of your career to get over the rough spots. Using a mentor is a longer-term approach to modeling. Here are some ways to go about it. First, approach people who have done or already are doing what you want to do. If you need help in outlining and then sticking with a specific career track, choose someone who's done this successfully. Maybe it will be a middle-level manager in your company who's on the way up, or maybe it will be a retired executive you've admired from afar. Many of these people were probably helped in much the same way by others, and they'd probably be more than happy to help you, provided you come to them with a respect for their time and a specific list of your needs. Emphasize that your main interest is in self-discipline, that you want to know how they kept going through thick and thin. Number 2, select mentors whose beliefs are similar to yours. If your goal is to rise to the level of top executive in a firm while maintaining integrity and ethics, then it wouldn't do you much good to hook up with a win-at-all-costs mentor. There'd be conflict at the start. You can get some idea of your prospective mentor's beliefs before you even talk to him or her. Listen to what the grapevine has to say about them. Even though it's not all true, it can still give you some interesting insights about how the mentor is perceived. Read articles or reports this person has authored. Look at the results of projects and programs this person's been instrumental in implementing. You can tell a lot about a person's beliefs by the causes with which they're associated. Then, write down your impressions from this initial information gathering. If you conclude this person's beliefs might be similar to yours, now's the time to ask for a face-to-face meeting. Be upfront about why you want the meeting, emphasizing that any arrangement would be at their convenience. You might even submit a list of written questions for the mentor to consider. Ask about goals, attitudes, work approaches, feelings about family, politics, and all the things that you believe are important. Of course, you'll keep all this information confidential, and you'll assure the prospective mentor of this condition. If after all this you find your values and those of the prospective mentor don't mesh, don't push it. Even if this person is extremely successful, you'll have an inner conflict following beliefs that are counter to your own. And it's this person's beliefs that made him successful. Look at it this way. If you wanted to develop the discipline to start an employee appreciation program, think of how difficult it would be to develop that self-discipline with somebody who doesn't think employee appreciation is a priority. Can you think of a mathematician who doesn't believe in studying? Either he's a genius, unlike most of us, or he's on a downward spiral to mediocrity. You can find a mentor by listening to others talk about who they most respect. These individuals fundamentally must be successful, but they also need to be people others tend to admire. You may meet these people at conferences, associations, political clubs, or other places. If you're really aggressive, you can even contact them at their office. But be prepared to be self-disciplined in trying to contact them. Don't give up. You'll find someone who will be able to help you. Number 3, be very persistent in scheduling meetings with your mentor. You must realize that if the mentor is very good, you'll probably be in competition with others who'd like to learn from the same mentor. Most mentors think people asking for this kind of help really aren't serious. Many people simply try to get mentors who are available to them. These are also the people who you should contact as a last resort. Shoot for the sky. You'll be surprised at the number of people willing to help you become successful. You can also try for a mentor who's more accessible if your first choice says no. The 4th step in finding your mentor is to beware the all-talk, no-action mentor. I remember in my early days as a speaker, I was very impressed by the bravado other speakers exhibited when they were talking about their abilities. They were very accessible, giving me advice on everything from how to get clients to what to say during a presentation. But these people weren't any more successful than I was at the time. The mentor you choose should be substantially more successful than you presently are. If you're not sure of whom to pick as a mentor, first try to think of what you want to achieve in the end. Then work backwards on taking the first step and gaining the help of somebody who'd be willing to direct you. For example, if your goal is to become an international banker, and you realize that accounting is a key ingredient in that success, you may wish to do the chunking down we discussed on Side 3. If accounting is important in your goal, you try to get a mentor to help you learn about accounting. When you get a handle on these techniques, you then move on to the next step of your success plan. Number 5, try to use mentors as life coaches as well as life teachers. A teacher tells you how things are done. A coach has a vision of success, and he knows how to share the steps to show you how to get that vision. He'll help you make your vision reality. When we think of mentors who've achieved success, we rarely think of the struggle they've endured to get there. Part of the reason for this is these folks make success look so easy, and they're not complainers. Singer Barry Manilow was so self-disciplined that people who knew him weren't surprised when he became a superstar. But he too had a mentor. His mentor was the divine Miss M, Bette Midler. Manilow started out playing keyboards for Bette Midler, and he followed her lead not only musically, but in the way he conducted his career. And his success is similar to hers. Both singers known the world over. The best mentors are coaches and more, like the most empowering coaches you've ever seen or heard of. They genuinely care about your goals and your progress toward your goals. Green Bay Packers coach Vince Lombardi was one of these people. And he wasn't just a coach. He was a mentor. Lombardi taught blocking, passing, and running plays, as well as a philosophy about the game of football and the game of life. Bart Starr played quarterback for Lombardi, and he happens to be a friend of mine today. He told me he wouldn't be half the businessman he is today if it weren't for the philosophies Lombardi shared both on and off the field. Bart modeled Lombardi's athletic philosophies. He realized that Lombardi was famous for saying, "Winning is not the most important thing in a game, it's the only thing." But Lombardi is much more famous for teaching discipline and deferring what you want now to reach a future goal. Lombardi also stressed the importance of teamwork and being a contributing member of a team. These lessons are things his former players have applied years after they left the football field. That's because self-discipline and self-direction works, whether it concerns football or fending for yourself in the business world. The sixth step in using a mentor to develop self-discipline is to actually ask for their help once you've decided that they're the right mentor for you. You might put your request in writing, outlining a possible schedule for regular get-togethers, obligations of both sides, and your goal in utilizing their expertise. You need to be clear and concise. If you waste a mentor's time before they even agree to help you, you might be finished before you've begun. Be realistic. Think about what you need from the mentor and what you can expect them to give. Then put it down in writing and be ready to accommodate their schedule and their needs. Seventh, after you've gained agreement, mirror and emulate everything about your mentor. Even though you think some of their ideas and strategies may be silly, give it a try first and learn how they do it. If your mentor reads an industry magazine every night before he goes to bed, it's a good cue for you to do it too. If your mentor is trying to develop a new idea and does 100 push-ups to generate new approaches, there must be a reason. Ask, and then do it yourself. Remember, these techniques have already worked for these folks. Otherwise, you wouldn't be interested in them as mentors. Learning from a mentor is more than just asking questions. It is also using the modeling techniques we discussed earlier to learn how the mentor does what he does, and to duplicate those behaviors and make them your own. See if you can meet with your mentor at least weekly to review your activities and problem solve. Realize, though, that mentoring is a two-way street. Remember the movie The Karate Kid? In it, the Japanese master was very interested in teaching the kid Aikido and karate. However, he made sure that the youngster gave something back while he was taking from the master. In one scene, the teacher had the youngster paint his house to learn karate's up and down blocking motion. In another scene, the teenage would-be karate great learned a move through waxing the master's ancient car. Not only did he learn how to be more physically powerful by giving back to the master, he also learned the psychological philosophies behind those lessons. As an assignment, think about one of your goals. Write this down and list a number of people who might be good mentors to help you achieve that goal. Then go through the 7 steps we've discussed here for using a mentor. As you meet with your mentor, use the modeling techniques we've covered to develop your self-discipline. Try to think of a way you can give back to your mentor as well, whether it's to be future credit, current assistance, or personal gratitude. Remember, every successful relationship is win-win. If you can implement a mentor modeling relationship, you'll certainly win in your quest to become more self-disciplined. A few years ago, a New Jersey family was returning home from out of state after visiting relatives. When they approached the state line, they were shocked by what they saw. On the turnpike leading home was a sign that said the state of New Jersey was closed. To make matters worse, a policeman stood next to the sign, apparently enforcing what the sign said. As Mom and Dad exited the car, they stared for a long time at the sign, wondering when the state would reopen. When they finally asked the trooper when the state would be open for re-entry, candid camera producer Alan Funt walked out explaining that they were on TV. Would you fall for something as silly as your state being closed? You would if it was believable, no matter how ridiculous it might seem upon reflection. Because belief has nothing to do with reality. You can change or alter your own beliefs at any time to support your self-discipline and the outcomes you'd like to see that self-discipline lead to. Beliefs are the foundation of the saying, if you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. Beliefs have the power which fires our goals, willpower, and motivation. The reason that beliefs are such an important part of our existence is that they control behavior. If you want to develop self-discipline, you need to control the things you believe in. I discussed earlier that if you work at something that's against your values, you'll sabotage yourself both personally and professionally. You won't achieve your potential. Yet by changing a belief, you can change behavior. By changing beliefs, you can change your commitment, conviction, and willpower. By changing your beliefs, you can change the way you run your life. A short time ago, I was touring the island nation of Singapore during the religious festival of Pusan. This is a Hindu celebration in which true believers give thanks and offer atonement for spiritual transgressions. During the ceremony in a temple, I saw people actually piercing their skin with small metal rods. These faithful believers, who probably were bakers and bricklayers or from virtually any walk or career, were actively piercing their cheeks by putting long, slender rods in their mouths and then through their cheeks. The surprising fact was that not one of the hundreds who did this seemed to bleed. Was it a fake? I don't think so. Were they in a hypnotic state? Probably. But this is just one example of the force belief can have in our lives, a force over even bodily functions. These people had such control over their emotions and thoughts that they seemingly controlled the flow of blood from their wounds. Just think what you could accomplish if you could harness your beliefs. If you could structure your belief to give you that kind of control, using self-discipline to achieve anything you want would become a snap. Earlier, I discussed how your internal visual images can affect your behavior. They can influence your willpower and self-discipline in achieving objectives and outcomes. Images power your beliefs, as well as the doubt that shakes your beliefs. Doubt exists when there's insufficient faith in a belief. Belief exists when there's commitment to accepting something which may not always be provable. I'll prove to you how your mind represents a belief in doubt. Right now, call to mind one of your very strong beliefs. If you're driving, wait to do this until you can concentrate fully. It might be religious, or it might have to do with personal ethics or the way you do business. Try to get a visual image of that belief and what it's done for you in the past. You might recall something that you prayed for that came to pass, or a situation in which ethics really paid off for you. Or maybe you believe in the concept of liberty, symbolized by the Statue of Liberty. Now try to picture something that you doubt. This should be something that could or could not be true. You may not even be sure. You might think of extraterrestrial beings and symbolize them in your mind with a picture of a flying saucer. Now notice the visual differences in the pictures that represent your belief and your doubt. You probably see the belief picture as big. It should be very detailed, bright, and colorful. The picture of what you doubt is probably much smaller, fuzzy, and maybe even in black and white only. If you pay attention to your emotional and physical processes, you'll probably notice that when you're visualizing an important belief, you breathe calmly and deeply. Your hands may get warmer as the blood flow increases in your body. When you experience doubt, you may find yourself stressed. Your breathing will become more shallow, and your hands possibly colder and more clammy. This is one of the reasons why people who believe in something are so much more courageous than those in doubt. Belief tends to make us brave to the point that we'll even give our lives because of the things we believe in. Think of the power you'd have to do something like losing weight or completing a report if you believed from the start that you could do it. All along, you'd approach the goal from a position of ability instead of doubt. And that belief in your own ability will do wonders for your self-discipline. The great thing about belief is that it's always a choice. You can choose beliefs that limit you, or you can choose those beliefs that create power in your life. The important step here is to choose beliefs that create power for you. Let's say you want to stop smoking, but you've tried and been unsuccessful at least 3 times. You've always told yourself you can stop, but the reason you had trouble was the way you applied self-discipline and your belief about your self-discipline. Did you believe from the start that you could accomplish your goal? Did you actually open the door to success in your mind? Give it some thought. Then use the next exercise to try to change the way you approach your goal of being smoke-free, or any goal for that matter. List the outcome you'd like to achieve, and under it, write down all the things you know about yourself that will help turn this outcome into reality. As you list those things about yourself, think about whether you have the determination and drive to complete your task, especially if you remind yourself of these positive traits. Chances are you do. All you need to do is strengthen this supportive internal belief. Forget about the things that you think will hold you back. Concentrate on your abilities to succeed in this area. Then review this list every time you doubt your ability to finish the task. This will help shore up your belief in yourself and your ability to reach your goal. Here's another step for you. If you're driving, please wait until you're able to give it your complete attention before trying it. As you list those positive traits in your mind, see yourself applying them to your outcome. Remember the exercise we did at the start of this side? You looked at the brightness, size, and vividness of 2 images of belief and doubt. Well, as you list those traits or actions that will support your outcome, make a picture of each. Thoughts about these supportive actions should be large, bright, and vivid. Any negative thoughts should be dim, black, and small. That will reduce the effect of doubt. But how do we reduce it altogether? There is a way, but first you have to understand where your beliefs come from. Your beliefs don't happen because someone hits you in the head one day telling you what you can and can't believe. Beliefs come from 4 very tangible sources. They come from, number 1, your surroundings. Number 2, what you discover intellectually. Number 3, from your experiences. And number 4, from your hopes and expectations. Let's look at the sources of your beliefs one by one. First, your surroundings. You've no doubt learned that your childhood experiences have a great effect on your success later in life. As I discussed earlier, if you grew up in a lower middle-class neighborhood, it might be hard for you to experience great wealth in your life. This is simply due to the belief that you may have grown up with that just paying the bills is a struggle. But if your name was DuPont, Rockefeller, or Rothschild, your expectations and beliefs would be quite different. You'd be uncomfortable worrying about paying bills because your parents never did. But it works the other way too. If someone were plucked out of the slums of New York and put into Buckingham Palace, they'd probably be even more uncomfortable than a DuPont who's worried about paying a few bills. I spoke earlier about the fear of success. You know the origins of this fear. It's manifested in a belief you have about yourself that allows this fear to limit you. Here's a question for you. Are the outcomes you desire consistent with the surroundings you experienced when you grew up? If they're not, can you cope with the differences in lifestyle that these outcomes might bring? If you're a salesperson trying to make more money, do you believe that you can cope with the changes that greater wealth brings? Do you believe that you really want the money and greater wealth? You're probably answering an enthusiastic yes. But Shakespeare once said, "Beware of what you want, because you just may get it." If you don't really believe that you can make a six-figure income, you'll sabotage your self-discipline in your attempts to get it. To see if your belief is compatible with this goal of making more money, do a future belief check. We've discussed this before. In your mind, see a visual representation of your outcome. Now see an image of yourself with that outcome. You're doing this to determine whether or not you think you deserve your outcome. How vivid can you make that picture? Is it bright? Is it large? Try to remember the characteristics of that belief. If it isn't bright, vivid, large, and colorful, this outcome may not be consistent with your beliefs, and you need to either change the outcome or change your belief, which we'll discuss later. But first, we'll finish our examination of where beliefs come from. The second source of your beliefs is your intellect. Here's how to use your intellect to check your beliefs. Take the same outcome you used in the last example. If you're driving, please wait to do this until you can give it your complete attention. See the picture in your mind and check it to see if you believe you're intelligent enough to achieve that outcome. If your outcome is to complete college, do you believe you're sharp enough to get good grades? Your friends know that you are, but do you know it? You might see yourself with a graduation gown on or an armload of books. Apply the check for the vividness, brightness, and size of the image. The third source of your beliefs is your experience. If you've been very successful in achieving things in the past, you'll likely be successful achieving in the future. But if you've experienced stumbling blocks or limitations in the past, you may find it very difficult to change. However, it's not impossible. Let's try the belief check again. If you're driving, please wait until you're able to give it your complete attention before trying it. Imagine yourself with your outcome again, and next to it, envision a past success. Then try to see the outcome is completed, shored up by your experience of the past. Is that picture vivid, large, and well-defined? Will your past experience give you the self-confidence and know-how you need to succeed in the future to get the specific outcome? The picture and its characteristics will give you a good idea of the answer. The fourth source of your beliefs is your hopes and expectations of the future. Unless you hope very strongly for something, this is one of the hardest ways to develop strong beliefs. That's because there are so few tangible things on which to base future expectations, except for faith. You probably have a belief right now that when you go to work tomorrow, you'll have a good day. Being able to develop future beliefs that you'll be successful are the lifeblood of commission businesses like sales. Take a few minutes now and write down 5 of your beliefs that are based on future hopes and expectations. Next, put a check mark next to those beliefs which would support you in achieving a goal you set for yourself. Then perform the belief check we've already outlined. If your goal is to get an MBA, a belief that would support that goal might be knowing that you're able to learn quickly and have a desire to gain knowledge. If your goal is to get enough money to buy a house, your belief might be that you possess the ability to save money and don't need to live from paycheck to paycheck. Take a few moments now and write down those beliefs and others which will help you support the goal which you want to achieve. One of the problems in understanding the power and strength of beliefs is that they can be self-sabotaging. By listing your beliefs and looking at their relationship to your goals, you'll discover that some of those beliefs simply don't support your goals. In fact, they may hold you back. The great news is that we can change our beliefs to support our goals and the self-discipline it takes to reach those goals. The way you'll be able to change beliefs is through using a concept based on neurolinguistic programming techniques. Right now, we'll discuss a submodality change technique that will help you discover how beliefs can be diffused and reformulated in a new way. When I asked you to envision the differences in images between belief and doubt, you should have seen belief as large, vivid, and detailed. You might have seen the thing you doubted as small, dimly lit, fuzzy, with no frame and lots of background. That's how your mind experiences belief and doubt. Take a moment and try an experiment with me. Again, if you're driving, save this for a time when you can concentrate fully. Try to envision a belief you hold. Play with each pictorial difference that exists in this belief. Try to change those characteristics in brightness, color, vividness, size, and other differences that you may notice. Make sure that the belief is very specific. Try to make a tangible representation of the belief. For example, make the belief a representation about wealth in the future as a big house in the countryside. Or it could be a belief about how you could use discipline in becoming a better golfer. This might be a representation of you winning a major tournament in a couple of years. There's a tendency to think of our beliefs as very general things that we can't picture. Instead, try to get a very visual, tangible representation of that belief. If you're religious, for example, you might want to picture a Holy Bible in your mind, or you might want to see an image of a cross. If your belief is in education, you might imagine a cap and gown in your mind. Use whatever represents your belief in the most visual and tangible way. Now, take a few moments and again change the characteristics of that picture. If your belief is large, make your picture very, very small. If your belief is bright, make your picture very dim. If it's detailed, make your picture fuzzy. If your belief is stable and static, make your picture flash. If your belief has color, change it to black and white. With each of these steps, notice the physiological and emotional changes you feel. The ones that cause you the greatest level of anxiety, those which make your heart race, cause you to feel flushed, or make you uncomfortable, are the modes that have the greatest impact on your belief and its representation. This method of changing the visual characteristics of your belief picture is what we'll use to change doubt into a belief. Doing this will help you support your goals and objectives instead of letting doubt destroy self-discipline. As you weaken doubt pictures in your mind, try to think of beliefs that you can use to replace the doubt. Once you make a doubt picture dim, small, black, and white, you'll start to see it flash as it fades away. If you leave that frame empty with no picture to replace the doubt, you'll experience even more anxiety. If you're able to weaken and diminish a belief that you can't lose weight, you might replace it with a belief that you have the power to lose as much weight as you want. Let's say you weakened an overweight image of yourself, eliminated it, and then replaced it with the image of yourself practicing the self-discipline to be slim. This is what you want to do no matter what your outcome. Replace doubting negative pictures with positive supporting pictures in your mind. And remember, this new picture needs to be positive. Secondly, you need to frame this new belief not in terms of an end result, but in terms of the process or the ability which will help you achieve and gain that goal. To believe that you have the power to receive a PhD will be to see yourself in graduation cap and gown with a diploma in your hand. But you'd also have to see yourself as being able to learn, having a great memory, and reading quickly. You need to do much more than try to imagine only the goal. You need to see yourself on the road to accomplishing this goal. And this is what will help you stay self-disciplined. When the going gets tough, refer to this mental picture. It will reinforce you and give you the willpower it takes to carry on as you'd originally planned. The third step in changing belief is an emotional stability check. You need to determine if there's any way that a new belief could be a problem for you. Could it cause you any emotional conflict in the future? If you think ahead and know it would be good for you to have a new belief, then proceed. A concept in NLP that's incredibly effective in helping you decide whether a belief is emotionally good for you is called congruency. Congruency basically says that you should evaluate the new belief from all three thought processes to determine if it will create any inner conflict or anxiety for you. If your new belief is to be more assertive when people are taking advantage of you, you might see yourself responding in specific ways to people who do just that. When we plug into the three NLP thought processes, you'd see yourself being tough and demanding. That could mean the way you stand, the way you walk, the way you sit when you're in these situations. Auditorily, you'd hear yourself saying things in a very assertive way. Kinesthetically, you'd feel confident and greater strength in your communications with people. You'd be able to stop them from doing things you don't want them to. You'd see yourself letting them know exactly how you feel in exactly the way you deem effective. But if your boss is definitely uncomfortable with this kind of confrontation, you may have trouble acting on this belief with him, and that causes conflict. To cope with this, you'd have to weaken the current belief that you need to be assertive with everyone and instead limit your assertiveness just to people who don't have the power to hire and fire you. Or you might temper the picture of your assertiveness that shows you responding to anyone in a way that doesn't offend. Once you've taken all these steps, you're ready to change an old belief into a new belief that will support your objectives. Think right now of a belief that you have which could possibly not be in support of one of your goals and outcomes. In the following exercise, I'm going to ask you to do a visualization. If you're driving, please wait to do this until you can give it your complete attention. Let's take, for example, your goal of an advanced educational degree, but your belief could be that you aren't able to learn, or you're too old. As you look at that belief, you should try to turn it into doubt by testing each mode of thought. You try to make it small, dim, and fuzzy. Any sounds connected with it would become soft, then inaudible. And you'd also turn down the strength of your feelings about it. Maybe you can use the disassociation technique we discussed earlier. You can use a submodality change that makes the image of you having difficulty learning a flashing picture. When the flashing begins, immediately replace it with a picture of yourself studying successfully, concentrating on the information in front of you. You'd be smiling, reading a book, and gaining new, useful information. This would be a better representation than working long, hard hours. Bring that image to the forefront. Make it very bright, vivid, colorful, big, and detailed. As you do that, notice how the frame of the picture gets bigger, and the image gets much brighter and sharper. You might hear soft classical or New Age music in the background. And notice the physiological changes you're experiencing. You should feel yourself smiling, feeling more joyous, more encouraged, and certainly happier than ever about your goal. There are lots of other physiological changes occurring that you aren't noticing. But it should feel like a load has been lifted from your mind. Two strong conflicting beliefs about the same thing can't exist. One belief has to be weakened before the other one can replace it. We're simply short-circuiting the process of eliminating non-supportive beliefs and doubt. Here's a step-by-step process of how to replace non-supportive beliefs and doubt with supportive beliefs. Number 1 is belief. Number 2 is doubt. Number 3 is contrast. Number 4 is test. And number 5 is new belief. The following exercise involves visualization. If you're driving, please wait until you're able to give it your complete attention before trying it. First off, think of a belief that you have about yourself. This should be a belief that may strengthen you, a belief that supports the goals you would like to achieve. Let's use, for example, a belief that you're good with people. You might enjoy people and want to help lead them to be more productive than ever. You might represent this by seeing an image of yourself working side by side with one staff member and then another, giving directions that will help develop win-win situations for both of you. Secondly, think of a doubt. Suppose your outcome was to become a department head in your company, but you didn't think you had the discipline to lead 30 people. How would this be represented in your mind? It might be a picture of you acting confused and unorganized, not knowing what to do next. Number 3, look at the differences between the pictures of belief and doubt. Notice the differences in brightness, vividness, color, fuzziness, how big it is, whether it flashes, and where it's situated in your mental frame of image. Fourth, test each of these sub-modality differences one at a time to discover which is the most powerful in changing the belief picture to doubt. Which one has the most power to weaken a belief and make it more doubtful? Suppose the dimming modality has the greatest power over the doubt. This could be the one that causes the doubt picture to flash or even fade away. Any one of the characteristics could do the trick. You just have to test each one. Number 5, make sure you have a new belief in your mind to replace the doubt with. If your doubt was that you were not disciplined enough to study on your own and learning how to become a good manager, then you need to replace that doubt. You'd represent a new belief as one that gives you that power. You could see yourself learning ideas and concepts quickly. You could make an image of yourself flying through books that seem complex to others. As you do this, remember to think of the new belief in only positive terms, not negative. Think of the belief also as a process, rather than being a goal or delusion. A delusion would be to see yourself as the richest person in the world. It would also be a goal, not a belief. One process would be to see yourself doing something, like sticking with a task to the end. You might picture a friend calling on the phone, and you telling the friend you'll call them back after you've completed a certain stage of the project. You also need to do an emotional stability check to make sure that this belief won't harm you or other people in the future. The process of changing beliefs is very simple. When you find the mode which has the greatest power in weakening the old belief, use it to put the picture of the old belief up into the right of the picture frame. Make it start flashing, and then see it slowly dim, dissipating, and evaporating from sight. At that point, cause the new belief to be created as a picture in your mind, making it vivid, bright, colorful, large, stable, and straight in front of you. In fact, you may wish to try this several times to make sure that the new belief is there and has not gone away. One way to test whether this has been effective in changing your beliefs is to picture the old belief. If it's dim, small, colorless, and fuzzy, you've been successful in making it into permanent doubt instead of belief. Now, bring back the new belief in your mind. If it's colorful, large, bright, big, vivid, stable, and straight in front of you, you've been successful in making it into a strong new belief. Through the coming days, test this to make sure that the emotions and the associations connected with this belief are consistent with the change that's occurred. The way you test your new belief is very simple. Test the visual representation. What does it look like? Is it still vivid? Is it still big, colorful, and in the center of the picture frame? Does it still have all the characteristics that were there when you made it? You might have to reinforce it by going through this exercise again, but with practice, you'll find the new belief integrated into your way of life. As an assignment, try to take the goal and outcome of side 1 and list both the positive and the negative beliefs which either limit or empower you to achieve that goal and outcome. Secondly, go through the process we've just done on this side and replace each of the old non-supportive beliefs with new beliefs that will support these goals. Use the step-by-step modality test. Then test these beliefs and determine whether they've affected your emotions and your perceptions. These belief change techniques can be extremely powerful in supporting your self-discipline. As you think about what you want, think about what your beliefs are and how they're represented. Use the 5-step approach with at least 3 of your beliefs and doubts. See if you can change them and notice how your emotions are affected as well. Beliefs and goals have to be in harmony. If they are, you'll be able to work miracles. Jesus Christ once said, "If you have the faith of a mustard seed, you will be able to say to a mountain, 'Move,' and it will move. Nothing will be impossible to you." Having the faith of a mustard seed is exactly what you will need to support your goals. If we can't find the inner resources to be self-disciplined, society's imposed ways for us to learn self-discipline. There are laws, rules, contracts, and other ways to get us to take responsibility for our actions. In this segment, we're going to learn how to use some external measures to become self-disciplined. We're going to focus on the use of a behavioral contract to help us develop the self-direction we need to accomplish what we want. Contracts are nothing new to most of us. We're all operating under one sort of contract or another, written or unwritten. It might be a contract to do a certain amount of work each day for our employer. It might be the unspoken contract with our neighbors to keep our yards clean. It might be the understanding we have with our partners to be considerate and kind when they're having a bad day. In all of these, we're committed to keeping our word, the spirit of the agreement or understanding. Well, this section will deal with using contracts with yourself to become more self-disciplined. You'll also discover ways to reward yourself for activities or behaviors you want to develop. Behaviors which in turn will serve to help you achieve outcomes and stay in control of your life and what you want to accomplish. If you successfully complete your 4 to 6 week self-discipline contract, which is extremely simple to carry out, you'll find that your commitment to your goals, as well as your overall enjoyment and achievement in life, will skyrocket. The behavioral contract we'll discuss in this section is really a promise or agreement you'll make to yourself. You'll ideally involve another person as your self-disciplined partner to change or implement changes on a regular basis to literally and absolutely increase your overall performance. The contract you'll find in your album is organized so you can change yourself into the person you want to be financially more profitable, or to help you develop behaviors and habits that will help make self-discipline even more effective in your life. Look now at the worksheet, Behavioral Contracts. On the top of this sheet are 2 columns labeled If and Then. The If column represents the target behaviors you want to be more self-disciplined about. For example, if you're a salesperson, your goal may be to make more referral calls or appointments. Fill this If section in with statements such as, if I make 6 cold calls each day, or if I book 1 appointment per day, or if I read 1 chapter each day, or if I stay on my diet each day. These should be the behaviors that you want to be more self-disciplined about. To start, you may want to focus on one area of behavior. When you've done this, go on to the Then column. Then statements stand for the reward you'll get from changing your behavior. The then becomes a positive consequence of making a change, of fulfilling the if statement. After an if statement such as, if I make 5 sales phone calls each day, you might write, then I can watch the evening news. The then part of the contract can be drawn from your rewards and reinforcers sheet. Any reward can be used if you've rated it at an enjoyment or importance level of at least 6. It's something you should give yourself if you earn it, but not before. Rewards will work to increase your performance, but only if you use them as directed in the program. Link the reward directly to the target behavior. Don't defer your reward any more than a few hours. Directly beneath the If and Then columns is a section labeled Bonus. The bonus is a reward for successfully accomplishing the weekly goals and activities you set for yourself. This bonus could be something like giving yourself a dinner at a nice restaurant on a Saturday night after completing a week's goals. This bonus is anything you think would be rewarding, something to reinforce your goals in the future. And this will reinforce your self-discipline as well. Directly below the bonus section is the control section. For this, you'll need a self-disciplined partner. Choose somebody, ideally your spouse or someone you work with and trust, who can help you enforce this contract and encourage you throughout the 4 to 6 week program. This individual should be someone you see daily, someone who can discuss your goals and accomplishments with you, someone who can commit to being supportive of your efforts for the next 4 to 6 weeks. Since we may often rationalize ourselves into giving a reward even when we haven't earned it, a partner isn't just a good idea, but a necessary part of the plan to help keep you on track to do what you want to do behaviorally. This partner needs to be someone who's truly supportive of you, someone who understands your goals and desires, and wants them for you almost as much as you want them for yourself. Don't set yourself up for disappointment by using a possible competitor as a self-disciplined partner. When you approach your partner, you might suggest a two-way arrangement. If at some point this partner decides such a program might be a good thing, you'd volunteer to be their sounding board. Along with finding a partner to help keep you on track, you should be prepared to do one more thing. To further help keep you committed to this program, write a check to your partner for $200 or more. If you fall short of your contractual obligations, if you fail to reward yourself when you've earned it, or if you decide to quit the program for any reason except changing your goals, you forfeit the $200 to your partner. If you quit before the 4 to 6 week period is up, your partner must cash the check without your permission and spend it any way he or she sees fit. And insist up front that your partner agree to do this. You won't have much problem getting them to agree. You should also promise to interact with your partner, whether this person is an office mate or your spouse, about your progress on the program at least once a day. You should also promise to complete a weekly activity sheet like the one included with your album. You should use it as your self-discipline program workbook. The weekly activity sheet will enable your partner to see how much you've been doing. Your partner is really like a monitor. This is the individual you've designated to keep track of you and be supportive of your efforts to reach the level of self-discipline you've scheduled for yourself to achieve your outcomes. As I've said before, the program should only last about 4 to 6 weeks. After that, a habit should be formed, and you shouldn't need the monitor. Now, select a goal you wish to start working toward during the next 4 to 6 weeks. If it's a major goal like making $100,000 a year, chunk it down. You'll know exactly how much you need to do to make steady progress every month, every week, and if you can, every day. For the goal of making $100,000, you divide it by 12. This will tell you the amount you need to make each month, around $8,500. If you break it down further, you need to make about $2,000 a week, and you can even break that down to a daily target if you like. A computer accessories salesman with whom I worked had this goal. He wanted to own a Pearson 31-foot yacht. The yacht cost approximately $50,000. The salesman earned only about $2,000 a month. He made about 2 sales a week, 8 sales a month, and his average commission was approximately $250. So you can see that it would be difficult at best for him to buy the yacht outright, or even to lease it. He also set a goal for himself to purchase that yacht within 2 months. Since his goal depended on a larger income, he needed to increase his sales. His averages dictated that to get 1 sale, he had to see about 2 prospects. To see 2 prospects, he had to book about 3 appointments. To book 3 appointments, he needed to call, on a referral basis, 10 people. His average activity showed that he was calling, on a referral basis, approximately 20 people a week. He was booking about 6 appointments a week and seeing about 2 prospects a week, which yielded him 2 sales per week for a weekly grand total of $500. The lease on the yacht would cost him around $600 a month. For this salesperson, that meant generating about 3 more sales per month. This translated into calling 30 more referrals per month, or about 8 more referrals a week. He also would have to book 9 more appointments and see 6 more prospects per month. This would have to be done over and beyond the number of sales he needed to maintain his standard of living. So you see, to start leasing the yacht on the date he wanted, he'd only have to be self-disciplined enough to work a little harder to increase his activity. If this seems like a lot of work to you, keep in mind the law of forced efficiency. This holds that if you push yourself to do something, you'll always find an easier way to do it. In this particular example, the salesperson, when faced with making more calls, found easier ways to make referral calls and tended to qualify the people he was prospecting much more effectively. Eventually, he wasn't doing that much more activity. He was just improving his efficiency, and as a result, his productivity. He wasn't working harder, he was just working smarter. The way this individual started on the program was very simple. We knew how hard he was working in terms of activity, making around 4 referral calls per day, booking about 1 appointment per day, and seeing around 1 prospect per day. He was also making 1 sale on the average every 2 days. Although he'd ultimately have to increase his activity, we started him at his current normal activity level to try to get him adjusted to the program. His rewards and reinforcer sheet indicated that he enjoyed, on an importance level of 6 or more, watching television, playing tennis, and drinking coffee. He also enjoyed going out to dinner on the weekends. The coffee drinking was linked to phone calls. For every call he made, he could take a sip of his coffee. If he made no phone calls, he received no coffee that day. Since he also liked to watch television in the evening, we linked television time, about an hour, to appointments. So if he went on an appointment, he could watch television that evening. But if there were no appointments that day, there was no television either. The last reward we linked to an activity was tennis. Since this individual greatly enjoyed playing tennis, but only a couple of times a week, we linked seeing prospects to playing tennis. So for every 2 prospects he saw, usually he saw 2 a day, he'd receive an afternoon or evening of playing tennis. There was no reward given for the number of sales he made, because basically, if his activities increased, we knew sales would follow. No salesperson will be active or increase activity for very long without having sales go up a proportional amount. And the reward there is very clear. The bonus for the salesman was that if he accomplished his goals for the week, he could go out to a nice restaurant and have a wonderful dinner as a reward. During this individual's second week, he increased his phone calls by 1 per day. It wasn't until the 4th week that he also increased his booked appointments, as well as the number of prospects he saw during the day. By making a slow, steady increase, he was able to adjust to the extra activity, preventing stress and strain. He also adjusted to rewarding himself or not giving himself rewards, depending on the activity he performed. And he was slowly but surely developing self-discipline. By the 8th week, he approximately tripled the number of sales he was making because he tripled his sales activity. It didn't take him long to triple his sales without working any harder. He just learned to work smarter and better. In another case, I worked with a manager who didn't take or have the time to read more business-related articles and books. His target behavior was to develop self-discipline in spending more time reading, thereby increasing his efficiency in his job. His goal was to read about 10 more pages, or 1 chapter per day. He saw numerous benefits to his goal by utilizing the outcome techniques and visualizing his objectives. By reading, he'd get more information, which would make him more valuable to his company. He was also in a good position to directly increase his pay because of the new skills he was picking up through the extra reading. He'd also develop more interest in his job because he'd be getting more information about the industry in general, and he'd be more in control of his future. We started this manager off by putting him on a very simple program in which we tried to get him to read 1 more page per day. It usually took him only a minute or so to do this, but just getting the book out, looking at the page and reading it, was enough to start a habit pattern of reading. In time, we'd increase that. More important at first was just getting a book in front of him. We found from his rewards and reinforcer sheet that he enjoyed walking around the block at noon. Walking on his importance scale was an 8. Every time he read 1 page at lunch, he could have his noon walk. After the 3rd and 4th week, his goal was increased. He was rewarded with a walk only after reading 5 pages. His activity was slow, and it took about 6 weeks before he was actually reading 10 pages or a chapter per day. If he met his reading goals on each of the 5 work days, his bonus was that he could play 18 holes of golf on the weekend. As you've heard, you might use the same system to read a book. If your outcome is to read 1 book, how many pages can you read per day? And how much time each day will it take to do that reading? The next step is to keep track of your level of disciplined activity on the activity sheet. Knowing your current level of disciplined activity basically helps you get an idea of your level of productivity, and it will help you accomplish your objective. You can use this sheet to keep track of what you're doing or failing to do to meet your goal. You should now have a good idea of how quickly and when you need to increase your activity so you can reach whatever target behavior and deadline you set. Whatever you do, don't forget to pace yourself. Frequently, people using this method say to me, "Kerry, I'm smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day, but my objective is to stop smoking, and I want to stop smoking tomorrow. How can I use self-discipline to accomplish this?" The truth is that you need to have a systematic program by which you can change gradually. Without such a program, you may never see improvement. These are the small steps or changes we've been talking about throughout this program. I encourage you to increase your activity after your first week or so of using reinforcers, or as soon as you feel comfortable with the program. The idea is to start at your present levels of activity. Ask yourself, what level am I achieving right now? Stay at that level for a week or two until you get used to the program and you've consciously committed to maintaining that level of activity. Then and only then should you move to increase your activity. And don't move on to the next higher level until you've grown accustomed to the current level. This is the way to avoid the anxiety that comes with change. It's important you don't push yourself too hard, too fast at the beginning of this program. Make sure you're totally comfortable with giving yourself rewards, and you must give yourself a reward when you've earned it. Changing your behavior a little at a time is called successive approximation. Successive approximation is one technique useful in overcoming fears. For example, if you have a fear of elevators, a psychologist wouldn't take you up to the top floor of a tall building in an elevator and claim you're cured while you're still trying to stop shaking. Applying successive approximation, the psychologist would take you up the steps that lead to the elevator and then back. The second day, he'd accompany you to the elevator door, then stop and go home. The third day, you'd both take the elevator up 1 floor, and so on until you'd reach the top floor. Meanwhile, every time your anxiety increased in response to being close to or on the elevator, the psychologist would help you relax. He or she would ask you to take 3 or 4 deep breaths as you gradually eliminated your elevator phobia. With this program, working a little at a time towards your outcomes will be much more effective than trying to do too much, too fast. I can't stress enough how important it is to take a reward when you've earned one. It is important to watch television if you've earned it by making phone calls or by reading a book that you've scheduled for yourself that day. More important, however, is making sure you take the immediate rewards. Immediate rewards help you increase your activity much faster. Many salespeople I've worked with have given themselves a glass of fruit juice for every phone call they've made, or they give themselves a bite of a candy bar, or maybe a couple of nuts for every time they praise a staff member. Another way to use an immediate reward to increase your activity or increase your target behavior is using something called tokens. Many times, you can't eat a piece of candy after every phone call. If you're rewarding yourself for every page you read, you might make yourself sick if the reward is candy. Or maybe you don't feel like drinking orange juice or taking a bite of an apple. Tokens work equally well to give you an immediate reward at times when you don't want your usual reward. Tokens are one of the best ways available to reinforce behavior, because you can give yourself a token even when you're not hungry or thirsty. Tokens can be used anytime, anywhere. They can be such things as poker chips, pennies, or even paper clips. Tokens are rewards you can use in 2 ways. Number 1, you can, on your behavioral contract, put down that you will receive 1 token each time you say something nice to an employee, or 1 token for every time you ask for a sales referral. Each token might represent 1 half hour of television time or a cup of coffee. For every 5 tokens, you might receive tennis time, or even an hour of golf. For every 10 tokens, you might receive time reading your favorite pleasure book in the evening. Number 2, you can also use tokens by themselves to help effectively change your behavior into exactly what you want it to be. If you're working towards developing discipline in making yourself more assertive with your associates, then you give yourself a paperclip or a poker chip whenever you say something assertive. This serves to help increase your self-esteem and make you feel proud that you really are changing and improving your behavior. Getting a token also helps you keep in mind your goal of becoming more assertive. As a result, using tokens can really help increase your self-esteem as you successfully accumulate more and more of them. You might decide to use tokens as a means to help you develop self-discipline in getting to work earlier. At first, you could give yourself a token for just leaving your house earlier in the morning. Later on in the week or month, you give yourself a token only if you arrived on time. And still later, you give yourself a token only if you were early. A friend of mine is a psychologist who worked with the University of Michigan football team. The University of Michigan Wolverines have been among the best NCAA college football teams in history. They're ferocious. But that Wolverine team was not always as successful. Years ago, the University of Michigan psychologist decided that tokens might be an effective tool to get the players to tackle harder, fumble less, and recover their fumbles more frequently. The coaching staff, on the advice of the psychologist, started putting little stickers on the players' helmets for every big tackle they made, or for every fumble they recovered. The ends and the wide receivers received stickers for every catch they made. The coaching staff found that these players would do practically anything to get one of the stickers. They would jump over people, mow people down, practically go through brick walls to get one of those tokens. When you think about it, if you're on an opposing football team lined up across the scrimmage line from a football player who has a helmet full of stickers, it's a little intimidating. You know that the player must have done something right to get all those tokens. It's a lot like the Army's way of giving stripes to denote rank or medals to reward valor. For every heroic act or everything a soldier achieves, he or she gets a little emblem on their uniform. This is an interesting way of receiving tokens. It's basically a symbol of what each of us works for. Recognition through a reward that all can see and admire is often more valued than money, which is itself just another token. I had the opportunity to work with someone who was trying to lose weight. One of the toughest things we do as human beings is change eating habits once we've set a habit of eating heavily. This individual was around 50 pounds overweight. He told me he exercised, but more important, he told me he was on a diet that wasn't working. Well, diets usually do work over a long period of time, but most people will stay on a diet for only about 2 days, and they'll go back to eating their lemon meringue pie or candy. The individual I worked with carried poker chips in one of his suit pockets. At first, we had him give himself a token reward of a poker chip every time he thought about resisting a high-calorie food. The following week, we only rewarded him for eating a salad or eating food he knew was consistent with his diet. Finally, towards the end of the program, he was only rewarded for a whole day of staying on his diet, plus exercising. He gave himself an extra token for exercising. After the 4th or 5th week, not only would he have a low-calorie drink for breakfast, a salad for lunch, and a low-calorie meal for dinner, he would also have to run 1 mile during the day. Only if he accomplished those things would he get a token. He did indeed develop a habit of staying on his diet and exercising as well. Using this method, he lost weight faster than with anything else he tried. If you're a business person, you can use tokens in your business life. Give yourself a token after every phone call you make or every appointment you book, if that's your target behavior. If you aren't yet at that stage, give yourself a token every time you even think about making a phone call or booking an appointment. With a tailor-made self-discipline program you've designed for yourself, you'll be surprised how quickly you can change behaviors so you do exactly what you should do. By sticking to your behavioral contract, giving yourself rewards and tokens when you deserve them, and depriving yourself of them when you don't deserve them, you'll find that your business will increase dramatically, and the target behaviors you want to modify will change faster than you ever thought possible. You can use this behavioral control to change or reinforce any behavior you want to. All you have to do is stick with it, and when you do, you're keeping one of the most important agreements you'll ever make, an agreement with yourself to live up to your complete potential. Have you ever known someone who was completely enthused and committed about a self-development course, but lost the excitement a few days or weeks after the course was over? We've all experienced times when we find it hard to maintain our initial commitment after the initial excitement about a project wears off. Many times, we go back to the same ineffective habits that made us decide we had to mount a self-improvement program in the first place. The unfortunate fact is that most people stay the same unless they undergo some drastic behavior change. Researchers say the level of self-discipline you'll be able to maintain is in direct relation to your level of self-worth. In fact, your ability to use self-discipline effectively is directly connected to the level of doubt you have about your abilities. One of the reasons why I covered the information on belief systems earlier was to give you tools to eradicate doubt in creating an environment so that you can change. But the best way to develop self-discipline is to first change your attitude. Attitude is the product of not only your beliefs, self-esteem, and self-worth, but also the day-to-day conversations you have with yourself. Much of your attitude is influenced by how you talk to yourself during each day. And we talk to ourselves the same way we talk to others. Except, we're often harder on ourselves for mistakes and transgressions than we might be on a total stranger. We communicate to ourselves a good or bad attitude about our actions, thereby creating a sense of happiness or depression virtually every time we think. In fact, as an example of this, think of when you got out of bed this morning. Are you the kind of a person who bolts out of bed as soon as the alarm clock goes off? Or are you like me, and you lay there for a few minutes while getting some energy up? What actually gets you out of bed in the morning? Is it the sunlight? Probably not. It's probably the same pleasure and pain emotion that we've talked about throughout this program. You very likely start out thinking it feels good to lie there. But then, the longer you lie in bed, the more anxiety you start feeling. You feel more guilt or pain for not rising. You'll very likely hear yourself saying, "Get up." In response, you tell yourself, "If I'm tardy, my boss will be upset." And after a while, your internal voice gets louder and louder saying, "Get up. Get out of bed. You can't lie there anymore. Your day is wasting away. You're missing opportunities. You're going to get in trouble if you don't get up. Get up. Get up." If you hear this kind of a voice in the morning, you're probably experiencing the same emotion that makes up what we call an attitude. Part of it is a little voice that scolds you and berates you and coerces you. It may criticize you or give you compliments virtually all day long. The problem is, you usually listen to it. If that voice inside your head is negative and berating, it will give you a very bad attitude. And bad attitudes are bad for your self-discipline. The good news is you can change that voice and make it more supportive of your goals, outcomes, and objectives. It will support you and help you be much more motivated to stay self-disciplined. Do you recall the exercise we did on influencing the modality of pictures in order to change beliefs? I asked you to make a visual representation of what a belief looks like. You saw that belief as big, vivid, bright, and possibly colorful. You saw doubt as dim, fuzzy, and small. Well, you can use the words with which you speak to yourself to control your attitude in much the same way. There's a style of self-questioning and self-comment that will be very useful in creating an attitude while you maintain self-discipline. Think of the voice that you hear in the morning which makes you get out of bed. It's probably a voice that first says in a very soft tone, "Get up, get up, get out of bed. It's time to wake up." But then right before you wake up, you'll likely hear that voice getting louder, deeper, and more intense. And the more you put it off, the louder, deeper, and more dense that voice will become. Try this experiment with me. Listen to the voice in your head describe yourself. Think of all the positives and negatives that make up who you are. Hear it outline your strengths and weaknesses, everything about you. As you think of these things, I want you to hear that voice first in sleepy, calm, soft tones. How do you feel listening to this voice? Next, hear that voice describe your personality characteristics, and this time, speed the voice up. Make that voice loud and booming. Notice how your feelings change as you listen. The tone of that voice certainly influences your feelings as much as the pictures, doesn't it? You don't have to be an auditory, sound-based person to hear voices inside your head. And don't worry, these aren't voices that will have people wondering about you. This is your inner voice speaking to you. You can even use this technique to increase the volume and pitch, pace and rhythm of your inner voice. It will help make your self-talk as supportive as possible. It will help you get up more easily and quickly in the morning. And it will help you stick with the actions you need to take to be more self-disciplined and successful in your life. These internal voices are what motivation is all about. You do things because of the way you talk to yourself. You avoid doing things because the anxiety is so great that it pushes you away from an activity. Let's test this again on something which you're procrastinating. Think of something that you've been putting off that you could do right now. Try to listen to the voice and think of that activity that you could be doing. Have you got it? Hear the voice in a very soft, calm tone telling you to do it and describe to you why this action is necessary and beneficial. Now, hear the voice becoming faster and louder. Do you feel yourself compelled to do the activity in question? If the answer is yes, you're probably being influenced by the modulation of your internal voice. Your self-talk can cause you so much anxiety that you have to do that activity to avoid bad feelings. This is another example of moving toward or moving away from something. For example, if you're trying to be more self-disciplined in praising your staff, you might listen to the same type of voice. Suppose you have a goal of complimenting your staff, even when this is something you wouldn't naturally do. You're not the kind of person who gives praise. You think people should know when they do something well, and that should be praise enough. So use your inner voice to remind you of your goal. A staff person does something that merits a compliment. At first, the voice tells you to praise your subordinate. You resist. The voice gets a little louder. You still don't listen. So finally, the voice is literally screaming at you to give that person the praise she deserves before she leaves the room. It gets more uncomfortable to withhold the praise than it is to give it. Remember this and use this. Even though it seems hard-nosed, you can get a lot of use out of causing yourself a little anxiety by controlling your internal voice. Your own internal motivation often runs on anxiety. It's usually an unconscious way to keep you on track with the things you need to do. Sometimes that internal anxiety creates fear that stops us from harming ourselves. You can actually harness this internal voice and make yourself anxious when you don't do the things that you know you should be doing. Controlling your internal voice is just another example of how one submodality can actually keep you self-disciplined and help you maintain your commitment to a goal. Obviously, you can use this technique with pictures as well. But since most of us talk to ourselves frequently throughout the day, listening to voices might be even easier than making visual representations. The trick here is to catch yourself when your internal voice is rambling on. Here's an experiment for you. Look at the light switch in the room you're in. Did you spot it? Good. Now use your internal voice to ask nicely and gently to turn the light on or off, whichever is the opposite of what it is now. Didn't have much impact, did it? So make a second request. only this time make the voice a little louder and a little meaner. If that didn't work, make the voice 100 decibel blast, like an earthquake rumbling in your head. If you didn't get up then to turn the light out, you probably don't react to pain. Did you notice that we didn't mention anything about the content of what you said to yourself? The only thing we're focusing on is how you said it. The way you speak to yourself is more important than what you actually say to yourself. You can use this self-talk strategy to control your attitude in moving toward or away from doing something. Most people naturally push themselves to do something by causing themselves anxiety if they don't do it. You just learned how to control the inner voice that leads to anxiety. Most of us use combinations of these self-talk strategies that use guilt, anxiety, or future pleasure to motivate. Strategies are neither good or bad. What you need to examine are the results produced by the strategies. You need to determine what works best for you. If you're one of the lucky few who can look at a dirty house and say, "I'm going to use my self-discipline in doing this right now. I can't wait till I get done because of how good it will look," you're in great shape and also in the minority. If you're like the rest of us, you need to make that little voice inside your head start out slowly, asking you to clean up the house, blasting you later with a loud internal demand, if that's what it takes to get the job done. These techniques are a component of a concept called meta-patterns. Meta-patterns are really an explanation of how you process information. They're like an internal computer program that allows you to either generalize or store information, causing you to pay attention or ignore certain bits of information that can affect your attitudes and perceptions. Using meta-patterns effectively will help you maintain control over your life and use self-discipline in achieving your objectives. Understanding your own meta-patterns will help you take some of the struggle out of maintaining control over your level of self-discipline. Have you ever noticed that some people live like they have blinders on, ignoring everything that doesn't fit with their objectives? People who do this have meta-patterns that move them toward an action rather than away from one. Some of us move toward heavy physical exercise, for example, spending time in gyms and going jogging. Others move away from strenuous physical activity. Some of us move toward the arts by going to concerts and the ballet. Some of us move away. But meta-patterns are more than just a taste for preferences in life. They also represent the degree to which you motivate yourself to stay disciplined. The real difference in meta-patterns, as opposed to your own life preferences, is the degree to which you move toward or away from something. Meta-patterns are much more than simple preferences. They're the drives that keep you moving in a certain direction. Are you the kind of a person who constantly tries to move toward something? Or are you constantly trying to move away from things? If somebody asks you what you want out of your career, your family, or your life, do you tell them what you want or what you don't want? Someone with a moving toward meta-pattern would answer the question in terms of what they want. Someone who's showing a moving away from meta-pattern would answer the question in terms of what they don't want. Here's a question to determine whether your meta-state is one of moving toward or away. How did you decide to buy your last house? Answer it out loud to yourself if you can. If you answer that you decided to buy your current home because it had a beautiful view with a big yard, or something else positive about it, your meta-state is one of moving toward an option. If you answered that it was the best of a bad lot, or you liked it at first but wouldn't buy it again because its living room is too small, your meta-state is one of moving away. Here's another question. How did you decide to buy your last car? If you said it was the only one you could afford, your meta-state is one of moving away. If you described all the great things about it, your meta-state is one of moving toward. Recently, I talked to a friend and asked her what she desired from a date. She spent almost half an hour telling me what she didn't want in a man. She told me that she didn't want someone who was poor, who wasn't able to show her attention, who didn't spend a lot of time with her, and wasn't tall, dark, and handsome. I understood what she didn't want, but I was still a little bit confused as to what she did want. I even asked her the same question again. It was interesting that she said, "I just told you, didn't I?" Another example of a meta pattern is how a salesperson promotes a product. A product like a computer can be described by its capabilities or its limitations. On the one hand, a computer may have a 20 megabyte disk drive with the ability to store huge amounts of information. It may have 1,000,000 bytes of memory and be able to run a couple of programs at once. On the other hand, it may be described by what it isn't. It might be inexpensive, small, and light. Both descriptions display a moving toward or moving away from meta pattern. Moving away or moving towards something is very important in self-discipline. If you set a self-discipline program up for yourself and you find yourself constantly moving away, this is a cue that you may be trying to change your attitude. It may be a struggle to stay disciplined. This is also a cue for you to delete information that comes in, making it easier for you to move toward your objective and outcomes. Ignore the information that doesn't support your self-disciplined outcome. This is because of your natural tendency to pay more attention to data that moves away from your outcomes. Another meta pattern that makes up your attitude is called internal and external frame of reference. Here's a question that will help you identify your frame of reference. How do you know when you've done a good job on a project? If you know you've done well only because others tell you you have, your frame of reference is definitely external. But if you have a feeling that your work is good no matter what anyone says, your frame of reference is internal. Pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? Here's an experiment. Draw a picture of a tree. I know you probably don't think of yourself as an artist, but do the best you can. Now go ask somebody to tell you whether it's a good job. If this person's opinion is very important to you, and you find yourself clamoring to hear what it is, you're external. You may not have been honest with yourself if you first decided you were internal. If your frame of reference is external, that means that other people can knock you off your self-discipline program. If you are internally framed, you're much more apt to stick to a self-discipline program. To be more self-disciplined, we need to have a greater internal frame of reference. To get that means that once you've set an outcome for yourself, you need to measure every action you take against that outcome. This will help you become more internally oriented, and you'll be able to resist those external forces that might draw you away from your self-discipline program. We can use our belief representations to support internal frame of reference. Try right now to re-access that picture of the belief which supports the outcome you have in mind. In the following exercise, I'm going to ask you to do a visualization. If you're driving, please wait to do this until you can give it your complete attention. For instance, if you're working on an MBA and someone says to you, "You don't need an MBA. Why spend the time? You haven't gone to school in 20 years. You'll never make it." If your frame of reference is external, those comments will influence your commitment to the MBA. To make yourself internal to deal with comments like this, you might imagine yourself breezing through graduate studies at the top of your class. In short, you believe that you have the ability to get this done. Try to pay very close attention to the brightness, the size, and the vividness of the picture of your belief. Now go back to thinking about your outcome, which is getting an MBA. That outcome will occur if you stay internally referenced. And every time you hear doubting comments, call to mind the picture of the belief that you have the ability to do what it takes to get the MBA. A third meta pattern involves how your emotions are sorted. This basically focuses on human interactions, primarily on what you do for yourself and for others. If you sort only by yourself, you'd be termed a self-absorbed, arrogant egotist. On the other hand, if you sort by others consistently, you might become an emotional martyr. Someone who probably sorts by self is Donald Trump. At least in the media, he seems self-absorbed, focused only on what he can do for himself. On the other hand, Mother Teresa is someone who probably sorts by others. She's so altruistic and selfless that she's given every penny that she has and lots of time to the poor in the streets of India. If you're an accountant or an auditor, would it be better to sort by self or by others? Obviously, it's better to sort by self. You'd need to be focused on the task to be done, not what other people need. Policemen are also people who need to sort by self. If they were influenced by others, they probably wouldn't give traffic tickets or arrest anybody. On the other hand, people who must sort by others are waiters and waitresses in restaurants. They might also be mothers who constantly have to give of themselves to their children. How would this meta-pattern of sorting affect your self-discipline? Again, as in the case of external or internal frame of reference, if you sort by others completely, your meta-pattern would sabotage your chances of becoming self-disciplined and staying focused on objectives and outcomes. On the other hand, in this case, it is much better to sort by self since your outcome is nobody else's but yours. Although you can't ignore others, it's important to sort by self and keep focused on what you want. Here's some questions to determine whether you sort by others or by self. What do you like best about your job? If you answer that it pays well, or the hours are good, or another self-centered reason, you are sorting by self. On the other hand, if the wonderful people you meet is the reason you cited for liking your job, you probably sort by others. Do you like to work with others or by yourself? If you said self, you probably sort by self. The opposite goes for you if you work best with others. But if you sort by others, your maintenance of self-discipline may be harmed. If someone needed to talk to you, but you had a deadline to get a project done, sorting by others could affect your ability to meet that deadline, undermining your self-discipline. You can learn to sort by self when you want by using the reward system we've talked about earlier. If you have a deadline and you're assertive enough to tell your friend that you'd love to talk after the project is over, you'd give yourself a reward of golf on the weekend or a dinner for two. You're actually using reward to sort by self. And sorting by self is much more effective in developing self-discipline. Although if you need others' help, sorting by others is absolutely necessary. Another meta-pattern that affects your attitude is your tendency to accept possibility or necessity. A good way to discover how somebody is motivated is to ask a question. For example, why they bought their house. If they said they needed a 5-bedroom house because they had 4 kids, or they needed a study to work in, that person is probably motivated by necessity. Station wagon owners and van drivers are likely motivated by necessity. Possibility people are motivated less by what they have to do than what they want to do. They see a wide variety of choices and experiences and options in life. They're very interested in knowing what they can have rather than what they should have. The necessity people are likely more motivated by what's secure. Here's a question to determine whether you're a necessity thinker or a possibility thinker. If you use self-discipline to get things done, do you do so because you know you have to do it and self-discipline is the only thing that works? Or will you do it because it's the best way to achieve outcomes, making the process and the result more enjoyable? Obviously, possibility thinkers would find a way to have fun at even those things they must do. If your self-disciplined goal is to lose 10 pounds to fit into a ball gown you want to wear in 2 weeks, would you think, my gosh, I'll have to starve myself and hate every minute of it? Or would you think, this is a great time to start that new dieting program I've been thinking about? In terms of your self-discipline outcomes, it's good to have a mixture of both of these meta-patterns of necessity and possibility. Your self-disciplined goal should take into account the necessities of staying committed. It also includes the possibility thinking aspect of looking at new ways of how you can reach your outcomes more quickly. The last meta-pattern we'll examine is your particular work style. This meta-pattern directly affects your attitude as it relates to how well you'll be able to maintain a self-disciplined lifestyle. There are 3 kinds of work style meta-patterns. The first is independent, the second is cooperative, and the third relates to proximity. The independent meta-pattern is the thought process of somebody who gets a great deal of enjoyment from working on their own. They like to get things done by themselves and take full credit. They could have difficulty working with other people and supervision. They're the sort who wish less to become a part of a group than to run a group. The cooperative meta-pattern individual wants to be a part of a decision-making body. They want to share the responsibility and the activities. These are the sort of people who may not like to make a decision on their own so much as they like to get agreement from others before they commit themselves. The final category in this group is a mixture of the first two types. These are the proximity meta-pattern individuals. They like to work with others, but maintain control over a project. In this meta-pattern, your self-disciplined attitude might be influenced by the kinds of projects you're working on. For example, if your meta-pattern leads toward the independent side, but one of your self-disciplined activities is to campaign for the president of the Parent-Teacher Association, you might be in trouble. Even if its importance is within your values and beliefs, you may experience more of a struggle in this meta-pattern than if you decided to simply write letters to the leadership of the PTA telling them how to run their organization. On the other hand, if one of your goals is to read an hour in the evening, but your meta-pattern includes a cooperative mindset, you might find it difficult to spend that much time by yourself, thinking that you'd rather be socializing. Certainly, the best of both worlds seems to be the proximity meta-pattern, in which you enjoy another's company, but have the ability to run things by yourself. The meta-patterns you use have a great bearing on whether you'll be successfully self-disciplined. Because of this, the self-discipline approach you take needs to fit well into the meta-patterns you already possess. You can change meta-patterns if you desire, but this change must occur by distorting, deleting, or generalizing incoming information. If your self-disciplined activity requires you to move towards something, you'd simply delete the things you need to move away from. For example, if you need to study more per day, you'd be moving towards something. So you delete thoughts about playing tennis with friends or sleeping later in the day. Each of these meta-patterns will help support or sabotage your self-discipline program. To change a meta-pattern, all you need to do is 1. Recognize which meta-pattern you possess. If you have a meta-pattern that's typically moving toward things, then thinking about a great body is a better way to slim down than to think about losing weight. If your meta-pattern is moving away, losing weight would be a more effective way for you to think of a self-disciplined outcome. Number 2, focus on the part of the meta-pattern that best supports your goal and outcome. For example, if your frame of reference is external, you'd be a great candidate for a weight loss program because of your concern about others' opinions. Number 3, failing that, you can change your belief systems to best utilize your existing meta-pattern, because, as you may find, meta-patterns can be difficult to change. If your meta-pattern is one of moving toward rather than moving away, and my diet outcomes are focused on losing 25 pounds, there's a conflict. To make those congruent, you can use belief in your ability to eat 2 small meals a day instead of 3 large meals. That's a way to change the outcome to best use the existing meta-pattern. Number 4, monitor yourself through your self-discipline change program. Make sure you're actively focusing on information that supports your most effective meta-pattern. You delete, distort, and generalize information about your environment anyway. Why not use it to help you in maintaining a self-disciplined lifestyle? If your outcome is to get an MBA, and you read an article that degrees of this type are no longer as important as they once were for getting a better job, a moving away meta-pattern person would say, why am I killing myself working an 8-hour job and going to class at the same time? This is a time to delete information in favor of your meta-pattern. Instead, you might rationalize to yourself that there will always be great opportunities for qualified people, more so now than ever before. There will always be temptations to draw you away from self-discipline, but using deletion will work to your advantage if you use the concepts of meta-patterns to support your self-discipline. As an assignment, go through these meta-patterns and see how many support your existing outcomes. Also, try to think of a new outcome that would fit nicely into the meta-patterns you possess. Lastly, try making your internal voice do some blasting the next time you find that you aren't doing something that you know you should be. If you use and listen to your internal voice, you'll be able to program yourself for successful self-discipline no matter what your goal. Self-discipline can pay off in many areas of your life, no matter what the goal. One place it pays off with dollars and cents is the area of wealth building. In researching this program, I spoke to many financial planners, insurance agents, financial advisors, bankers, and self-styled gurus. In virtually every case, these experts mention the key to creating and accumulating wealth is the ability to establish a game plan to build wealth, and then follow that game plan. These experts told me that when people have problems with their money, it's usually because they disregard the advice of the professionals they pay to tell them what to do with that money. One of the experts I interviewed is financial planner Ed Williams, based in San Diego, California. One of Ed's clients is a 46-year-old plumbing contractor who makes approximately $200,000 a year. The plumbing contractor realizes that investments consist of taking advantage of cyclical markets, yet he's committed to investing wisely, regularly, and staying on his game plan. The plumbing contractor referred Ed to a friend of his, who is an electrical contractor. The electrical contractor, Phil, made a gross salary of nearly $800,000 a year. His net worth was about $6 million. He mentioned to his planner during the financial planning session that he was very concerned about paying taxes on his accumulated investments. He paid a $3,000 fee for the financial plan and Ed Williams' consultation. But unfortunately, he didn't implement the plan Ed came up with. Instead, he put $200,000 into a pharmaceutical company, thinking he'd take advantage of research and development loopholes in the tax laws to gain tax benefits. He also put $100,000 into a movie industry limited partnership. Both of these were extremely risky investments, yet promised very lucrative returns of 18% to 50% within just a few months. The results of these investments were disastrous. The pharmaceutical company went out of business within just about a year, and Phil never got a penny back. The movie industry limited partnership didn't make one solid cent in over 5 years. Phil could have made a great amount of money if he put these funds into the vehicles Ed Williams had suggested. But Phil wasn't disciplined. He wanted quick money, and greed won out over prudence in this case. If he'd invested his money in a variable annuity investment, Ed calculated he'd have doubled his money within 5 years. When Ed heard about Phil's problems, he promptly asked him to come in again so they could reestablish the financial plan. But Phil seemed intent on turning his errors into disasters. He promptly bought real estate and got burned in the sinking market of the early 1980s. He was like a Las Vegas gambler who doubles his next bet after he loses. Well, Phil's real estate investments unfortunately foreclosed because Phil didn't have money to carry that real estate through a bad market period. He didn't have the liquidity to keep his investments and lost them. The moral of this story is that self-discipline is as important in making money as having money. It's like the saying goes in baseball. It's more important to hit singles than to try and hit home runs. Babe Ruth was one of the worst strikeout batters in history, yet he was a legend because of his home runs. Reggie Jackson's batting average wasn't even close to that of Wade Boggs. But fans idolized Mr. October because he hit balls outside of the stadium. Wade Boggs has been a batting master because when he needed a base hit, he got one. This doesn't mean that Wade can't hit home runs. But a team doesn't win when 9 players try to hit home runs. A team wins when 9 players try to get on base. And a team wins when team members have the long-term goal of winning in sight, not just hitting home runs. Using self-discipline techniques in investing has a lot to do with the pleasure and pain principles we've talked about throughout this program. People committed to self-discipline are those who walk away wealthy. Here's a 4-step technique to develop financial self-discipline. As you'll hear, some of them are based on the concepts you've already learned about in this program. These steps are: number 1, get advice to reach your desired outcome. Number 2, plan to reach that outcome. Number 3, develop belief in your plan. Number 4, utilize the techniques of reviewing and rewarding yourself. We'll go over each of them in depth now. The first step is that of getting advice. The financial market has many intricacies, and you do well, no matter what your background, to consult with someone who's got background in investing and the ability to be subjective about what to do with your money. You can locate a financial planner by looking through the International Association of Financial Planners directory, which is called the Registry of Financial Planners, and that's just the beginning. You need to feel confident with your advisor's experience and comfortable with his style. To get to this point, cooperate in all the interviews the expert conducts, and be as honest as you can about your financial position and objectives. This is a good time for you to share your outcomes with your planner, telling him or her what you want from your investments in the next 5, 10, and 20 years. And you need to let him know how you see yourself reaching that outcome. Remember, outcomes aren't simply goals. They're how you'll feel, what you'll see and hear when that outcome is realized. By sharing outcomes with your planner, you'll stay more committed to your financial plan. That's because your commitment is to a lifestyle instead of simply money. Many investors lose money because they lose sight of the outcome they want to gain through investing. Instead, they simply concentrate on the money, and greed becomes the single most important motivating factor for their investment strategies. Make sure that you share your professional values with a financial planner as well. Tell him what you plan to do with your money after you're gone, whether it's to leave it to family or charitable causes. Let him know what's important to you and how you plan to address those concerns. The second step in our 4 steps to self-disciplined wealth building is to plan. Financial planners will be a great help in helping you chunk down your outcomes into steps you'll be able to make. But their help is only as good as the information they get from you. Tell them how much risk you think you can handle and be realistic. There's pleasure and pain involved in investing, and the greater the risk, the more you stand to gain. Of course, there's greater volatility, higher stress, and more uncertainty in the higher risk investments. As you plan your risks, make sure you use the future planning technique we've already discussed. See yourself in your mind as committed and self-disciplined in working toward your outcome and achieving it. If you can see yourself carrying out your financial plan in a disciplined and orderly way, you'll be able to withstand the temptation to make quick changes that are based on the emotion of the moment. This isn't to say you should remain inflexible about which vehicles to use to achieve your outcomes. But I do recommend that you use enough self-discipline to lay a new plan with your financial advisor before you make any changes. That is what self-discipline is all about. Sticking to your plans until they need to be modified, and then modifying them with an eye to the future as well as the present. Remember, if your outcomes are consistent, you'll be able to maintain a plan even if it includes changes and different ways of doing things. Step number 3 in our 4-step wealth building formula is belief. One of the major reasons why investors, like the unsuccessful contractor, lose so much money is that they sabotage their own financial plans. It's obvious he didn't fully believe in the power of his plan, so he acted to dismantle it in favor of something he did believe in. It will take discipline to stick with a plan, and you will have moments of doubt. But if you believe in it, you should be able to stick it out. If your plan and your belief system are congruent, you'll have a much better time with it. To help yourself, do a belief image check to make sure your belief system supports your plan. The following exercise involves visualization. If you're driving, please wait until you're able to give it your complete attention before trying it. Try to get a picture of what it will be like to have the power to stay with this particular financial plan for a couple of years. See yourself carrying out the actions that you've agreed to carry out. Be aware of any images of doubt which might be present. See each picture in your mind. Is the belief of your successful application of the plan big, vivid, colorful, and centered in your mental screen? If it isn't, manipulate the image to make it that way. or change the part of your financial plan that seems small, black and white, and fuzzy. If you're not comfortable with an aggressive investment program, this might show up as a less than brilliant picture. So modify the program and see how that goes along with your outcomes as well as your belief. Since your mind represents self-discipline in terms of an image, you need to make sure that your desired outcome is pictured as big, vivid, colorful, and centered as you can make it. If you think you simply might lack what it takes to maintain self-discipline in achieving your objectives, you can address that as well. Evaluate this imaged out and how it's represented in your mind. Is it an image of a weak beggar in the streets, or just a picture of a rundown house in a bad neighborhood? Whatever it is, look at its visual characteristics. Now weaken each of these until you see it flash away. Don't forget to replace it with a strong image of your ability to maintain self-discipline. You might slip in a picture of you keeping a budget or resisting a quick money scheme. This belief modification exercise will help you keep your commitment because of its power to help you focus on what's valuable. Step number 4 in our self-disciplined wealth building program is to use the techniques of review and reward. This is the really fun part of your financial plan. Virtually any investment advisor will tell you to keep track of your investments, maintaining your plan to make those investments grow. You need to review what you've done periodically. This doesn't mean keeping track of the hourly stock updates. It means looking at your whole portfolio at least on a quarterly basis. This will help you determine whether your investments need to be reevaluated to help you achieve your outcomes by the desired date. Any reevaluation of this sort should also include your financial advisor's direction and input. Along with the review, you need to set up a reward plan for yourself. This should be something you outline at the beginning of your investment program to help keep yourself going every time you reach a certain point in your plan. Your reward might be a dinner out with friends or a celebration with your family. Keep these 4 steps in mind as you ponder your financial plan. They'll help you move in the direction of success and self-discipline for a richer and more rewarding life. Another financial planner I spoke with is Dennis Renner of Newport Beach, California. Dennis told me that more than 2/3 of the people making highly leveraged investments lose money. It seems that people who are trying to accumulate wealth are the speculators, while the people who've built wealth are most concerned with protecting it. It's probably no surprise to you that the people who built up their investments are those who've been most disciplined about it. And those who want money right now are the least disciplined because they're looking for a quick fix. Dennis Renner says investors' biggest temptation is big money promises from fast talkers. Of course, with the 4-step technique, you now know the way to avoid acting on your temptation. Dennis Renner trains his clients to say this to all people selling investment tools. I don't make any decisions on my own. Will you show this to my financial advisor? This is a good phrase for you to use in maintaining financial self-discipline, and it will protect you from yourself and others. Dennis Renner looks at his abilities to help people make money as simply that of a traffic cop. He just keeps the dollars constantly moving, trying to maintain his client's self-discipline in the process. Ed Williams has a 5-step self-discipline game plan to help virtually anybody accumulate enormous amounts of wealth. But it works only if people are willing to commit themselves. His 5-step wealth-building exercise works hand in hand with common sense, but is fueled by self-discipline. Number 1, establish a goal for your investment program, whether it's a goal of educating your children or retiring with $1 million lifestyle. The trick here is to decide how much it will take you to reach your goal and then when you want to reach it. Visualize yourself in the future and ask yourself how much income you want when you get there. For example, if your goal is to retire 10 years from now and you want $5,000 income per month, you simply work backwards, calculating what your investments will have to do every month to meet your goal by your date. You'll probably need help from your financial planner in doing this. Does this sound like chunking down? If you're answering yes, you're right. Remember to calculate return on investment 10 years in the future, as well as adjusting for inflation. Step number 2 in Ed Williams' wealth building plan is to determine which of your current assets you'll use to begin your investment. How much money do you have right now in stocks and bonds? Do you have mutual funds? What are your real estate holdings? Do you have valuable artwork? If you have your own business, what's it worth? This is an attempt to give you a starting point as well as an end goal in your investment program. Step number 3 is a very simple concept called dollar cost averaging. This is simply a very disciplined approach to putting money into an investment no matter what happens. The stock market will either go up or go down. It rarely stays the same. With dollar cost averaging, if you're disciplined, you'll make money no matter what the market does. For example, if the stock market goes down in value and you've made a commitment to invest $1,000 a month, you'll simply be able to buy more shares. When the market goes up in value, you'll likely buy fewer shares, but those shares will be worth more. Or you might use different tools, depending on what the market is doing. Ups and downs in the stock market never last forever. Most of the financial planners I've interviewed say that during a 10-year period, you'll discover that the stock market will have 3 good years, 3 bad years, and 4 average years. But with dollar cost averaging, no matter what happens, if you're disciplined in committing a specific amount of money every month, you'll make money on your investments no matter what the market does. A woman who's now a millionaire housewife made a commitment 10 years ago of putting $500 into a mutual fund every month. She was effective because she was so disciplined in her approach. Speculators, on the other hand, sometimes seem to be throwing darts at the stock market to see what sticks. Their effectiveness doesn't even compare to this woman's approach, even though she invested on a much smaller scale. The issue is not picking stocks. The issue in making and accumulating wealth is having the discipline to steadily and consistently invest. Salesperson John Savage is a living legend in the insurance business. He's been a member of the $1 Million Round Table for 40 years, as well as sitting at the top of the table, the best of the top insurance agents in the world. John said the death of a woman in his hometown of Toledo, Ohio, was the talk of the town for weeks. The woman was found dead in her house, and as police searched for the reason, they found more than $600,000 in trash cans on her property. An accountant John was meeting with a few days later ridiculed the woman, saying what a stupid place she chose to keep her money. It's almost as bad as keeping money under a mattress, he said. John answered brilliantly by saying, it may be a bad place to keep money, but how much do you have in your trash cans? What John was saying is that the woman at least had the self-discipline to save that much money. In almost all cases, financial advisors recommend real estate as a fabulously effective way of accumulating wealth. 20 years ago, Dennis Renner was able to put $3,000 down on a house. He bought a fixer-upper and spent the next couple of years repairing it and increasing its value. He sold that house for $50,000 and then went on to buy another house for $100,000. He bought up like this 5 more times until he was able to get a $300,000 house. That house is now worth more than $1 million, and its value is still rising. But even buying houses demands discipline. Every single month you have to make a mortgage payment or risk foreclosure. The benefit is that the house in most cases goes up in value. Nearly all financial planners understand that very few people have the discipline of making continuous investments into a financial plan. Yet a house usually increases in value and doesn't allow you to make contributions at your whim. Owners must make payments or become homeless. Owning a home is sort of a forced wealth accumulation program. But you can also build your own forced discipline program by using the techniques of self-discipline. All you have to do is build this into your behavioral contract. Let's say, for example, that you want to save enough money to buy an apartment complex as an investment. If you could come up with $50,000, you'd be set. But unfortunately, even though you and your spouse make a lot of money, neither of you has the discipline to save money. Using your behavioral contract, outline an agreement that says if you put 15% of your gross income away every 2 weeks, then you'll get to dine at the restaurant of your choice. Of course, to be most effective, the dinner should be on the day that you actually put the money in question away for investment. Will this work? You bet. If you involve your spouse with this strategy, you'll probably both have a list of restaurants picked out 6 weeks in advance. Building wealth doesn't have to be difficult. You just need to avoid setbacks and develop a habit of saving and investing wisely. Conservative, slow investments have always been the best way to accumulate wealth. Step number 4 in Ed Williams' 5-step wealth building program is to review progress from investments every 3 months. Monitor it, be aware of it, but under no circumstances should you change anything for at least 2 to 3 years following your initial decision to invest. The people who get in and out of investments quickly are usually those who suffer the most. To resist this temptation to change with the winds, use that technique we call anchoring. I earlier told you to first tell your planner your outcomes. If you went through the process, you've probably got a picture of what you want, heard people ask you how you became so wealthy, and felt a sense of security for investing so wisely. Try to re-access this great picture, sound, and feeling in your mind. If you're driving, please wait to do this until you can give it your complete attention. Have you got it? Now, at the height of those emotions, touch yourself on the arm or shoulder or even forehead to anchor that outcome in your mind. Now try to access the outcome again, but this time touch the same place you did before. This is a great technique to use whenever you feel tempted to make a change in your investments. Financial self-discipline wanes when people get bored. And if you access your outcomes like this, you'll be able to combat the boredom of waiting for investments to pay off. Step number 5 in Ed Williams' wealth building plan is to use asset diversification. If someone's invested in a vehicle like mutual funds, a good investor will use different funds as hedges against a very cyclical economy and financial markets. For example, mutual funds come in very different styles, colors, and textures. They may consist of global funds, which could increase in value very rapidly. They could also consist of bond funds, which are much less sensitive to worldwide economic changes and much more stable. Or they could be a blue chip fund, which is a combination of the two. If a financial portfolio consists only of real estate or bond funds, for example, it could be negatively affected by a bad economic market. If you invested only in real estate, then interest rates went up and buyer demand went down, you could actually lose money. But if you invested in real estate and mutual funds, or real estate and 2 or 3 other vehicles, you'd be better off. If real estate went down, at least the others would go up. But even diversification takes discipline. You might be wondering if you have to be financially disciplined for the rest of your life. If opportunities to make a quick buck on a sure thing arise, should you take advantage of that opportunity? Even opportunity should be approached with discipline. Wanting money now is the reason many people fail to maintain self-discipline. Those who survived the financial upheavals of the late 1980s tend to want to buy now and save later. Investors who lived through the Depression years of the 1930s are more disciplined largely because they have a better sense of accumulation. They know what it is to lose virtually everything and what it takes to get some of that back. Even today, you need self-discipline to be financially successful, and you don't need Donald Trump's casinos or oil wells. Very successful investors get average returns on vehicles like municipal bonds. They invest in all-cash real estate partnerships. They work to hedge investments and diversify to balance risk. And don't forget the magic of compound interest. The financial experts say if you have the discipline to put $10,000 annually into, for example, a mutual fund that pays 15 to 18% interest, compound interest would net you more than $1.2 million in 28 years. Your investment would double every 4 years. The top 3 to 4% of mutual funds use compound interest in calculating a return. In fact, if you simply added $3,000 a year, you'd be a millionaire within 12 years. That's a goal most of us could achieve simply and easily. Here's an assignment for you to consider. If you don't currently have an investment outcome, take the first step in establishing one today. Whether it's to put your kids through college or retire at 55, establish an outcome for a plan and use it to see, hear, and feel what it will be like to achieve your goal. Number 2, get into your belief systems and try to see how wealth is represented in your mind. If you see doubt that you'll be able to stay on a financial self-disciplined plan, weaken that doubt and replace it with a belief that you have the power to handle great wealth and use self-discipline to get it. Try to establish where you want to start. Know what your net worth is. Think about the assets you'll utilize to work toward your outcomes. Don't go strictly by how much money you have to spend. Think about how much money you want at retirement. If you want $5,000 a month tax-free money available, work backwards in deciding how much money to put in now to get that benefit by the date that you want it. Critically important is your rewards system. And remember, it's important to review your progress every quarter. Lastly, diversify your investments and continue those contributions to reach your goal. Self-discipline will pay off for you in all areas of your life. Self-disciplined wealth building will pay off in the most tangible sense. It will give you the money to help you do exactly what you want to do in your life. No self-disciplined person ever fails. But as we discussed, fear of failure can inhibit self-discipline. In this session, we'll learn how to view failure in a new light and how to keep it from affecting our self-discipline program. In fact, we'll learn how to condition ourselves so that this fear of failure can actually make us stronger. As we discussed, some of the greatest barriers to self-discipline include the fear of success, the fear of looking foolish, the fear of rejection, and the fear of failure. Perhaps one of the biggest problems in coping with any self-change technique is coping with failure. A main purpose in using self-discipline is to keep you on track in meeting your objectives, goals, and of course, results-based outcomes. But living a self-disciplined life is not living without failure. Even the most self-disciplined people alive face challenges and pitfalls, but they know how to triumph in any situation. Living a life of power means that there are only results. Coping with failures or insurmountable problems is part of the self-discipline process. But understanding the results of your life and how they relate to failure may be defined by how you think of failure. This could mean a career stall, business setback, or even a divorce. Here's a shock for you. Maybe if you aren't as successful as you'd like to be, you haven't failed enough. If that seems surprising, realize that failure is really the castor oil of success. If you were of the generation in which you had to take this tasteless concoction, your mother likely said that even though it tasted bad, it was good for you. While we no longer have to take castor oil, it's important to recognize that failure is often the tonic that leads to success. Actually, people who risk failure have a much higher chance of succeeding than anyone else. In fact, some researchers believe that those who don't fail enough are actually sleeping and coasting their way through life, taking too few risks. People who have faced only small-scale adversity, for example, being jilted by a lover or less than optimal grades in school, probably haven't failed enough. Failure is very easy to spot. In most cases, it involves loss of capital resources, your money, self-esteem, status, a loved one, or even career rejection. Failure can, even to a lesser extent, be termed as not being able to receive expectations that you think you deserve and want, and sometimes even need. In fact, your emotional stability is linked very closely to how you evaluate failure. In becoming a mature human being, it's important to learn how misfortune becomes a great teacher. When you fail, you learn volumes about your limitations. Your strengths and abilities, as well as your weaknesses, are put in a proper perspective. People who learn from their losses are usually the individuals most likely to succeed later. Entrepreneur Ross Perot says that continuous success breeds arrogance and complacency. Perot once said that he wants people who love the battlefields, people willing to go to the wall. Ross also said that unsuccessful people instinctively avoid risks, even when a smart gamble might pay off. In fact, the people who fail the most are those people who challenge themselves the most. Self-discipline plays a large part in the way you view and control your reaction to failure. When someone's disciplined, they have goals and objectives to follow. You've learned pleasure and pain play a major part in the way we deal with self-discipline. And if you simply put pain in perspective, you'll be much more successful in developing self-discipline. The pain of failure can be put in perspective as well. Here are 2 ways you can put failure in its place to succeed at anything. Number 1, lose the word failure from your vocabulary. Don't say it, don't think it, and don't listen to others who say it. See only results from everything you do. Some of them positive, some of them negative, but all of them educational. You can learn something from everything. Top business people don't use the word failure. They use the words setback, correction, or modification. Companies know the value of working through setbacks, corrections, and modifications. They can pay off big. The 3M Corporation discovered Velcro by thinking of a unique set of hooks and loops and how the two might fit together by imagining what it would be like to be stuck in a forest. Those researchers went through an enormous amount of unsuccessful attempts to make it work before they came up with a success. And if they'd said that the first one was a failure, the team might not have tried to continue to find one that did work. If failure's an emotional boondoggle for you, you can use the disassociation technique we learned earlier to weaken its impact on you. You learn how to disassociate emotions from events so that they no longer have control over your future. This is one word with which you can use that disassociation technique. Do you remember the movie theater technique that we used? You can use it to edit your past experiences. The following exercise involves visualization. If you're driving, please wait until you're able to give it your complete attention before trying it. Suppose you tried to stop smoking and didn't get the results you wanted. First, see your movie on the screen as you're trying, unsuccessfully, to resist smoking. You might walk by a pack of cigarettes several times, or go by the store, wavering about whether to go in and buy cigarettes. You know what it's like when you're trying to resist something. Now make the movie go backwards and speed it up a bit. Then make the movie go forward and speed it up even more. Add some special music that's comical. Do you see yourself doing a sort of dance with the cigarettes? Moving toward them, then away, then toward them, then away? Maybe you need a waltz tune. At any rate, keep making additions until you see the humor in the situation. When you're amused, that's when you'll be released from the burden of a past disappointment. And you'll be able to move on to get some more desirable results. And you'll be able to do so without the emotional baggage of the past, bringing with you the lessons that will help you be effective and successful in the future. The second way to put failure in perspective is to avoid taking it personally. See it as a learning experience that conditions are presenting to you, not something you've created and you're solely responsible for. There are people who experience a few setbacks and label themselves failures for life. The truly successful people look at failure as something that happens to everyone who's taking risks, part of the business of living. It's no less irritating to these people until they use the NLP techniques we've learned in this program to put pain and irritation in perspective. I've developed friendships with people who are tops in their fields, whether it's business or sports. Many of these people say they've never failed in their lives, but they have experienced corrections or setbacks. In this way, they distance themselves from the word failure and the feeling it brings with it. You can do the same when you encounter a setback. You need to see the lessons in any experience, then apply them in the future to avoid the same setbacks. One of the reasons for isolating a setback in your life is to keep it from affecting your self-esteem. If you have a setback or failure, for example, in your business, it doesn't make you any less of a person, spouse, parent, or friend. Most people take setbacks personally. They can cause depression and anxiety for months and years. But isolating the setback will help you keep it in perspective and help you strengthen the skills you need to avoid repeat experiences of the same setbacks. The third way to put failure in perspective is based on a concept called rational emotive therapy, spawned by Albert Ellis, the father of modern cognitive psychotherapy. You heard about this briefly earlier in the program. To put failure in perspective, Ellis advocates asking yourself this question: what's the worst that could happen to you? Losing money, a business, a spouse, or a job can lead to more resourceful thinking. Ellis holds that being prepared for setbacks is a constant process, not something that happens only in a crisis. Ellis's technique takes people through a process of going from reality to the ridiculous to help them put failure in perspective. People who are insecure about their future might do something like this. Say they're thinking about taking on a sales job for the first time. The first question they'd have to answer would be, if you failed, what would happen? The answer might be that the client would lose the job. Ellis would then ask, what would happen if you lost your job? The client would then respond, I wouldn't be able to pay the mortgage on my house. Ellis then would ask the question, what would happen then? And on down the line. The client would respond by saying, I'd have to rent a house. Then I'd lose my car. I wouldn't be able to support my family. And on and on. The purpose of this process is for clients to disassociate from the fear of failure by taking that fear to its most ridiculous conclusion. He constantly asks the question, how often has that happened to you before? How have you dealt with fear in the past? The client then sees this fear as trumped up, out of perspective. And while certainly something that could happen, something that probably won't happen because he's not that kind of person. He's a person with resources and the ability to adjust to all kinds of situations, situations that move ahead, and situations that might keep him stymied. The bottom line is to work through this until you come up with the conclusion that you won't die if you don't reach your goal. So why not give it a shot? Who knows what you might learn? At the same time, realize that during setbacks, support systems are critically important. If you rely on your achievements completely for your sense of self-worth, it could be battered during tough times. But if you call on friends and family to support you, you'll find your self-esteem will be much more resistant to life's slings and arrows. These people love you, warts and all, and they'll tell you as often as you need to hear it. Also realize that these support systems are much more stable than any successes you might build in the business world. People who have had both know this firsthand. A recent business magazine study reported that 52% of the executives surveyed said if they could start their careers over again, they'd spend more time with their families and less time on the job. Most of them said they wanted to be remembered as successful parents and spouses, not captains of industry. They see the former as much more important than the latter. Here's a good way to start building your support system. If you spend time being a friend to others, you'll find that they'll return the favor. They'll help you see that failures are simply setbacks, life's little lessons to keep you on track in gaining wisdom. The next step to put failure in perspective is to force yourself to fail. This is such a valuable lesson that some colleges even offer courses in failure. They assign projects that are guaranteed to go wrong, so you can desensitize yourself from emotional paralysis when it happens in the real world to you. Try this technique. Structure controlled failure by working in a project you've never tried before. If your yard needs sod, but you've never gardened before, go out and sod your grass. You'll quickly come to the conclusion that you need to read directions or get help. At any rate, these kinds of tasks may teach you that failure isn't always that bad. In this instance, you'd learn a great deal about sodding your yard. To a great extent, fear of failure contributes to procrastination. As I mentioned before, fearing that you won't do a good job sodding your lawn may mean that you'll never start it. And you won't start simply because of this fear, not because of reality. You've probably met many people who refuse to play tennis or golf. If you pressed them and asked them why, they'd probably admit that they've never done it before, and they don't want to look bad at it. Playing a sport for the first time almost ensures failure. You can do this too. The great part about this trial is that if you've never played golf, you'll probably hit the ball all over the course. You'll need some definite corrections, and you'll no doubt experience setbacks. But it's not really failure, if you look at it as a chance to learn. It could be fun, and it will help you disassociate from the feeling that you have to do everything right. The last way to put failure in perspective is to reframe it. Most of us think failure is permanent. Just because something hasn't gone as planned doesn't mean you can't try it again in some form. You need to see setbacks and unexpected curves as a way to learn more quickly and an indication that you're a risk taker. It's important to learn from your setbacks so you can turn them into even greater successes. Many successful people do just that. I recently read the story of a Harrisonburg, Virginia construction company run by a man named Glenn Early. In 1975, the company was in deep financial trouble. So, at the age of 25, Glenn took a second mortgage on his house to avoid bankruptcy. He continued in the construction business and worked to improve his management skills. In 1982, Glenn felt more confident and borrowed money to give his business new life. Since he hadn't gone bankrupt, banks he'd dealt with before knew they could count on him, and they made the loans. Glenn Early moved slowly, and he began by taking college business administration courses. It paid off. By 1988, Glenn Early's company was one of the fastest growing in the country. One lesson he learned was the value of avoiding complacency. Since he'd experienced hard times and remembered them, he realized he had to keep working to make sure future failures would never repeat his first setback. But he also realized that he came back from failure once, and he could do it again. That gave him strength. He said he'd never trade his failure for anything, although I'm sure he didn't really want to repeat it. At the time, it seemed devastating. Put in proper perspective, it was enlightening and caused him to be more successful in the end than he could have been without that learning experience. A really great way to deal with failure is to be immune to it in the first place. A way that failure plays havoc with self-discipline is its power to influence your moods or resource states. You can either give yourself the power to maintain self-discipline or just wait until you're in the mood. Have you ever wondered why some days you're in a great mood and other days you're in a completely lousy mood? Have you wondered why you might be able to be completely effective one day and completely ineffective the next? Was it random emotion? Or was it because of your skills in coping with change and challenge? A lot of this has to do with resource states. Most of us go into mood swings randomly. Something happens to us and we react to it, thereby affecting how we feel about ourselves. It may be a bad phone call or an argument that sends you into depression. Or it may take somebody telling you that you've just received a $5,000 account, or that somebody loves you to make you feel good. These states which give you joy, strength, confidence in yourself, and self-esteem are truly the basis of a personal sense of power. The disempowering states of confusion, depression, fear, anxiety, and frustration leave us weak. Unfortunately, we typically go in and out of these moods, influenced by our feelings about the events in our lives. I'm sure you've had bad days and had an argument with your spouse the minute you walked in the door from work. Now, that person wasn't responsible for your bad day, but you found yourself in a negative state and took it out on someone you love. If the resource states of confidence, emotional strength, and self-esteem cause people to succeed, then we do well to learn how to access those resource states, wouldn't we? That's our task right now, because the greater the control you have over your resource state, the greater the control you'll have over your self-discipline. There are two components of a resource state. Number one, the visual, auditory, and kinesthetic representations you make. And number two, the physiology that results from those representations. To give you an example of how these two areas of perception and physiology affect your resource states, think of something wonderful that's happened. If you're driving, please wait to do this until you can give it your complete attention. In your mind, picture your family during a holiday or a birthday party. See everyone smiling and laughing. Look at the expressions on everyone's faces. Hear the conversation and feel the warmth and comfort of being surrounded by loved ones on a joyous occasion. As you make that mental picture, you should experience the euphoria of an uplifting resource state. You might feel serene and calm, and this picture might even make you smile. These are the physical and emotional components of the resource state. It feels good, doesn't it? When you feel like that, don't you feel like you can conquer the world? This is the kind of resource state we need to access to be successful and self-disciplined. But resource states can be depressing as well as uplifting. The key is to realize when something's depressing you and change your perception of that event. Remember our exercises in association and disassociation? You can use these here. Resource states are powerful because their tone can empower you or weaken you. If you're in a positive resource state, your activities would seem simpler and more fun. If you're in a negative resource state, even the simplest task can seem overwhelming. How you represent events in your memory influences how you experience the world, as well as how successful you will be at accomplishing your outcomes and staying with your self-discipline plans. Truly successful people have the ability to consistently access the resource states that will work for them. When problems arise, they're able to reach inside themselves and tap into the state which gives them the most power in solving life's dilemmas. If you're able to constantly direct your state, you'll be extremely effective and successful. If you don't learn to direct your resource states, the results of your activities will be random and sometimes undesirable. In some cases, they can be failures and possibly disasters. The most powerful coaches, business people, athletes, professionals, and scientists are those who, on cue and largely unconsciously, put themselves into a powerful state by giving themselves certain signals. Many are able to do this in spite of horrible things that occur in their lives, whether it's ill health, financial breakdown, family problems, or other tragedies. They can keep themselves in a very successful resource state by triggering powerful mechanisms in their minds. In 1990, the Detroit Pistons defeated the Portland Trail Blazers. The final game came down to a 20-foot jump shot with 1 second left to play. Detroit Pistons starter Dennis Rodman, in spite of having only a 30% shooting average during the final series, made the shot of his career. When he got the ball, he waited until the last 3 seconds of the game, jumped up, and made a swish shot for the winning score. Right afterwards, an interviewer asked him how he'd made the shot. if he'd practiced making the winning move with a second left on the clock, as so many children fantasize. He said that even though he'd been shooting poorly, he simply thought about another shot he'd made at that distance in another game. He saw himself making the shot. This picture put him into a very successful resource state, which he then used to make the game-clinching 2 points. As you've heard, using a resource state is a technique to change your attitude to help you stay self-disciplined. It will help you keep total control of your life. Letting yourself fall out of a resource state will open you up to weakness and the negative emotions associated with struggle. If you're able to keep yourself in a positive resource state, you can cope with virtually any problem or dilemma or struggle that occurs in your life. Resource states work in the same fashion as anchoring does. You learned this concept earlier in the program. A resource state is your ability to access great personal power whenever you want to. Self-disciplined people are able to access their best resource states whenever they want to. You can do this too by following these 4 steps to creating a powerful resource state for yourself. Number 1, think of an intense past success. Number 2, try to get to the peak of the experience. Number 3, marquee it. Number 4, repeat it. Now, let's go over each of them in depth. Let's assume that your outcome is to spend 30 minutes per day rebuilding that sports car in the garage in time for the big rally in 3 months. After about a month, you decide it's not worth the effort and consider selling the old clunker. You're close to failure. What should you do? Access a resource state, of course, through these 4 steps. The following exercise involves visualization. If you're driving, please wait until you're able to give it your complete attention before trying it. Number 1 is to take yourself to an intense past success. First, think of an experience that you were extremely successful in. Let's say you rebuilt a jalopy when you were a teenager. Re-experience what you saw, heard, and felt that day. See how beautiful it looked the first time you showed it to your parents or friends. Listen to the oohs and ahs and feel others' envy and admiration at your success. Remember how wonderful the jalopy felt as you ran your hand across the hood? Step number 2 in accessing a powerful resource state is to determine the peak of the experience. This should be the time when you're feeling the best about your past success, when you felt the greatest joy and power in your achievement. Number 3 is marqueeing the experience. Use a signal to yourself like a touch or a word, which will bring that experience back at will. Let's say your word was jalopy. This would be the word that when you said it out loud would bring back those same emotions that you experienced during your success as a teenager. Number 4, repeat the experience to make sure that it works to bring back the state. Say the word jalopy to yourself and see if the same emotions of success come back. If not, then go through the steps to access the resource state again. Resource states are like memories. The more often you access a resource state, the quicker it will come to you, and the easier it will be to use. When you're in a situation where you need to change your mood or power over a problem, simply call to mind the resource state that works for you. At first, it will be a conscious effort, but eventually, it will come as quickly as learning how to ride a bike. You'll do it almost unconsciously. We discussed a version of this earlier in this program. But now you'll be able to apply this every time you feel like you want to waver in your self-discipline. This way, past achievements will help you build future achievements. Along with better understanding what failure really means, you can use all the techniques we've discussed to be better self-disciplined. And you can do it in a relatively painless way. All of the techniques you've heard about are some of the most scientific you'll ever learn in developing self-discipline. Self-discipline can be a tool for you to fashion and forge your own success in life. And with what you've learned here, you know exactly how to use that tool. With self-discipline, you can make your own miracles. Without self-discipline, even getting up out of bed in the morning is a struggle. If you adopt these techniques as your own, it will be almost impossible for you to avoid achieving what you want. If you want to lose weight, save money, go to graduate school, or be tops in your profession, you now know what to do to achieve your dream. There's a story about a lumberjack who stayed home one day rather than go out with the other lumberjacks to cut wood. They ridiculed him for his absence and told him that he'd simply fall behind if he didn't come. The next day, he cut twice as much wood as all the others. When the other woodcutters saw this, they asked him what made him so much more effective. The lumberjack simply answered, "You see, yesterday I stayed home to sharpen my axe." The science of self-discipline will help you sharpen your axe to cut out of life what you want, no matter what your goal.